Good morning and welcome to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. You are in for some great racing through the tight trees, wide open sections, and some of the toughest rock areas we can give you for Ultra 4. It's our first time here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Pam, this is great. Check out the town.
Yes, the town was an amazing. Went and did a little bit of touring yesterday. There's so much history here. We're going to go over some videos later on of some history that is actually out here, but it's absolutely amazing. And right there, that is a part of the track, or a part of the area where you do see the track. It's absolutely gorgeous here. And it's, like I said, the history. Miles, I know you've been out here for a while. You've got to talk to people about it and got to talk to some of the locals and find out some of the history. And it's just been an amazing trip so far out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
There's so much to offer here. We just saw the town. It's absolutely beautiful. You talked about history. We'll bump into that as we go through. But there's a great shot of the start-finish area. This is going to be one heck of a race. We are about to kick off the 4900 UTV stock class. It's going to be great. We should have about 18 UTVs take off for the Handy Industries 4900 stock race. There's a great shot of the Project X staging right there on screen, and it's going to be so much fun. Again, I am Miles Haskell alongside my good friend Pam Hall, and we are about to get this party started, Pam.
Yes, and you just was going over the starting grid right there. We do have the young Nathan Parker who set the pole this morning. It's so awesome to see such a young kid out here racing with all of these gentlemen and these ladies that have been racing for so long, and out here, and he's showing them that he can drive, and he is ready to do it.
At 14 years old, that young man has been doing some great work. He's doing some great stuff. And right behind us is Chad Owens CJ5. That'll be racing this Sunday. Chad will be racing 4400 tomorrow, but it's going to be great to see.
Yes, it's going to be awesome. But we did a little piece with Erica Allreed earlier, so Erica, take it away.
Guys, it's finally time for the famous Reading Rumble. I was able to chat with 4900 and 4400 Unlimited driver Paul Wolf, and he said that this is a true Ultra 4 course. There's a variety of different elements that will put all of the drivers to the test, so much so that he's even struggling with what tire selection to choose this weekend. There's sections where you're going over 100 miles per hour and sections where you're going 5 miles per hour, like the rock garden behind us. Things should get really interesting this weekend because the course is a lot more difficult than drivers anticipated, and we witnessed that in pre-running. I can't wait to see how this one unfolds, guys.
Absolutely, Erica. This is going to be one heck of a show, and we are, I'm going to say, about 5 minutes before we kick this off. It's going to be fun to see.
All right, we are going to bring in Mr. Alan Johnson. We will be doing our invocational here in just a little bit. But Alan Johnson, here you are. You're setting up here in this booth. Just took Miles a seat for just a minute. What do you think about this area out here at Pottsville, Pennsylvania?
This is absolutely stunning. The sky is blue. The trees are green. I love it. People wanted a harder course, and they've got it.
Exactly. The racers were, like you just said, they wanted a harder course. Everybody listened to it. This area out here has everything. They have the high-speed sections. They have the rock garden areas. They have what they've asked for, and I'm not sure if all of them are regretting that right now after pre-running or if they are excited about it.
True story. It was fun watching online, everyone posting up for broken parts, and can you come help us get ready to race?
Exactly. Well, Alan, you are going to do our invocational, so Alan, the show is yours.
Thank you. If you would, please remove cover and bow your head with me. Father God, we thank you so much. We come before you with hearts full of gratitude that we can spend time with our friends in such an amazing place, that we live in the home of the free and the land of the brave. We ask a very special blessing today that you'll help keep all of our drivers and crew workers and team and staff members safe. And Lord, we especially pray that everything we do, from sportsmanship to working together, honors and glorifies you. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Alan. Now, if you will see, please remain standing and cover removed. We are going to go to our greatest song in the United States of America, the national anthem. Welcome back. Miles, you are back here in the booth with us. It's going to be a great day of racing. Our racers are getting ready to go. But how in the world are these racers going to make it all the way around this course? It's going to be a rough course out there.
It's going to be amazing. I remember we have a lot of single seats out there, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Here's the Project X off-road staging. So in that pole position is Nathan Parker.
And they are starting 2 in a row, so it's going to be 2 at a time every 30 seconds. So next to Nathan Parker will be Jody Ford.
And then Byron Starrett and Aaron Lynch.
And then Mark McCleary, Chris May.
Then Jeremy Blackburn and Brian Hamby.
And then Steven Rogers and Jason Wofford.
And like you said, Pam, 2 at a time, 30-second increments. It's going to be amazing. There's Caden Hunt and Mitchell Roccicelli.
And then Aiden Gilbert and Colin Smith.
Then JT Strickland and Justin Barth.
And then back at number 17 will be Mr. Shane Roberts. He will be in his row by himself, obviously, because we are starting 2 at a time.
Yeah, we don't start 2 at a time very often, but JT's wanted to, it's wide enough here. So right here, this is a 10.75 mile loop. They will be racing for an hour and a half. At an hour and a half, the white flag comes out. So 1 more lap to go. I'm going to guess it's a 20-minute lap because it's fast, but it's rocky. There's going to be some winching. This is going to be absolutely amazing. I think we're less than a minute from that green flag flying. JT Taylor is right there and ready. So let's talk about the course. The first rock section is Kool-Aid. We should have some cameras out there. Then you're going to get to the Joker. You have to take the Joker once. You can only take the Joker once. It's going to be a lot of strategy. I can't wait to see. We'll have Erica Allreed in the Amsoil Hot Pits. It's going to be exciting. This race is about to go down. And like I said, it's a drag race right here. You take a hard left, go down the road, and then another hard left into the woods past where they were qualifying. So this first little section is going to be super, super exciting.
Yes, it is. And we do have Nathan Parker, the 14-year-old, as we were saying earlier, with the seasoned driver of Jody Ford, starting off this race today, this afternoon, the first race of the day. And it's going to be super exciting. I know Nathan has, been getting lots of seat time, but you can see JT Taylor right there is getting ready to be waving that flag here in just a few moments. But Miles, it's like the rock sections, and you're thinking about a 20-minute lap, and I haven't seen the whole entire race course, but just after talking, there we are going off the line. Nathan Parker does get the jump on Jody Ford.
So this is awesome. Nathan Parker with Ed Reevy riding shotgun out of Dunn, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing, drag racing, and beating Jody Ford and Corey Day out of Markle, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports. Such a cool way to start this race. So Nathan Parker has that clean air. He has the advantage up there. But can Jody Ford push him to make a mistake? Time will tell.
Exactly. And there we do see Byron Starrett and Aaron Lynch taking the green flag.
So Byron Starrett and Sarah Schumacher, number 9004 out of Jacksonville, Florida with Team 904 Racing. Drag racing, Aaron Lynch and David Young out of Powell, Tennessee with East Coast Cowboys Racing. And it looks like Starrett does get the jump.
He does get the jump. But Miles, what's interesting right now is when they're doing the fast section right here, when they make that left-hand turn, it's dusty. So the people that are getting the jump in the front, that is definitely an advantage to them. Next off the line will be, like we said earlier, Mark McCleary and Chris May.
What a great shot. So Mark McCleary on the right, Chris May on your left. Mark does have the inside lane, but it looks like Chris May may have the jump on him. Chris May with Will Harris, Mayday, Townville, South Carolina with May Motorsports Drag Racing, Mark McCleary, and Jason Roper out of Reddick, Florida with Turned Up Racing. And we've got a drag race right out the gate. This place is awesome. And I do think dust is going to be a little bit of an issue on some of these wide open sections. But once you tuck in the woods, the moisture really is sticking there. So I think we got a great, great race yet to come.
Yes, and there we see the single seat in the RS1 of Jeremy Blackburn starting right next to Brian Hamby.
So Jeremy Blackburn out of Pikeville, Kentucky with Bandit Off-Road Drag Racing. Brian Hamby, number 817 out of Winchester, Tennessee with 817 Racing. It's Brian's birthday tomorrow, so he's trying to party early.
Exactly, and it looked like Jeremy did have the jump on Brian, so we'll see how that pans out as well. But this is what we're the interesting part that we've been talking about it, like who's going to be taking the Joker line on their first lap around. Now we do have Steven Rogers and Jason Wofford getting ready to take the green flag.
So Steven Rogers out of Chattanooga, Tennessee with Rogers Motorsports Drag Racing. Jason Wofford out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Razor Extreme. Jason Wofford has won 2 races this season. He's going to be one to reckon with, that is for sure.
Yes, and Steven Rogers actually did get the jump, as you can see right there. That is such a close race right there. Do you back off because it's a long race? Because you can't ever win the race in the first corner. That's,
To finish first you must finish. That's the way
Exactly.
we say it. Jason Wofford is leading the East Coast points in the stock class, but he's in an NA machine. Steven Rogers has a turbo on his.
Yes, and then now we have Caden Hunt and Mitchell Riccoli going off the line, but we did see him not take it. Mitchell did not. Roccacelli, I'm sorry, pronounced the name wrong.
So Steven Rogers, Caden Hunt, number 465, out of Plymouth, Indiana, with Hunt Motorsports.
So that was very interesting to see. Mitchell did not take off right away. I don't know if that was a strategy about the dust of not wanting to drag race to that corner, or why he did not take off right away. But we do have next up the young gentleman of Aiden Gilbert and Colin Smith. And they definitely did the drag race to the corner, as we all just saw. Such awesome view right there. I know we have a lot of spectators over here behind us watching that.
Aiden Gilbert with his dad, Casey Gilbert, riding shotgun out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing. And then Colin Smith out of Ashland, Kentucky, with BRS Motorsports.
Next up, we will have JT Strickland and Justin Barth taken off the line, and there they did get the green flag waved by Mr. JT Taylor.
So Justin Barth with Anthony out, riding shotgun, number 417, out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing. JT Strickland out of High School, Tennessee, with 865 Racing. Sounds like a little chatter through the Rugged Race radios. All cars are on course. We should have about 18 of them out there. Remember, they are racing 2 at a time, every 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. This is a 10.7-mile race, and this is a hard left in there, and there's a huge rut right there you can't see from the drone, but it's really cool. They'll go through this little wood section, do a 180 right, and then a wiggle right by the big drag line. So hopefully this drone can catch that. There's a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits that'll be very, very busy later on today, because I know there's going to be a lot of tire issues, a lot of wheel issues, and there's going to be some broken axles and maybe some winch lines that could be snapped out there, because there's a lot of rocks out there. When you're winching, you have to be careful where you place that line.
Yes, exactly. Now, we do have Shane Roberts did not take the green flag. Not sure if he was having mechanical issues and decided not to race or wasn't able to race, but we did end up not having Shane Roberts, but we had 16 cars take the green flag just now. We are in the 4900 UTV stock class presented by Handy Industries, and this is an amazing race out here already that I know is going on out there. I wish we could be out in the middle of race course, but of course we're right here watching it, from home base here. But
and we have multiple cameras. Here's a great wide open section. They will be kissing over 100 miles an hour, and there's a bunch of either ors on this spot. It's going to be amazing. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We got 16 4900 stock cars out on course. What is a stock production? Well, you have to have an OEM chassis. Stock suspension points have to be there. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. The rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. And the biggest thing is 1,000 cc's and only a 33-inch tire. Once you move up to the next race with the Pro Mod in the Open, you can go move up to a 35-inch tire. And in these rocks, that's a huge advantage. So 33 tires. It's gonna be interesting and I think the co-drivers are gonna get their workout today.
I think you're 100% correct on that, and definitely saying that about the 33-inch tires and the 35-inch tires. I mean, we're only talking 2 inches, but the tires out here are going to be key, the larger vehicles and the larger tires, because a lot of high centering is going on out here. We were watching it yesterday. You were seeing it. I was seeing it. All the high centering going through these rock gardens, because these rock gardens out here are no joke. The drivers are explaining it, the ones that have raced out at King of the Hammers are explaining it as this is like King of the Hammers, except the rocks are slippery, number one, because of the different style of dirt. But number two, at Hammers, the rocks, the boulders don't really move. They're pretty compacted in there. And out here, they're still moving around.
It's really cool to see. I believe that's Caden Hunt. He was bypassing the Spectator 1 area. There is Byron Starrett with Sarah Schumacher. You caught me, Pam. Call me out on
Sorry.
that. That was
I
Nathan
don't like to
Parker.
call
I
you out, but
apologize.
there's
No.
Nathan Parker right there. I
So
was like,
this is Kool-Aid. This is the first rock section. So there's 1 and 2. They took off side by side. So Nathan Parker still is out front, but Jody Ford is right behind him. And you have to go right up the center of this. There are 2 lanes, but here's the tricky rock section. There's a little rock shelf, and then a hard left here through the tight woods. And Nathan Parker with Ed Reevy riding shotgun, still 1 and 2, but Jody Ford and Corey Day with Brannick Motorsports right on his tail, not letting the young man Nathan Parker out of his sights. But it's really cool to see this camera out there. Remember, they took off 30 seconds, so how far back is the next group? Where's Byron Sterrett? Where's Aaron Lynch?
Right, exactly. Now, right there, you can see a great overview. But when we were watching Mr. Nathan Parker go through, he was going kind of slow, so he was probably more than likely switching into low gear. You do not want to be in high right there whenever you're climbing these rocks. Number one, if you have never driven one of these cars, if you're trying to go up something too steep, the car will like error out. It will not let you push the gas down and go. It like tells you need to go into low gear. It actually will tell you on your dash as well.
Yeah, because high to low, yes, they have a transfer case, obviously. And in the rocks, if you're in high, you can smoke that belt. And
Yes.
these are CCV transmissions. And if you smoke your belt, you're done. You're pulled over, or you're stuck wherever you're at, and you have to change that belt. They've probably practiced. They can probably do a belt change in about 5 minutes as long as everything goes smooth. But, hey, that means you're stopped. You're out of the car. You're switching that belt. And it looks like we do have a car stuck in Kool-Aid. And you know how Kool-Aid got made?
I don't know how
name?
any of these got
So,
made.
So JT came out here a month ago with Leo O'Donnell and Andrew and their whole crew, and they're cruising around, and it's pretty wide open, pretty fast. And JT's like, "You said there's a lot of rocks here." So they finally pull around this one corner, and JT said, "Oh yeah, here's our first rock section." So the Kool-Aid Man. So pretty cool to see.
That's pretty awesome. I don't know how any of these trails got named. I mean, I know that like other race courses that we go to, they've been named. There's iconic names for certain places, but
There's Chris May at the top of Kool-Aid trying to make his way. We saw Jody Ford fight it just a little bit, but it's a big ledge at the top. So it's Newcent rocks as you go up, and then there's a big ledge at the top. And there's a great shot of showing you how wide open this place is, as Chris May is bellied out right there. And is he going to get a little bump from Brian Hamby? No, Brian Hamby's going for the pass, but there's a tree there. This is going to be interesting because when you put a helmet on, your patience goes away.
it does. I call it's your brain bucket. You know, you put it on and it's like race brain. But that would have been kind of cool. Now Brian Hamby's having an issue as well. But if he would have gone up and just given him a little bit of a bump, maybe got him over that rock because it can slow you down. But now they're both having issues.
And this is the first rock section right around mile marker number 4. So that's where Kool-Aid is right now. So up next, they'll be going through some twisty turny, some tight trees, some wide open sections, a couple creek crossings, and then right around mile marker number 7 is where the Joker line is. The Brannick boulders there in the Joker line are no joke. It's going to be pretty fun to see.
So Miles, let's go back earlier. You were thinking of roughly a 20-mile or 20-minute lap.
And obviously that's a guess.
I guess exactly. But the race was starting, and I'm trying to think to myself. You know, I was going into the conversation as the race was starting, but if the drivers, after talking to them yesterday and going through the obstacles of everything, I mean, I know it's only a 10.5-mile loop, but 20 minutes to me seems kind of quick. So I'm going to kind of throw down maybe like more of a 27, 28 minutes.
And you may be right on because these rocks are tough. If they can drive it without winching, we're going to be close to that 20. But if there's winching involved, yeah, you're going to be in that 25 to 30. You're probably right.
So that's my guesstimate, even though I haven't even seen the whole entire course, but that will be my guesstimate there. But, yeah, I can't wait to see who comes through first because we did see Nathan Parker still out front in front of Jody Ford. But it's, you know, a long race, and there's a lot of rocks to go through. They still have to decide whether they're doing the Joker line at the beginning or when they're going to do it.
Joker line once. You have to do it once. You can only do it once. And we were talking with Paul Wolf. That guy's one of the fastest guys in our sport, right? And he says this is not going to be a sprint like we're used to. This is going to be you're going to have to save the car.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be interesting. I think this first hour they're going to be trucking pretty good, but they're going to save the car for that last. When the white flag comes out, they're going to be moving.
Yes, it's definitely a driver's course. This is not about, you know, high speeds all the time and everything, but it's definitely a driver's course. You have to know how to, you know, place your tires on the rocks to get up over certain areas, but it's definitely all about the driving style of that driver. But it's a driver's course for sure. I couldn't quite make out that number on there.
I couldn't quite see it. I think that was Colin Smith, if I had to guess, and that's at the top of Kool-Aid. He was having some issues.
So is Kool-Aid the first rock section?
The first rock section,
Okay.
yep.
And there we do see other drivers coming up. So we have 3 more coming behind him, and he's having issues. So I wonder if we'll see what we just saw with Chris May and Brian Hamby, if he might help him bump up or not.
I was talking. I think if that was Colin Smith that I was talking to him and Mitchell Roccacelli yesterday in the Joker line. We were just checking things out, and he says, "Yeah, if there's there, give me a bump. I'll bump somebody to help him up over, so you don't have to get out." So a little Rubbins racing there, but obviously it's kind of a gentleman's bump.
Right,
Don't
exactly.
try to take him out. But he's like, that's why we built bumpers to help us get through some of these
Right.
things. So I'll give somebody a love tap if somebody gives me a love tap back, and I believe that is Colin Smith having to really bounce it. And right behind him.
Oh, it's Gilbert.
That was Aiden Gilbert.
Look
It
at
was.
that.
And how cool is that? Aiden Gilbert, I think he's 16 or 17. He's got his dad, Casey Gilbert, riding shotgun, and he'll be racing the 4400 race tomorrow. We saw him do the huge bicycle. It's blowing up Ultra 4 USA Facebook and Instagram right now during qualifying. It was really fun to see. But now Casey gets to see this race at race pace, so it's a huge advantage for him to be riding with his son for his race tomorrow.
Exactly. And that is awesome that he is riding with him. But I was just thinking, as you were saying, how cool it is and he's racing tomorrow. I was thinking to myself, I wonder if it'd be more of an advantage for Casey's co-driver, Nathan, to be in the co-driver seat with
To
Aiden.
let him see it.
To let him see it and to him pick the lines, because you have your co-driver telling you which lines to take pretty much.
I see your angle on that for sure, but that's his son. So
Exactly.
he's living life at the finest. Like, that's a father-son, like they're bonding. Like, you just can't get better than that. So is it an advantage to see the course? Yes, but he's doing it with his kids. So I think it's more important for them to share that moment
Right.
than get this co-driver a little extra time.
Yep, I totally get that part of it as well. But look at our pits right there. That is our main area that we have out here. It's awesome out here. Everybody out here has been super friendly. I've just started meeting everybody that's out here at the park today because I got here a little bit later. But everybody out here, I love this area. I love it that we're out here at a brand new track for all of our racers. But, it's brand new for all of our racers, but we have some racers that are close by that have been on this track and have been playing here or whatnot. But it's definitely super cool out here, very welcoming, and next year it'd be super cool to come back here as well.
Oh, yeah, this place is absolutely amazing. I love it out here. Lots of cars out there on course. So I want to give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, and Can-Am.
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Whalen,
The Off-Road Syndicate, America Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. If you're building a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, go check out all these amazing marketing partners and see what they can do for you because they do so much for the sport.
Exactly. There's so many amazing people in this sport. It's like one big family, as we always talk about, one big family out here. But we've also been meeting new people that are, scouting out the sport and hopefully, becoming partners as well. But it's really awesome that all the people that have came on board. Growing Ultra 4 USA has just been something that we've been, everybody's been working on and, growing it to the people that know about off-road, but they don't know about Ultra 4 style off-road.
Yeah.
I'm like, you need to check it out, the people that don't know about it.
The off-road lifestyle that we all live with Ultra 4 USA is expanding, and it's just so great to see. I was on a podcast last night with the Dirt Drive, and they were explaining like they come from the muscle car and the drag race world, and it's cool, it's fun, but it's kind of secretish. And then you come in there and see Ultra 4 and everybody's there. And this is the Brannick Boulders there in the Joker line. So there's an either or in there. You can get in where you fit in. That's a beautiful, it's all meat, no taters. It looks like Jody Ford is stuck and having to winch. And right behind him, looks like
another
the
driver's
seven,
getting out to
that
go
may
out
be
and winch
Chris
as well.
May. So we're having some issues right in the Joker line already. So that is pretty oh, that's Mark McClary. I apologize. So Jody Ford and Mark McClary are in the Joker line.
And here we do see one of our high-speed sections. Not quite sure the number on that car. Going through a little bit of a water crossing right there. But here's Aiden Gilbert right here. Is he still on Kool-Aid? We got lots of action, but you can see Aiden right there. All four are spinning on here, but he is making his way through. We have another one right behind him.
And Pam, I'm getting some updates on my Rugged Race Radio. Nathan Parker and Aaron Lynch have cleared the Brannock boulders there at the Joker line. So they've already made it through there and out before we saw it. So there's going to be a lot of action there in the Brannock boulders there for the Joker line. Remember, you have to run it once. You can only run it once. So there's Aiden Gilbert at the top left and then Caden Hunt right behind him, and that was at Kool-Aid. Now we're back to a Hyde Y angle up over this beautiful place here at the famous Reading Rumble. There's the huge drag line at the bottom of your screen right there. When you're about mile marker probably 0.2, you blow through there and you drift right next to it. It's a beautiful thing, and that is a huge, huge piece of equipment. It really shows you how big and vast this place is.
Yes, I went over by that yesterday. I could not believe that equipment. It has a beautiful American flag on one side of it as well. But, Miles, you said that Aaron Lynch and Nathan Parker had cleared. Aaron Lynch started in the 4th position, so Jody Ford still being in that area of the Joker line, having a little bit of issues, but trying to bring that back up. But we do have Jason Wofford out there who won our last race at Visions, and it's going to be exciting to see where he ends up here because you know that he's trying to go for a win.
And look at Brian Hamby taking the left line. That one, if he goes all the way out the top, that's the 4,400 line, which is open for all classes. But this gets really nasty. Is he going to? No, he is going to cut around right. That is a great line. We saw Mick Henson take that line yesterday during practice, and it's a great little line. So he got around 2 cars on that little section. So Brian Hamby making up some room there in the Brannock boulders for the Joker line.
And having that, it's basically kind of like an either-or on the Joker line for everybody but the 4400s because what we're seeing right there, we saw a bottleneck going on. And if you have that opening to go around, it's a perfect spot. And like we just saw, and like you just said, he just got around 2 cars that are stuck. What you're seeing right now, that is a beautiful area out here. And the rock ledge, I was hearing that it's kind of like
it had a little landslide. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
On it.
So where they're at right there is a little mud section that you saw 3 little streams right there. They actually have mud events here, and that's a mud drag race. So we kind of weaved them in and out. And is that Nathan Parker?
Yeah,
he is already at Torburen, if I'm not mistaken, the first long rock section. So Nathan Parker starting to gap some people. So that is absolutely amazing. That young man of Nathan Parker is doing some great things here with Ultra 4 USA. I know Brian Fulcher's in the pits on his Rugged Race Radio checking everything out, but he is making some moves. So Nathan Parker still running strong. And this part isn't real hard, but it's nuisance rock, so you have to put it in that low gear like you were talking about earlier, Pam, and kind of take a deep breath, but it's jarring you each rock you hit. We've been talking about we need some rocks, and this is a rock section. So you asked for it, you got it. This course is tough.
It's funny talking to the drivers too, and they'll be like, "Man, this place is rough. There's a lot, lots of rocks." I'm like, "Well, you guys asked for it," and they're like, "Yep, we're not complaining. It's a lot of fun. It's just tough, I mean, obviously, we saw a lot of issues out when they were pre-running yesterday as well. A lot of people had to come in and do some fixing on their cars, adjustments on their cars. So it is a rough race course.
And that's the side of the drag lines. You can see the famous Reading Outdoor sign. This thing is absolutely enormous. It's really cool. So there's Aaron Lynch. I feel like that's our physical second place on course. He's in Torburen, that first long rock set. So we went through Kool-Aid already, went through the Joker line, and then that's probably mile marker number 8.5-ish or so. And so the last 2 miles of this course is the toughest part out here. The first 4 miles is really flowy, tight woods. Then you hit Kool-Aid. Then you go another about 3 miles, then you hit the Brannock boulders for the Joker line, and then you go another about 3 miles, then you get into Torburen and Hell's Half Acre. Those are 2 long rock sections that are super tough on this 10.75 mile loop. And remember, it's an hour and a half. White flag comes out. So we're 22 minutes in. We haven't seen our leaders come through. So your 25 to 30 is going to be a lot better than my 20.
So what do you think, Miles, on with the time of the timed race? How many laps do you think that we'll be getting in? Maybe 3-4 laps.
I'm going to say 4 to 5 as my guess,
Okay.
but yeah, I mean, we'll find out.
We'll find
But yeah,
out.
So yeah, probably about 4 and the white flag come out. So 4 to 5 is my guess.
Yeah, 4 to 5. That would make sense if they're doing the 20-minute laps for sure. If they're not, obviously, they'll be doing 3 laps roughly. Not sure, but it's going to be interesting to see how many laps do UTVs go, because obviously we saw earlier, fast lap times by them, but the longer wheelbase of some of the cars in some of these areas are going to be an advantage. So the larger cars, the 4500s, 46, 48s, 44s have an advantage, but there are some areas that the UTVs, being the shorter wheelbase, I think will have an advantage out here for sure. Got a little bit of a breeze picking up, which it feels amazing out here. It's been a very awesome weather out here so far. It's a little hot and humid, but being in the shade has been a blessing. And there we do have Jeremy Blackburn on the number 40. Not sure what area that he was going through.
So I was catching up on my Rugged Race Radio. I apologize about that. But, Pam, I just want to get you updated here. In the Brannick Boulders there for the Joker line, everybody that started has already been through that on their first lap. So Nathan Parker, Jody Ford, Byron Sterrett, Aaron Lynch, Mark McCleary, Chris May, Jeremy Blackburn, and Brian Hamby have all taken the Brannick Boulders Joker line on their first lap. So strategy is working out. We saw Jody Ford struggling a little bit, but hey, that's part of it. So it's that's not going to play an option towards the later of this race. I love the strategy part. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, we're at already 23 minutes. Where is Nathan Parker? As it looks like that's Wofford, if I'm not mistaken, with Hamby right behind him.
So, Miles, we do have this beautiful day out here, but tomorrow we do have a chance
There's
of
a
rain, and the
chance of
percentage has
rain.
gone up.
I haven't been looking because I don't want it. But if this place is muddy, it's going to be slick and muddy. But it does dry out pretty quick. But if it's raining, it's raining.
Right, exactly. At least we have a cover kind of on top of us. The slick rocks, though, that's what's going to be the key tomorrow is the sticky tires. It's not going to be super fun for everybody unless they have those sticky tires because of the slippage on the rocks. And yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain. But there was Jody Ford. He got through the Joker line. It's awesome to see him. Whatever was going on with him through there, he did make it through.
Yeah, we were watching practice yesterday, and we were seeing them struggle with the dry conditions. So if it's muddy, yeah, it's going to be slick, and they're going to be all over the throttle. So fuel consumption could really make a difference if the track gets really slicked up. But for an hour and a half, I think most everybody can make that race without stopping for fuel in the Amsoil hot pits, but time will tell.
And now with the UTVs, though, the UTVs with the smaller fuel cells, that's something to where they'll be pushing it. If they are getting into the 4 and 5 lap count, they'll need to stop and get fuel for the most part. You want to take a chance.
Strategy's going to be a huge thing. And I was watching practice, and Mick Henson had a little hiccup in his Toyota, and there comes our physical race leader just through the race line start finish. That was Nathan Parker. So right around a 25. It's a 24-24, so right between our guests. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if he gets faster or slower because he's already made it through the Joker line. Is it faster with the Joker? Is it slower with the Joker? We are about to find out. So at 24-24 for Nathan Parker, that is our physical race leader, and that is our race leader on adjusted time because Jody Ford, we saw him fall back a little bit. It's going to be interesting. Oh, you see him clip that tree with that right rear. There's a lot of stumps here I forgot to talk about. This place has been logged, so you can tell where you're logged, even if you're in the dust. So stay on those trails because they're probably a foot tall stumps all over this property that if you step out in these scenarios, you're losing a tire, an A-arm, something.
Yeah, that would not be good, especially if you're out far on the race course because the drivers do have to come back and get their own parts. They cannot have any on-track assistance. So they will have to – we've seen it. We've seen it many times. We've seen racers running in to get parts to go back and fix. You know, once you're on the race course, being a smaller race track like this is, 10.5 miles, 10.7 miles. Oh, who is that, Miles?
There's Aaron Lynch, I believe. Yes, it is. So Aaron Lynch with a 25:05. So that's a pretty good run, but on adjusted time, Nathan Parker has him by about 40 seconds. So far, so good. Oh, we got another one coming through. That is Byron Sterrett, it looked like. Yes, it is. So on adjusted time, it's Nathan Parker, Aaron Lynch, then Byron Sterrett. And to finish your point there, Pam, is yes, this is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors or MAO Ultra 4 safety crew can help. Otherwise, you have to do it on your own. But a fellow competitor can bring you a part and drop it off. But nobody else can get on course and help you outside of safety reasons from one of our team. So we have a lot of volunteers out there helping out.
Exactly. Now, Miles, I want to go back to the point, too, of Nathan Parker. Now, he has gone through, and you've touched on it as, will it be faster without the Joker line? But has all those other rock sections that he has to go through. So now it's going to come down to if somebody's stuck in the rock section that he's going to possibly be lapping, that could obviously slow him down.
Lap traffic is absolutely going to be a key. Thank you. I hadn't brought that up yet, but you are absolutely correct, because there's a few sections that are really slick and really steep, and it's one lane only. So, and we have some winch points out there. So if you're right, if Nathan Parker gets that spot and there's 3 or 4 people in a bottleneck, it's going to be very interesting.
Oh, and that whoever that is, they are hauling the Mel for sure. That's
that
a
was Mark
717.
McCleary. He's still smoking right along, doing some good things.
But
And he had a lap time of a 25:53, so he moved up a spot.
And there's Justin Barth. I believe that he was going through that Joker line right there. Here is Jeremy Blackburn coming through on his first lap.
Crossing over the race line start finish in that single seat Polaris. And they were worried. I was talking to him at the beginning of Hell's Half Acre, where the tightest little rock section is a really nice climb. And he was pretty worried about the section. He's like, what if we can't drive it? It's like, you got to get out and winch. You're in a single seater. That's
Right.
back to strategy.
Strategy, and that's back to it's also kind of key to have a co-driver with you, so you can still be in your car, manning your car, but have your co-driver coming and doing all the winching for you.
And there's Jason Wofford, who's already won 2 races this season. He'll have his son, Mitch Wofford, racing in the next race. It's great to see the father-son kind of team up. They help each other in the Amsoil Hot Pits. We saw Jody Ford having some issues, so we are back to the Brannock Boulders right here in the Joker line. Looks like maybe Caden Hunt and maybe Aiden Gilbert. Here's Jody Ford. We were waiting. He was in P2 position, so he's dropped back about 6 spots. But hey, this race is just getting started. He's already made the Joker, so can he make up some time? It's going to be interesting.
Yes, and they are running all about a 25-minute lap, except for Nathan Parker, just under 25 at that 24-24 marker. And Nathan Parker is definitely going to try to either pick up his pace a little bit more, or he's wanting to stay out front for sure. Hopefully he doesn't come into any lap traffic that'll be stopping him.
There's Brian
Hamby.
Hamby.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a 28:18, so the top 6 only splits by 1 minute. Remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. And get on there, download the MAO app on Google and Apple. Go to AOE.tv. Get on the Ultra 4 USA and MAO Facebook, YouTube channels. Start a watch party. Hashtag it up. And again, thank you, Speed Sport, for our official broadcast partner. They will be doing a 1-hour special that will be airing very soon for each Ultra 4 USA race.
So we have Nathan Parker, who started on the pole, still out in front. We do have on the race course right now Aaron Lynch in that second position, who started 4th, qualified 4th. But Byron Starrett, he is in that number 3 position where he started in 3rd. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. We are running right now in our 4900 UTV stock presented by Handy Industries race, our first race of the weekend out here. And here we now see a driver, can't quite make out who it is, getting out to winch, and that is in that Joker line.
What a great, great race we have on our hands, Pam. This has been a lot of fun to watch. We started a half hour ago.
And that is such a great view right there, making kind of a little bit of a right-hand turn. There is a water puddle on the left where they were making that turn, but a high-speed section. That is actually coming into the finish line, so we shall see who this is here in just a moment. To the right was the Amsoil Hot Pits. But we'll know momentarily who this is.
That looked like it was Mitchell Roccacelli, I believe, coming through with a 27:37.
I really wish we could see the number on the car that is having to winch right now. I can't quite make out who it is.
I believe that is Aiden Gilbert, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so Casey's getting his workout in right now is what he's doing. He's out there winching. He's normally in the driver's seat, but out there winching for his son. But what a great way to learn, having your dad, like you were saying earlier, having your dad in the co-driver's seat.
And we got another car coming this way. What a great race. Is that Colin, possibly? No,
that's Chris
Cody.
May.
Yep, that is Chris May. You can see the 725.
He's losing one of the numbers.
Yeah, so Chris May. and Will Harris as we're watching Aiden Gilbert and Casey Gilbert try to winch their way out. It shows you how hard these Brannock boulders are right in the Joker line.
And if I am correct on this, Miles, you probably know more than me, but I believe Aiden Gilbert is entering into the rookie program for King of the Hammers. So
Yep.
what a great place to be practicing driving in the rocks is out here. But I believe he might end up doing the youth race at King of the Hammers. And if he does, they're not driving the rocks. They're doing more of a the desert loop style. They're only going to be doing one lap. But Aiden Gilbert in the rookie program for King of the Hammers, I saw a little video that he has certain things he has to do to be able to actually go do it. And
He's got some chores to do.
chores to do, and he has to learn CPR. There's all kinds of stuff that they want him to do before he actually enters into the race for King of the Hammers.
Absolutely, yes. Safety first. And speaking about safety, new to the 2023 program, all registered racers will receive an Air Evac Life Team free of charge. And there is Nathan Parker. That is the top of the Yukon launch for the Kool-Aid section. So our physical race leader is already at the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid.
And here we see Casey must probably be getting the winch put back in. You have to apply that pressure when you're bringing your winch line back in. If not, it just becomes a jumble mess right there.
So Nathan Parker's only about 3 miles back on Aiden Gilbert, and he gets to bypass the Brannock Boulders Joker line. So it's going to be interesting. I think lap traffic's going to become a huge issue there in Torbjörn and Hell's Half Acre towards the end of this race. And if you want to ever come out to famous Reading Outdoors, it's a beautiful place. You can get on Onyx and kind of check out the whole trail system on there. So download it, check it out. And if you want the same timing we have here, it's the live.ultra4racing.com.
It's a great way to follow your racers, know exactly where they're at whenever they come through. But Aiden Gilbert still having a little bit of issues. Hopefully he gets out of there quick. But like you were just saying, now Nathan Parker, not too far behind him, will be bypassing and not having to go through it. We do have some foot traffic. We do have racers, I think, walking right there. Hopefully all will be okay if that's coming in to get parts possibly. But what a great drone footage. The greenery here is so thick that even whenever they're on doing drone footage on the racetrack, it's hard to see them in the trees with all the shade and everything.
But we've got some great camera guys and gals out there. They do this whole entire production team has done an amazing job. We just saw a quick glimpse of the Spider Tracks backstretch. And back to the race line wheels, start finish. They will be racing for an hour and a half. This race is on adjusted time. They took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments. There's a great shot of you can walk into the top of Hell's Half Acre to a great little spectator area and overlook the hang right there, and it's really a really great spot to watch from. And a huge shout out goes to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. Without all of this, we would not be racing here today. We'll be giving away some of that Cody Wagner LaserNut 360 wrap trophies later on. Pam will do some interviews with that, have a lot of fun with it. And again, thanks to Speedsport for our official broadcast partner. And we have our Ultra 4 merch. Go see Angel, Carly, Bailey, and crew. They're over here. Heather's here helping us do some things.
We have a whole crew of people out here. It's amazing because we have our own little Ultra 4 USA family here. We also, majority of us are all also at Mid-America for our side-by-side championship series as well. So every weekend we're pretty much everyone working together, and it's pretty awesome, the whole family, the way it's like we came in and it was instant family here.
There's Jason Wofford at the Yukon launch. There's Caden Hunt, I believe. That was at the start of Torbjörn. And, yeah, we have Bailey and Caleb at the Brannock Joker line. And I know Weaver and Carly are over at Hell's Half Acre making sure everything's running smooth. So we've got a great crew. A lot of locals came to volunteer as well. Part of the Line Mountain. They'll be racing on Sunday. Been great meeting all those guys and gals. They've been out there making sure the course is safe, helping with recovery, and making all this happen. So much fun has been going on today, but we got to pay a few bills, so we're going to take a really quick break with more racing action yet to come.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Welcome back to the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project Off-Road. We are right in the middle of the 4900 UTV race, presented by Handy Industries, and we have Brian Hamby in the AMSOIL Hot Pits changing a left rear tire. And I tell you, this AMSOIL Hot Pits is going to be busy. This course is brutal. And do you chance changing a tire on course and taking your time, or can you limp it to the AMSOIL Hot Pits? That's what they're trying to figure out right now, but they have all hands on deck changing a left rear tire for Brian Hamby. We have a couple more guys and gals that have made it through the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. Caden Hunt, Aiden Gilbert, and Justin Barth have cleared, so we only have a handful that have not made it through. And look at this, we have teams from down the road helping everybody out on, so that's what I love Ultra 4 USA, Pam, is you pull in the pits, it's all hands on deck from all your friends all over. They're just, they want to beat you on course, not in the pits.
Yes, exactly, Miles. I know that you love working in the pits at King of the Hammers whenever you're out there with your wrench mic and everything, because it's super cool to see that and to see the camaraderie in the pits. And what's really cool is Eric Allreed's out there. She's getting to see all this stuff firsthand. And whenever at Visions, I was working in the pits doing, the hot pits for Visions. And it's just super cool to see, like you're saying, everybody is always all hands on. It looks like
and
they might be
having. That's
having.
what it's all about, right?
Exactly.
There's all hands on deck. Everybody's there to help each other to make them go. But this may be more than just a tire change. They should be in and out by now. I'm not sure what's going on.
And that's exactly where I was getting ready to go. So, it doesn't matter. Well, obviously, they're having some kind of issue. But whenever you go and you change a tire, it depends on how long that driver's been running on that tire flat, because it's going to also be very hot whenever you come into the pits to get that changed. But and that also will make, sometimes the tires will lock up, the lug nuts will lock up, but he is now
and it can tear out a brake line or something. So Brian Hamby, it is 25 miles an hour, no passing, and then he's going to hit those AMSOIL flags, and it's wide open racing. Look at that, very respectful, great sportsman by Brian Hamby with 817 Racing. All over the throttle, crossing over for another lap. They're at the race line wheels, start finish.
All right, we have quite a few drivers that have came through, but we still have quite a few drivers that have not came through for their first lap. So hopefully we get to start seeing them very soon coming through. I'm going to pull up our scoring and timing on live.ultra4racing.com. At home, you can do the same thing. You can see how fast their lap times are. You can see what lap they're on, and everything will be shown to you right there at live.ultra4racing.com.
We also have USAC here on site. The United States Auto Club is our sanctioning body and will be help running timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. Our USAC rep, Lee O'Donnell, 23, is here, and he'll be running another race on Sunday.
Now, very interesting, his daughter is racing in that race on Sunday, so it's super cool. Saw her out yesterday. She was doing some pre-running herself, getting comfortable in the car.
There's the drag line situation. Such a cool video. That aerial drone is amazing. He'll take a right and then a left and head in. There's a power line up here. He'll hit the spider track backstretch and get after it. I guarantee tomorrow afternoon in the 4400 class, we'll see triple digits on some of these lines out here. It is fast. And then you have to throw her into low gear and go up these rocks. It's going to be a really great race, and it's all just coming together.
Well, and talking about that, too, going into low gear, the ones that don't know all about it, like you can't just put it into low gear. You have to stop, put it in low gear, and then go on. So it's not a quick switch into it. And
it's an art. Some people can. They can bump it into neutral and then grab it, but you have to learn your machine, learn how your transfer case shifts. But it's when you're racing, you can get flustered and then start jamming gears. And sometimes when you get that bad, you have to shut the vehicle off to be able to shift. So it's definitely a game.
Exactly. So we do have 11 cars that have came through on their first lap out of the 16 that took the green flag today. So far, we do not have Caden Hunt, Aiden Gilbert, Colin Smith, JT Strickland, or Justin Barth. They have not came through and completed their first lap. So we shall see. We know that they were all out there, but we just are not sure exactly where they're at on course right now. We did see Aiden Gilbert having that issue in the Joker line area, so hopefully that got cleared and they're on their merry way.
It's going to be exciting to see how this all shakes out. This is our second Ultra 4 USA Eastern Series race. Our next race will be up in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend, and then we'll finish out the year at with Nationals at Legends of Lake Havasu. It's going to be an absolutely amazing time. You do not want to miss this one. It'll be Ultra 4 USA, F1 boat racing, a rodeo, national music acts, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more. There is Caden Hunt, I believe, crossing the race line start-finish, and is that a winch dragging? I believe it's his front winch dragging a little bit, and his back is a little tweaked, so he may have had a little bit of issue, but hey, he's still moving.
He's still moving, and that's all that matters is moving on race course still. We got a little bit of information through our race radio, our rugged race radio. That was he had no issues in the pits with his tire change. Hamby did not have any issues. It was just a tire change, so that's really awesome. And Steven Rogers was the one that was down there helping out from another pit. He'll be racing a little bit later on. So again, you were saying, once you're in the pits, it's all hands on deck.
So I'm getting an update from Erica Allreed. She said that was actually Steven Rogers that was in Hamby's pit. Oh, you beat me to it. I'm sorry. I got too much other stuff going on.
It's all good, Miles. You have a lot of information going on in your head for sure. But yeah, that is super cool, though, to see Steven Rogers over there helping. And another great drone shot right there of our race course and the beautiful area out here.
There's a great shot of the spider track backstretch. There's multiple lines through. There's a lot of either ors on this course. It is 10.75 miles. It is an hour-and-a-half race. This race is on adjusted time. They drag race 2 at a time, 30-second increments. It's going to be exciting. And I suspect to see old Nathan Parker coming through Torburen or Hell's Half Acre, those two nasty rock sections, very soon. We've got cameras. We've got drones all over this race course.
Well, with Nathan Parker running a 24:24 on his lap 1, roughly about 5 minutes is when he would roughly be coming in again. So we shall see if he is still running the same race pace or if he got held up anywhere by any lapped traffic.
And I'm curious about the Joker run. Is it faster or slower?
Yeah, exactly. But it's going to be kind of hard to gauge that, like we kept saying, though, because if he gets into lap traffic, then he doesn't have clear air in front of him. And then, these other rock sections that they're going through, they can get hung up. They might have their line down, but the next time they go around, the rocks are moving out here, so it's all going to depend on a clear line, I should say.
Yeah, this place is absolutely amazing. We are all excited to be here for our first time at Famous Redding Outdoors. There's roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles of trails. They've got everything from mild to wild. It's a great place. They've got single track for dirt bikes. You can bring your Jeep out, your UTV, your rock crawler. Here's a great rock section. I'm trying to guess who that is. It could be Nathan Parker. I'm not quite sure. He's kind of hiding behind that rock right there. That shows you the rocks hide a UTV. That's how big it is. You could bring a moon buggy here and play around. I know they do some like Wee Rock style rock crawling out here as well. So it's got a little bit of everything. They've got multiple riding locations out here. It's absolutely amazing. And that is the young man of Nathan Parker and Ed Reevy heading through Torburen. That nasty rock section. The first one you make it to.
That's a really cool section too. I believe is that the part where you have the spectator area that can watch from above.
That's Hell's Half Acre. That's the neck one.
Okay,
yep.
I knew it was in that section somewhere, but
they're
such a cool
basically
view.
back to back. I mean, he gets out. He gets about a minute break, and he's right back. Probably a minute and a half break, and he's right back into Hell's Half Acre, back into the nasty rocks. The last 2 miles is no joke.
I know that yesterday that there was a lot of bottlenecks going on out there with media yesterday. Josh, one of our drone pilots and one of our camera guys, we were out getting some footage, and then Jared with Speedsport was out there getting some footage for himself too. But it was awesome to see these drivers out there on the course, even though they were out just pre-running, still helping each other out. But the course, they were getting bottlenecked up, and it's a tough course out there. Mick Henson, I'm going to bring that up. He was stuck, and he had to winch himself because he was in his truck, his Toyota, all by himself. Winches himself out of the way. He made it just where there's enough of an opening instead of the drivers behind him waiting. Jody Ford was one of them. I can't remember the other car, but
during pre-running, right?
Yeah, during pre-running, he waved them on, and they literally had to basically run over his rear tire to get by because it was such a tight area.
But we are back into the Yukon Launch.
But it was awesome to see Mick Henson, hey, that's even though you're pre-running, you're just letting people by.
That's Steven Rogers. We saw him in the Amsoil hot pitch just a moment ago. And back to Mick Henson. Did you hear how he got in that situation? He was out pre-running, and he's trying to make up this little rock section, and he went to go grab first gear, put it in reverse, dumped the clutch, thinking going fastward, and went over backwards. So it was kind of funny.
There's Chad, or not
Caden
Chad Hunt.
We'll see Chad tomorrow afternoon. Oh, yeah, we'll mess that name up one more time, I'm sure.
I did not see it. You're talking about when Mick actually flopped, right?
Yep.
I didn't see that. I was before that.
Okay,
so he had to winch before that as well. And he told me, he's like, yeah, I ended up going on my lid or flopping, his Toyota. And I was like, when? Before I saw you or after? He's like, oh, it was after.
It was a lot of fun kind of checking out how the course was coming along yesterday.
Yeah.
We had to tweak some courses. They were short-carting a couple little spots during pre-runs. So we had to go out there. JT Taylor and I drove around and had to put out some extra tape and spots. And this place is so, so awesome. I believe this is at the top of Torburen.
And that looks like Aaron Lynch.
I think
believe
you're
it is.
correct. It is. Good eye, Pam.
It's that orange suspension. It stands out to me.
That's a good way to
Yes.
tell the suspension, tell the roll cages, to see what all's coming together.
Something recognizable.
There's Jeremy Blackburn and that single seat RS1 Polaris Razor.
Speaking of recognizable, right before we came on to racing today, you gave back to Casey Gilbert his team. You gave back to Nathan his front, his front driver headlight because he missed it, or it came out, I think at Rush or something?
Rush, yeah. It's been bouncing around the bed of my truck for a month now.
Yeah, but like you told him,
you're
you're like, it's great to, we know it's a Miller Motorsports chassis, but with one headlight, we know it's Casey.
Here's a great shot of the Spider Trex backstretch. They are really able to open up and really show what these cars can do.
And right there, yes, they're wide open, but they have to make that right-hand turn. You do have to check up. I'm sure berm's probably going to eventually be burned in right there, but not during their race today, obviously.
A little off pace right there. I suspect them going a little bit faster. So either having an issue or just trucking along, because I think the attrition is going to be huge at this race.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe just play it safe.
Yeah, they definitely do not look like they're up to speed that they could be during that section right there.
So we're about 51 minutes into the hour and a half till the white flag comes out. At an hour and a half, JT's going to wave that white flag. Once it comes out, the white flag is out for the rest of the field. So it'll be darn near a 2-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
Does that run, an average of a 25 minutes? So Nathan Parker did a 24-24, so he stepped it up just a little bit.
And we still have not seen Aiden Gilbert, Colin Smith, or Justin Barth come through for their first lap. So hopefully they're not having problems out there, but not seeing them quite yet. So they might only end up getting 2 laps in.
It's good. Yeah, I was thinking 4 to 6, and I think I'm going to be off. I think it's going to be.
I was thinking like 3.
Yeah, it's going to be probably three laps. It's
There's
pretty
Jody Ford.
Interesting. Jody Ford and Corey Day still trucking along. We saw him have some issues in the Brannock Boulders there at the Joker line, but is able to keep on rocking and rolling. And then he'll have his 4400 debut tomorrow in that Miller Motorsports chassis. He just picked that car up a few weeks ago. It's going to be really cool to see, and he qualified in 3rd position. He's going to be super stoked about that.
Well, Jody Ford, he's a seasoned driver. He's been doing this for a long time. So that's what I was saying earlier when Nathan Parker and him were going off the line together. It was pretty cool. I believe that is Brian Hamby.
That'd be my guess. Waiting to see a number.
Yep,
yes, it
817.
is. So Brian Hamby with Razor Extreme still pushing through. Back to Caden Hunt heading up the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. And this is a great shot to see how that suspension actually works. Because this isn't really hard, but they're just nuisance big rocks. So you just kind of have to bounce your way through there. And you can see the Project X green tape there. That's to kind of funnel you into the good stuff. Because there's easier sides on the line. And JC said, no, we're going up the hard stuff. And now he's all the way at the top of there at the Yukon launch. And this is a big boulder. We'll see if he can kind of bump his way and one-shot it. Nope, he's going to have to back up and hit it. Because there's a pretty good ledge that we've seen a lot of people get bellied out up there.
Yes, we
and
have.
these are 33-inch tires. Remember that, Pam.
Yeah, so later on in the day when we have our next race, obviously they get to run the 35-inch tires, so we'll see if that makes a huge difference. But right here, having to back down, looking at his line, probably if he didn't switch into low gear, is doing it now.
I think he checked up at the very bottom because you don't want to risk burning your belt. So he's actually getting out. Remember, he's in a single-seater, so if he winches, he has to get out, winch, and then get back in the car. And I've seen a lot of people winching this. So you're winching your car at dead weight. You put it in neutral, and the winch has to do all the work. If you have a co-driver, your winch and your tires can help you because you're in low side. You're not really hot rodding. You're just spinning the tires, and that helps that winch. But now he's going to have to let the winch do all of the work. And how far back is the next guy or gal? This is it's going to be interesting. Oh, he is checking something under front, so maybe he's got something
looking
loose
up
in the
underneath
front.
there. Well,
So here's our physical
Nathan
race
Parker.
leader. This is Nathan Parker heading out for his 3rd lap. He just finished lap number 2.
That lap was roughly 5 minutes slower than his lap number 1, so he just ran a 29:16, where his first lap was a 24:24.
So he's out. So he's got about 36 minutes. So he'll probably finish lap number 3 and do 4 laps, it looks like. So that's man, I was guessing a 20-minute, and he's at a 24 on his fastest lap. So that's very interesting. Jeremy Blackburn or Jason Wofford? They used to be, you could tell by the colors, but now they're all brown, so it's getting tougher.
465.
Okay, that's Jason Wofford. No.
I know, right? The cars were
that's
so
Kate.
dirty. That's a 465.
Oh, that's JT Strickland. I forgot about him. Haven't seen him for a little bit.
So Aaron Lynch was not too far behind earlier on, behind Nathan Parker. So we shall see. And here we have Aiden Gilbert in the Amsoil hot pits. Not sure if he has something going on or if they're just, doing a little check around, because that's what you do sometimes when you're running rocks and, hard sections. You sometimes need to come in and just have a walk around just to see if something's loose. You might feel something weird. Hey, just check my axles or my, tie rods, make sure nothing's loose.
There's Cameron Gilbert, Casey's brother there. There's Vince, part of Big B, helping check out. They're checking out the suspension. And so they're probably worried about a front diff, a front axle. And like you said, just checking everything. Is it wheel bearing? Is it steering? Is it suspension? They've got some kind of clunk they're a little worried about. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, and they're wiggling that front tire. It should not be that loose when they're wiggling it. So it could be a ball joint or something that's, getting worn or loose is what it looked like to me. But right here, not sure why he started winching. That's the 49.26.
So we were calling that earlier. I was wrong. That is JT Strickland stuck there. We did see Caden Hunt moving just at the prior spot. So not sure what's going on. Oh, so that's interesting. He hooked up the winch, got back in the car, and is helping, puts it in low gear, and is driving and winching at the same time. But now he's got to get back out and unhook the winch. So, man, that's tough.
But do you think that what he was doing, so we have Aiden Gilbert just come through, but do you think that he is just going to crawl up the rock instead of put the car under that much pressure?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what we were talking about, the winch. So now he's winching again. He's in and out of the car. This is costing a lot of time. So that's the strategy. Single seat versus a co-driver. Single seat, you have a lot more visibility. You have a lot less weight. But now if you do get a hard rock section, and he's in and out of the car, hooking up winch, that's really wearing yourself out. There is Steven Rogers, I believe, coming up the Brannock Boulders. They're in the Joker line. Wow, what a race we have, Pam. This is amazing. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road, and this is the Handy Industries 4900 stock UTV race.
Oh, that was Parker,
Nathan Parker,
I believe.
yeah. So that's an interesting spot. That's one of the spots that has really turned into a mud hole. It's off camber. It's in the grass, and the drainage is right there, so they keep turning tighter and tighter. It was a swamp yesterday. So you can cut it tight, you can go low, and he's bypassing a great spectator area at the main parking lot at the beginning of this course. So if you are anywhere in the Pottsville, Pennsylvania area, I mean, we're not too far. We're only about less than 100 miles from Philadelphia or New Jersey, 130 miles from New York or Baltimore. If you're in the area, come on out. It's only an hour and a half, 2-hour drive. We're open the rest of this day. We'll be racing all day tomorrow. And then Cole, the Blackwater Cole, they'll be racing on Sunday as well with Line Mountain Crew.
Yeah, that's going to be super exciting to see another racing series over here racing the next day. But Nathan Parker making his way through. Here we do have JT Strickland still winching his way through. Now, this is interesting, Miles, because he's winching his way through this section, and we're saying how much time he's taking having to get in and out because of being a single-seat vehicle. But in the long run, it might be faster than him getting stuck and then having to get himself unstuck. So this could possibly be a good strategy for himself of getting himself up. It's just going to be tiring.
I mean, winching is going to be a big deal, and if you can drive this race course without winching, you're going to win. But you have to keep the car together as well. Also, so sometimes if you winching, you're actually taking it easier on the car. It's I don't know. It's apples and oranges. What are you going to do? So is this physical second? I believe this is Aaron Lynch. No, that is Mark McCleary. Aaron Lynch will be right behind him, finishing lap number 2, heading out for lap number 3, trying to chase down Nathan Parker.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Nathan Parker is a part of that rookie program as well, because he has not raced King of the Hammers. So it's really cool to see all these young kids. I see kids, I mean, they're the same age as my son, but these young kids out here racing and going into the larger races.
Sounds like we have another one of our broadcast members. Erica Allreed is out in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and she's going to give us a little update. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. We're down here in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and we were able to chat with Aiden Gilbert's crew. And despite the chaos that ensued in the Joker lane, there is nothing wrong with the car. All they wanted to do was get a simple wraparound around the car, make sure nothing was wrong. He needed some water and a little bit of a cool down, and the hood was loose. But other than that, he should be good to go despite that chaos.
Thank you, Erica. The Amsoil Hot Pits is going to be very interesting today. But yeah, like you called it, Pam. It's just a walk around. You hear stuff when you're racing. You're wondering if what's wrong because you don't want to break down in the middle of nowhere. You'd rather catch it in the Amsoil Hot Pit. So great strategy for Aiden and Casey Gilbert.
Yeah, Casey being the seasoned driver he is. I mean, I'm sure if Aiden was saying, something doesn't feel right, let's just stop in. Just take that extra, 25, 30 seconds just to check on the car. Like you just said, make sure you don't break down in the middle of nowhere. But it looks like we have another car that just is exiting out of the Amsoil Hot Pits. We'll see who that is. It almost looks like Brian Hamby.
It could have been Byron Starrett. Yeah, I can't quite tell.
No, that is Brian Hamby right there that just came out of the Amsoil Hot Pits. Now, he was in earlier with a flat tire, so we shall see if he was just coming a walk around as well. But here we do see some traffic coming through.
So there's Caden Hunt. So he gets around JT Strickland. So Caden's got a really good race under his belt right now. We'll see how it all shakes out. Got one of my buddies, Adam Black, back home tuning in. Thank you for doing that. We got people tuned in all over the world. Really cool to see. Make sure you share it. Get on the MAO app, Google.
Ooh, that's Steven Rogers right there getting a little bit. He's only on 3 tires right now, kind of teetering. Backing up to save that. That is a very tight little turn right there. And then once he got that momentum, it was easy. He made it look very easy right there. making it look easy going up that ridge area. This is, I can't remember if what area that was that you were calling it, the
That's
second rock section.
Hell's Half
Hell's
Acre is the
Half
second
Acre.
one. Torburen is the first little section. So there is.
That is
that
Byron.
Yes, it is Byron Sterrett. Looks like they're doing the left front. Is that a ball joint they're working with? Not quite sure. The Amsoil hot pitch. That's Brian Fulcher, the team owner of Team Momentum, helping out one of his buddies.
And I believe that's Mike Park as well right there working on it. He'll be racing later on, and he's obviously part of Team 904. And there's Nathan Parker.
Our physical race leader and on adjusted time, making it right up. You saw JT Strickland. That's right where he was winching. So that young man of Nathan Parker is putting that machine to work. Really, really cool to see him put that CT Raceworks Can-Am through its paces.
Now, if I remember correctly, that this was his brand new race car. I can't remember if it was Montana or Visions that he had
I think it was
just got it.
Montana. I think
Just
that was
got it.
Yeah, brand new in Montana. So
I mean-
again, if you want to go check this out, share it with your friends. AOE.tv, go to Ultra 4 USA and MAO Facebook, YouTube channels, start a watch party, hashtag it up, and also speedsport.tv.
So, Miles, if it comes out right and Nathan Parker keeps the pace that he's had, he should be coming through. He'll get the white flag, get one more lap in, obviously, because of the timing right now, because we're roughly an hour.
An hour and 3 minutes. So he'll come through, I think, for another lap before the white flag comes
Exactly.
out. So he's out on lap 3. He'll finish 4. So
Oh,
it may be
you
a
might
5.
be right on your
It
lap
might
times
be,
or your
we'll
lap
see.
counts.
There's Jeremy Blackburn in that single seat RS1 Polaris Razor. Just kind of checking some things out.
It seems like everybody's been on the front left side is what I've been seeing every time they've shown somebody in the Amsoil hot pits. And there we have Team Momentum right there, still working on Byron Sterrett's car. They do not have his tire back on, but they do have something going on. Not sure if they are tightening something up or what's going on. But it is Mike Park. Like I said earlier, he'll be racing later on.
It will have the Pro Mod and the Open UTVs racing up next. It'll be the same exact race, but it'll be 2 races going on at once. So it's getting a little tricky here in the Project X booth. But remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. It's been really, really great working with them, and it's keeping everything running smooth. It's definitely a ball joint issue of some sort, it's looking like. Right there in the Amsoil hot pits. There's another good shot. Is that Jody Ford possibly? No, he's got a big emblem on the side of his car. But that is at the Yukon Launch in Kool-Aid.
And everybody seems to have to back up right there, but last lap around when we were watching Nathan Parker go through there, the first lap I know he was having some issues, but last lap it looked like he just kind of popped right on through. But we were seeing it was JT Strickland that was having to winch himself up, but you can see right here he keeps backing up. So it's very steep right there. It doesn't really look like it on the camera. Sometimes the camera doesn't actually do justice for what they're actually going through. But this is exactly what we saw JT do. He backed down and then he ended up winching up the whole line.
But remember, these rocks can move between every lap, and when people get stuck, they dig holes. So these rock sections are really going to change throughout the next couple days because this course, 10.7 miles, it's going to be beat on. The right side right there is the Amsoil Hot Pits. The left side is Live Racetrack. So there's a couple of them coming. It looks like, look at the sportsmanship. He knows he's off pace, so he's going to pull over, let him go, and then follow right in behind him. Is that going to be Aaron Lynch possibly?
And that's also really awesome that they did that because the people that are in the Amsoil hot pits, the crews, they're telling them, hey, you're clear, go, go, go. That's Steven Rogers. But like you're saying, the sportsmanship of pulling off to the side, and it's more than likely because somebody in the hot pits was saying, you're not clear, you have a car coming on.
So Steven Rogers heading out for lap number 3. We'll see when that white flag comes out. So Steven Rogers has really picked it up because that was a 24:39 off of the pace of the 24:24 of Nathan Parker. So Steven Rogers really picked up a good lap on that one.
He must have had a definite clear lap on that one.
And look at this. I can't tell. So he's pulled off but keeps moving.
I believe that might be Chris May. I could be wrong, but I think that is Chris May.
Yes, it is. That is Chris May and Will Harris. So what are they doing? They were on the race course, so they could not. There's one entrance and one exit. If you pass the entrance, you cannot go backwards on Case. There's back to Aiden Gilbert. Him and Casey Gilbert having a little issues up top. You know, the dad's in the co-driver's seat, kind of coaching them along. There's Jeremy Blackburn crossing the race line, start-finish.
Jeremy Blackburn, he has had his fastest lap today was a 25:37. This lap was just now a 39:22.
And that's Jason Wofford in the pits, and he is out of the race car. That's him on the top left of your screen. So he's got something more than just a tire. So tough break. Look at that. There's Paul Wolf in the pits helping out. He'll be racing in his next race. He'll be racing tomorrow afternoon. Oh, there is the 113 of Aaron Lynch. So Aaron Lynch, Mark McCleary, and then Nathan Parker out front. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Let's kind of go over that list right now, Pam. In ninth position is Byron Starrett on adjusted time.
And then in the 8th position is Chris May.
In 7th is Jeremy Blackburn.
6th position, the 106 of Steven Rogers.
In that 5th spot is Jody Ford.
In 4th position, the 817 of Brian Hamby.
In 3rd spot, Aaron Lynch.
And in that 2nd position, the 717 of Mark McCleary.
And in that 1st position that got the whole shot and hasn't looked back is Mr. Nathan Parker, physically and on adjusted time. So what a great race again by that young man.
Yes,
and Jason Wofford in the pits. What a bummer.
Jason Wofford, and you were saying there's Paul Wolf right there. That's not only Paul Wolf over there in the pits. His uncle is right there in the orange shirt as well. So
all hands on deck.
Exactly.
And there's Mitch Wofford, his son, that'll be racing up next, helping in. There's Mama Wofford in the background as well. Looks like that's Brian Hamby, the 817 machine. So there you saw it, Pam. He went from low side to high side. He had to stop, shifted off, and now he's going through the tight trees.
I mean, you were saying earlier, you know, some people can, you know, they know their car very well and they can switch from low to high or high to low, you know, on the fly a little bit. But you don't want to be going too fast because you always hear that grinding here, right?
I was just going to say that. If you can't find them, grind them. And in race pace, you can really get flustered. Oh, there's Caden Hunt possibly out of the race car. I believe that's roughly mile marker 8, if I'm guessing. That is a tough break for Caden Hunt.
Caden and Aiden, the 2 young kids, is getting them all mixed up.
So as they sending Jason Wofford back out, it looks like everything. Yeah, I believe I see movement in the cab. So he was out of the car. They played with the right rear. They're still just kind of walking around, checking everything out. There's a great shot of the Spider Tracks backstretch.
That's going to be great drone footage whenever the 4400s are going through that. I mean, it's great drone footage right now as well, but when the 4400s are flying through there, going 100+ miles per hour possibly, it's going to be super awesome to see.
It's going to be pretty wild. So we are an hour and 10 minutes into this hour-and-a-half race plus a lap. Oh, here comes that is JT Strickland, I believe, coming into the Brannick Boulders there for the Joker line. That is JT Strickland. We saw him struggling at the Yukon launch there. But he got out and winched. Now he's taking the far left line. This is the harder line. That's the 4400 only pass, and it's wet, it's rocks, it's big, it's gnarly. It's not too long. I'm going to say it's probably 300 yards long, and it's pretty steep, big rocks, and he is going all the way. He could take a right here. He is. Okay, he is going to take it right here. Right there, if you don't take it right, you have to go all the way up the gut. And you could see the water coming off his tires. It's a creek bed. There is water running down that the entire time. And we have had rain earlier in the week, and we were out there cutting course, and it was flowing real good. The next day, it wasn't raining. It went down, but it's always flowing.
So whenever you were just saying that about the left line, and then he went up it halfway and then cut over. So at the beginning of the Joker line, there is those big boulder ledges. So I'm wondering what some of these drivers are saying to me is they're saying that that's the hardest part about that Joker line going the right-hand side right there. So if they're bypassing that ledge, it might save them some time. Like we saw earlier, J.D. Ford was having issues over there. So they're bypassing that first part. That is a difficult area.
And that's the part that JT, when I were building course, we had to winch there every time we went through there. We were in the old Commander, and the front diff was a little goofy, so we just played it better safe than sorry. But it's definitely a tough little ledge right there at the beginning when you take that first right. So we open it up a little bit for making multiple lines. And if you want to take the big one, there's Byron Starrett, the number 9004, out of Jacksonville, Florida, with Team 904 Racing. And this is a great shot. This isn't either or. This is a wide open spot. You can see kind of the spiders. They all end up at the same spot, and there's a little splash pass right there, and he's taking that left line. It kind of flows good, and then you're going to dive back into the tight. There's a huge kicker on your left, so there's a danger about another 100 feet up here on your left. You're going to take a left. There's a danger. You go right into the woods, just wiggle, 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 and head on out.
It's really awesome to have so many either ors out here as well, because in those high-speed sections, sometimes you need to get around. But that's awesome to have the either ors. But the tight areas, you know, we don't have the either ors in all of it, so that's where, you know, the bottlenecks will happen and everything. But out on the fast sections, it's really cool to see them.
There's a little bit of everything. This is the Ultra 4 race at its finest. We've got mud, we've got water, we've got wide open, we've got rocks, we've got harder rocks, and we've got even harder rocks. I love, this is a true Ultra 4 race, and lots, there's a wheel that kind of came in half. Is that in the Amsoil hot pits, I believe? So that's off one of them, so the wheel just completely disintegrated. Where's the rest of it? Maybe out on course. So that was Jason Wofford, I believe. That was that last Amsoil hot pit.
Well, it was broken in half, that is for sure.
There's Steven Rogers.
Yep.
He's heading up the Kool-Aid there at the Yukon launch. Yeah, he may have to run over the race line booth and get a new wheel to put on there.
Steven Rogers trucking his way through. That's a very interesting section right there. I didn't see that firsthand, but watching these racers go through it.
Look at that.
He made it look easy.
So he came from the rock bouncing world, so this is right up his alley. He saw the line, he picked the line, he executed. You zero back up, just smooth and steady. Steven Rogers made the Yukon launch look easy, and we know it's not.
And talking about that smooth and easy, smooth and steady, that actually what will let you finish the race, win a race, finish good in a race, being smooth and steady instead of going all out, you know, hitting those rocks hard or like, you know, going up there questioning yourself, backing up. If you keep your momentum and keep everything going, that's what will get you up these sections and let you finish these races. That is a great shot right there. We still do have Nathan Parker out in front. He is at a 1:13 right now is where we're at roughly in this race course. And right now that is Jeremy Blackburn making his way through Kool-Aid. Let's see if he can get going and get up that without having to back up. Another one, looks like he's high centering right there, so that's a little bit difficult. He's gonna have to back up, get his momentum going, possibly get out and winch. But he is in that RS1, which is a single seat, which we've been talking about how, you know, having the co-driver is definitely key to have. But he just popped right up on over, no winching. And that is race director JT Taylor, probably out checking out, making sure all is good. That is our Amsoil hot pit area. And there we have Chris May making his way through Kool-Aid. He has Will Harris. Will Harris is one of our side-by-side racers at Mid-America Outdoors as well. And he's also raced King of the Hammers. He's been Chris May's co-driver before at King of the Hammers, I believe, this year in 2023.
And he's got a class 11, too, he races. So, yeah, old Mayday having some fun with his buddy, Will Harris.
Yeah, Will Harris bought class 11 just because of King of the Hammers this year. Now I believe he'll be racing it again. But how cool is that?
I think he's going to bring it to Crandon.
I love the class 11 because it's so much fun. Look, you
and
can
look
see.
At that. You saw him wave him on by. That's sportsmanship. He's like, hey, we're having issues. We know it. This is your race. Go.
I thought that was Byron, but I'm not quite
these
sure.
cars are getting dusty and muddy, but it looks like Byron Starrett and his buddy Sarah Schumacher.
So obviously Will is getting his work cut out for him. he is having to get out and winch for Chris. But you know what? Sometimes winching is just the better deal. You might be having, like you were saying, you and JT were having some front diff issues, so you winched instead of pushing the.
That way you don't break
defender.
your car for the next rock obstacle.
Exactly. So it's all about a strategy. You know, let's just winch up it instead of, push the car. And, wear and tear. You don't want to push it too hard.
There's a great shot of the camping area for Ultra 4 USA. Got them all lined out. They've been showing up since Wednesday, and it is race day. We'll be racing with Darkwater on Sunday as well. So we'll be racing all afternoon into the night tonight. Up next will be the Pro Mod and the Open, and then at 5 p.m. we'll kick off the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class.
And there is Nathan Parker right there. I'm not sure what part of the race course he is on right now.
I believe that is Torburen heading in towards Hell's Half Acre.
So he's not too far in coming in.
He's less than 5 minutes out. So I believe he's got 13 minutes before the white flag comes out. So if he's going to come around and he's going to not get the white flag this lap around, I don't believe.
Yeah.
I think he'll go out for another lap. So he's out on lap 3. He'll finish it, and I think he'll do 5 laps. I really do.
Well, that's going to be awesome because I was guesstimating like maybe only 3 laps, but that'll be pretty cool if he does make it in to get another lap before he gets the white flag. And you can see Will Harris is pointing and directing. You usually have a good communication with your co-driver because obviously you don't have radios whenever you're out winching for them unless you have some kind of wireless communication in your helmet. But he's directing Chris where to put his tire placement to make him up. And Will Harris is looking at the trees, making sure all is good because, these trees are strong trees in the ground, but we also have a lot of rocks that are around them. So putting that winch lower so it's not higher and pulling those trees down as well.
And it's pretty impressive to see what they can do.
All right, Will Harris still working, getting his work cut out here, like I said earlier, getting his exercise out as well. Mr. Weaver Fisher coming over and checking on, make sure all is good over here. He's out one of our safety crew on course and part of the whole AOE crew. He's always working super hard out there, so thank you, Weaver.
Well, we've got a great crew. Bailey's been hitting me up on the Rugged Race Radio. She's the one out there documenting who's done the Joker, who hasn't. The Joker line's a great strategy. Caleb's in there making sure everything's going smooth. Bailey's making sure who's been there, who hasn't. You have to do the Brannick Boulders Joker. You can only do it once. So you have to once, you can only do it once. It's really great.
So you can see somebody is coming up on Chris May right now. Well, hopefully they have their own line. They can make it up. But, yes, so Bailey is there. She has, the list of the racers like we have.
And look at Jason Wofford going for the pass around Chris May, up and out. So Chris May must be limping along a little bit, but Jason Wofford just single shots it. What a great, great run. Great shot of how vast this park is. This place is absolutely huge. There's so much to do. You can just, I call it leaf looking. Take your Jeep or your UTV and just kind of go around, cruise, take the easy trails, check it out, or go rock crawling. Get your dirt bike out. There's a lot of single track. This place has a little bit for everybody. This is an amazing place. Looks like Caden Hunt or JT.
That might be JT Strickland. He did have his net down, but we did see him getting in and out of his car winching, so he's probably keeping it down so he can continue to keep winching his way through. And I'm not sure, but I think that's Aaron Lynch that just made a pass on him. Yes, it is.
It is. So Aaron Lynch still cruising along. He's in that third position right now. Haven't seen Mark McCleary. Did we miss him coming through? I don't remember.
I haven't seen him come through quite yet myself, but we'll see if he comes through physically still in second position, or on corrected time, I should say. But Aaron Lynch just trucking along. He is now in that number 3 position. His fastest lap of the day was 25:05. His last lap was a 32. Everybody's lap times have gotten slower, as we have seen. And what he's doing is, they're either getting caught up in lap traffic, taking a little easier, your first lap, fastest lap. But we do have Nathan Parker still in that number 1 spot. His last lap was a 29:16. Fastest lap was a 24:24. So the young Nathan Parker's doing amazing. But speaking of Nathan Parker, we have Erica Allreed. She's in the pits with his crew. So Erica, take it away.
I was just able to catch up with some of Team Momentum and Nathan Parker's crew, and they said all is well on their front. They came into this race looking for some redemption, as Oklahoma didn't necessarily go to plan. They said that loose lug nuts caused him to lose the wheel, and then later on in the race break 3 axles. So I would say he's sitting pretty well for some redemption here this weekend. They lost comms with him and his co-driver there for a little bit, but before then, Nathan said the car is feeling good, and that's definitely showing out on course today, guys.
Thank you, Erica. And speaking about Nathan Parker, you can see his dust. He just crossed over the race line start-finish, heading out for lap number 4. So we still have 8 minutes. So next time around for Nathan Parker will be the white flag. But that's going to be a little bit. Where are we at? Nathan Parker just did a 27:47. So this is going to be interesting.
Well, and Nathan Parker, too, he picked up his lap before this was in the 29, so a 27:47. He's picked up his time on that last lap. So that's all about, we were talking about, is the joker line quicker or the bypass quicker? What's the time split difference? And right now we're seeing that the joker line actually has been quicker for the majority of all of the drivers.
It's been pretty consistent, too, so it's interesting to see that. Looks like that's Hamby.
Yes. Brian Hamby out there. I love the red, and then he has got the white and the black stripes that go through. Might have somebody coming up behind him, not quite sure, because the shade plays games with your eyes.
It does a little trick. So think about being the driver. You're blinded by the light, then you're in the shade. It's interesting. Another great shot of the Spider Tracks backstretch.
And that would not be Nathan Parker, but it kind of looks like him. I'm not sure where that part is on race course. But that is in the Spider Tracks backstretch.
And I do not believe Jason Watford, Mitchell Roccacelli, Colin Smith, or Shane Roberts have made it through the Brannock Boulders Joker line.
Well, Colin Smith and Justin Barth have not even made it through for lap 1, so both of them must have had issues out there.
And Shane Roberts, I don't even think he started the race, did he?
Shane Roberts did not take the green flag, so he's the only racer. So there were 17 that were scheduled to race. He did not take the green flag, but like I said, Colin Smith, Justin Barth, both of them having issues, have not came through for lap 1.
The last time we were in Pennsylvania was back in 2018. We had a race in Shamokin, Pennsylvania at the Anthracite Outdoor Adventure Area. And it's great to be back. So is that Caden or JT Strickland? Those cars look so close. It looked like Hunt.
One thing I've noticed about JT's car is he's got like a teal-colored frame, but they are very similar.
They both got some teal on there,
Yeah, they
and
do.
now it's brown and teal, so it's tough, but we're doing our best. Remember, you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. And don't forget, here in about 20 minutes or so, we will see Nathan Parker come through and grab the white flag. So they're going to be probably pushing back the schedule a little bit because up next will be the Pro Modified and the Open. But it's going to be tough. The timing is going to be tight.
Yes, and that is a great shot right there of the Amsoil Hot Pits. All of our wind blades of all of the sponsors that help take care of AOE and all of the Ultra 4 Racing, all of the Ultra 4 USA. But Nathan Parker is the one that everybody wants to beat right now, and he is he's got a really good lead. There is Aaron Lynch.
No, that was
No,
Mark McCleary.
You're right. I just totally miscalled that
Oh,
one.
all good, but yeah, he is really trying to push hard, trying to catch up to Nathan Parker. But I think I'm going to guess what's that, about a 5-minute lead or so? No, on adjusted time, it's 3 minutes, 41 seconds. So Mark McCleary needs to make that up in the next couple laps. So Nathan Parker does not have this race in the bag yet. To finish first you must finish. He's still got another lap and a half to go. We'll see. Here's a fun little down rock section that we found to kind of slow him down on that haul road.
And that is Nathan Parker, 900 of Nathan Parker with Team Momentum.
So right now, if we could follow this shot, it shows you that it's going to split. Here's a fingers of either ors. Let's see, he goes to right. So right is a more direct, but there is the water and the mud he's got to splash through. So Nathan Parker, you can see that little ant right in the center of your screen. He's probably kissing 70, 80 miles an hour. And later on, as we get faster and faster, that's a triple-digit area.
And you're right, Miles. I mean, he took the shorter line of sight, but he did have the water to go through. So if he would have taken the left line, not having to hit the water, you don't want to hydroplane on that water because going
or
that
splash
fast,
and get it in your face, get in your electronics. You know, it's racing. The grit and grime can get everywhere.
Right, exactly. We saw that at our Legends of the Fall last year. That was pretty crazy, all the water that was coming into effect with all of the electronics of all of our racers' vehicles.
And there is Jody Ford. We saw him earlier having some issues, but he is wide open, still pushing strong.
And he
just moved into third place, Pam.
Third position, and that is his fastest lap of the race. He just ran a 27:21, so he has picked up his time. So he is definitely trying to stay on that podium position.
So what happened to Aaron Lynch?
Not
He's
sure.
dropped off. So right now on adjusted time and physically out on course, it is Nathan Parker, Mark McCleary, and then Jody Ford. And we'll see Jody Ford tomorrow making his 4,400 debut as well in that Miller car. So Jody Ford's having one heck of a weekend thus far. He's in P3 in 4,400. He's third place right now. If he's doing great. It's great to see Team Indiana show up in full force and have a great showing.
Yes, and he qualified for this race in second position. So running a great race. He fell back there, as we saw. He was having some issues earlier, but fell back, and now he's making his way back up to stay in that top three, hopefully, is what he is working on. But we have somebody else in the Amsoil hot pits. Can't quite make out the number of the car from this distance.
Getting her all jacked, get the car jacked up.
All right, there's Jeremy Blackburn. So Nathan Parker will be getting the white flag next time through, and he is running such an amazing race. Don't want to jinx him or anything because he has had that issue at Visions after he was leading the race, but he is also definitely reckoning out here. He is showing these boys that he can drive. He's out here to race with the big boys, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Just got a little update over the Rugged Race Radio. Bailey's out there keeping me informed. Jason Wofford just made it up the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. So where's Mitchell Roccacelli? And we haven't seen much of Colin Smith, but everybody else has cleared the Joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once. But what a great race we have on our hands for the 4900 stock class presented by Handy Industries.
All right, let's see who this is going through. There is Brian Hamby right there making his way.
Was he? So I think that was who was in the Amsoil hot pits.
I think
it
it
looked
was.
like. So looks like he's in that fourth position physically and on adjusted time. So everything's looking good for Brian Hamby. Is he going to have enough to pick it up to pick off Jody Ford, Mark McCleary, or Nathan Parker?
And Nathan Parker on screen right there making his way through the boulders. You could see that he had stopped. There's Aaron Lynch
Aaron
right there.
Lynch, where is he? Where was he? He's there now, but that puts him physically and on adjusted time in that fifth position. So he had an issue out there on course. There's physical race leader at the Yukon launch at the top of Kool-Aid, and he has some issues there. So this is that little rock section. The video never does it justice, but these are some big ledge rocks, so he's going to have to get a little bounce, a little momentum, and he does. He bumped it.
He has some great people coaching him as well. I can't say that because I don't even know if he's being coached. Sometimes a driver's a driver.
He is a driver already, but he is being coached. That's why they brought in Kyle Cheney to the team to help coach him along. This young man's 14 years old and he's leading the race.
Exactly. But that is a great shot right there of him going through. The whole thing about the whole team momentum, they're a team that's out here for everybody. Yes, they have their team, but they're out here for everybody, as we always talk about. But that, I believe, is that Caden?
That is Caden Hunt, absolutely. He's still trucking along. He is a lap down off the lead pace. So Caden Hunt and Aiden Gilbert are coming through. We'll be giving away some beautiful trophies here coming up here in just a little bit. Cody Wagner with Laser Nut wrap, and then 360 wraps them. And Pam Hall will be giving those beautiful trophies away here in just a little bit.
That's always a fun thing to do, go over and give the trophies away. The drivers are so excited just because, you know, what they have just endured. So it's pretty fun to do that part.
So much fun has been having today. It's been a great day of racing here for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We're going to take a quick break. We'll step away with more racing action yet to come.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rally, these guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on two wheels or four, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble here at Pottsville, Pennsylvania, presented by Project X Off-Road. It's been a great day of racing out here. We are in our 4900 UTV stock presented by Handy Industries. It's been a great race so far. Nathan Parker right now is the man of the race. We still have a little bit of time to go, but he has been leading the race from start, and he still has the lead with the fastest lap also at a 24:24. He started on the pole, and it's been an amazing race for him. Mark McCleary running in that second position. And then Jody Ford, he had a little bit of issues. He was our number 2 qualifier. He had some issues earlier on in the race, but he has already made his way back up to the 3rd position on corrected time. He had his fastest lap, his last lap around, of a 27:21. But we do have a racer coming through on the gas, and that is Mr. Jeremy Blackburn coming through to get another lap in. So they will be getting the white flag whenever he comes through. Jeremy Blackburn just now coming through. He is running in the number 6 position. He has his fastest lap of the race was a 25:37, but he just ran a 28:02. So everybody's picking it up here towards the end of the race to try to just get into that next position.
You're absolutely correct, Pam. You know, we were talking about strategy earlier. To have a car, you have to have a car.
Right.
So if you destroy it in the first couple laps, you're done. So they saved the car. Now we're towards the end, so they're going to start laying it all on the line. I mean, they've got some work, and, you know, they're on their rugged race radios in the AMSOIL hot pits doing lap counts, doing times, split times and whatnot to see what's going on. And they're saying Nathan Parker is out there and pushing strong. Here's Caden Hunt, I believe.
That is JT Strickland, the 46. What is his number? 4626.
And he's pulling off the racetrack. Not sure what's going on with him.
That's interesting, but another person that came through while we were chatting was Byron Starrett. He came through. He's running in the number 7 spot. He is coming off a podium finish, second place from Visions out here. He was also on the podium at our Montana race as well, and he started the race in 3rd position, and he is running in that number 7 spot.
There's Aaron Lynch heading up the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. He is sitting in that top 5 position. He's going to have to pick up these next couple laps to see if he can bring it all together.
And he just made that section look pretty easy right there. He just went up the Kool-Aid area. That's super cool to have the names of Kool-Aid, and that was the Yukon Gear and Axle Kool-Aid area.
There's Aaron Lynch and David Young. We just saw them cruising through.
And another great shot right there. Sorry, you were getting ready to talk.
I was just going to start rambling once again. That's all good. It looks like that's Brian Hamby heading up the Yukon launch there in Kool-Aid. Having a little bit of issue, so it's really getting dug out on that far left line, but that is the main line to make it through and out of there. So far, so good. There's a great shot of the Spider Tracks backstretch as we speak. He's running strong. And wow, he's really cooking through here. This is Jason Wofford, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. So Jason Wofford, we saw him in the AMSOIL hot pits a lap ago, but he is blowing through there doing some good things. They're back to the Yukon launch Kool-Aid area, waiting for the next victim to come on in and see if he can make it. They can make it through. You can see the Project X tape with the cones kind of funneling them right through the rock section because JT and I have been out here for a week building track, and they asked for a hard one. We did our best, and I think they got what they asked for.
Did I hear a rumor you guys found another area that could possibly be used if we come back that's more like a valley, but it's like a grass area with some rocks? I heard rumors.
We got some ideas. We've been here for a week riding around, and you build it on GPS, and we had to redo it 6 or 7 times because we kept finding cool stuff, and then it was too late to add that in the race, so we were making middle notes for next year.
And yes, talking to everybody here, Sean was talking about how there's like extra trails out here that we haven't even touched. So we could do a completely different race course next time.
It's pretty wild. We just saw that area. That was the Spectator 1 area right up down from the main pit area. There's a lot of go fast, a lot of tight trees. We got a couple cars coming up the Yukon launch. Looks like that Aiden Gilbert, I believe. With Casey Gilbert riding shotgun. We'll see him in his Miller chassis tomorrow afternoon for the 4400 Unlimited class. Another great high and wide, showing you how vast this beautiful place is here for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. This place is absolutely amazing. It's our first time here, and we are all so excited to be here. Just outside of Pottsville, there's roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles. They've got multiple little spots here. It's not all just at this one property. They have different trailheads down here at Famous Reading Outdoors. So it's a great part of the area. Lots of history there in Pottsville. It's such a fun place to come, and we love it here, and we can't wait to come back.
Yeah, the history here, and when you get to go downtown and check it out, the architecture, I'm sure you probably have checked out a little bit of it, but the architecture here is so cool to see.
It's really small. It's really tight. It's tall. It's such a cool area.
It is such a cool area, and just the history, and just driving through and just seeing like even this is weird to say, but even like the cemetery, seeing you can tell that they've been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously a long time, but yeah, it's really cool, the whole entire area around here. I really would love to go check out some more. I didn't see a lot of it, but I want to go check out some more of the areas around here.
You can see that's that area that's really mudded out, so you can take that inside tight line or take it wide and go all the way down to the road. And there's a shot of the spectator area. But nowhere better to see it than here at speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, Ultra 4 USA, and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Start a watch party, share it, hashtag it up. This is Ultra 4 USA racing at its finest. We've got Go Fast, we've got tight trees, and we've got some of the best rocks we've had yet this season. He'll take a hard right here, down some little rock section, take a left on that haul road, and then hit the gas and hit that. There's an either or there, and they're going to be in the UTV, I'm going to say 70, 80 miles an hour.
And going that fast out here, you don't normally have a lot of high speed and the technical rock sections, but that's what this place is providing out here, is all the different terrain, as you were just speaking of.
And you see that pond at the bottom of your screen. I've been out here all week, and I didn't even know that was there until I just saw it from the drone. That's funny. We've been out here all week riding around, getting everything lined out, and so far so good. It's been a great, great time.
Been a great time, a beautiful area. As we keep saying, the racers, that's the one thing. You want your racers to be happy, and the racers are super excited about this course.
There's Jeremy Blackburn up the Yukon Launch. We'll see, watch him kind of bounce through there, see if he can drive this clean or if he's going to have to winch. This just goes to show you these are some 33-inch tires, and these rocks are bigger than that in some of these sections, so he's going to try to just momentum his way through. If he can shoot this clean, which he does. So Jeremy Blackburn through the Yukon Launch there at Kool-Aid.
That last little bit, there's that rock, you can tell that's where people have been having issues and getting centered on or high centered on. As like he just did, he kept that momentum. I mean, he's done this already 3 times, so he knows what line he needs to take, because that rock right there, that we keep talking about how the rocks move around here, that one does not.
That
one
one's
is
embedded,
stationary.
that's for sure.
And there is Byron Starrett. He's getting ready to enter up into that area that you were talking about that has the spectators, or right before the spectator area, I believe.
Oh, this is the Yukon Launch.
Oh, this is the Yukon Launch.
Yep, he's heading up the Kool-Aid right now with Sarah Schumacher riding shotgun, part of Team 904 out of Florida.
I was thinking that he was in that other section, the other rock section.
There's lots of rock sections, yep.
The one rock section over there.
And he's trying to keep the momentum going. A little 3-wheel action, he does get that high center. If you don't hit it just right, it kind of kicks your car, and those rocks are just at the wrong wheelbase for his car.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, the wheelbase of the cars. So the RS1s, they have a shorter wheelbase, obviously, than the X3s. And so it definitely, there's Aaron Lynch right there. He just did a little hop over a little tiny jump. But the shorter wheelbase on those RS1s, I've noticed, a couple of them have had some issues, but it's also where the wheelbase, what you're saying, the wheelbase, how it hits the tires.
And I'm trying to think where that was. That may have been mile marker number 7, where you bypass the Brannick boulders going up Joker. So we do have a camera right there. So at quick glance, I need to pay a little more attention next time. But I think that's mile marker number 7. We saw Aaron Lynch. So we should be seeing Nathan Parker into the Torburen and Hell's Half Acre anytime, I suspect. While we're waiting on Nathan Parker, let's give a huge shout out to Mile Marker, Good Boy Vodka, Amsoil, Raceline Wheels,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am,
Mid-America Outdoors, Laser Nut,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries,
Wayland, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, Spider Tracks,
the Off-Road Syndicate, America Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road.
So please support who supports the sport, as we're in the Amsoil Hot Pits and there's some action going on.
That isn't Aiden Gilbert, is it? I mean, it kind of looks like his car, but I'm not positive. I don't think he would be in that area quite yet.
Yeah, it's far enough away. I couldn't quite tell. And yes, I believe that quick little deal is mile marker number 7 bypassing the Brannick boulders, that Joker line.
Oh, that's Steven Rogers that's in the Amsoil
It
Hot
is.
Pits.
Again, he was in there a little bit ago. So this course is tough. It's taking its toll. The attrition is definitely settling in. Haven't seen Mitchell Roccacelli much. And where's Colin Smith? He must have got out early. So other than that, everybody has made it through the Joker line.
Yeah, Colin Smith has not gone through. Justin Barth hasn't came through for lap one.
Justin Barth, forgot about him for a little bit.
Did he make the Joker line yet? He hasn't came through for a lap. He's still on the beginning of the race.
Yes, Justin Barth did clear the Joker.
Okay, perfect.
There's somebody else leaving. Oh, that's Steven Rogers leaving the Amsoil Hot Pits. So he's back at race speed. Because in the Amsoil Hot Pits, there's no passing. And it's a 25 miles an hour run. Heading down just past the race line, start finish. You can see that little line right there. That's where qualifying was earlier. So now he's going to go a little bit further, then take a left, and then he'll kind of wiggle through and pass the drag line. Really cool part. So the drag line is actually right there. It is, comes into screen. And that thing is absolutely huge. And there's talk, that thing was built back in I believe the 40s, and it's all electric. And they're talking about rebuilding it. It takes, and then they're going to make it walk, because it kind of walks like a duck. You can tear it down, but it takes about 6 months to tear it down, 6 months to build it back. So if you can just walk it, in similar areas, it's really cool. It does 1 foot and another foot. So, look it up. Walking a drag line is really, really wild.
How cool is that, though? I mean, the camera does no justice. I know you keep talking about how huge it is. I mean, going down there and standing next to it, it is massive. It is a massive piece of machinery and super cool to see out here. I've never seen machinery like what I've seen out here this weekend.
And Famous Redding Outdoors here has done a great job, because they have, while they're doing their mining and whatnot, they have found some really cool stuff, some old buckets. They've got some old, at the entrance, they show off all their old stuff that's been retired. It's really cool to see the history here at Famous Redding Outdoors as well. A great shot of the Spider Tracks backstretch.
That's got to feel good to these drivers after going through the rock sections and having that technical, just to get to open up your car, because racing is racing and we do have our different styles of racing, but to get to go fast, open up the car always feels good to do. And there we do have Jody Ford moving along.
That is back in Torburen. There, we're flipping back to the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. It is definitely warming up today. It's going to get up to 90 degrees. The wind's in and out of here. Every once in a while the breeze comes through. It feels great. Sometimes it dies off, and this dust here is just a little thick. It's a different area, but it's so beautiful.
That it is, Miles. We were talking the other day about, going out and getting dirty, because this is, the area that we're in, the kind of dirt that you have, you go in and it smears. The coal dust smears on you. But this is definitely an amazing race going on. We are waiting for Mr. Nathan Parker to come on through. I can't make out who that is.
Is that JT or Caden? Those cars look so similar. That's bypassing mile marker number 7, the Brannock Boulders Joker line. But it's just so great to see all the different areas that Ultra 4 USA goes to. We're up in the Northeast. We race King of the Hammers out west. We're going to Crandon to do short course. We do a little bit of everything. We're in Kentucky. We go to Lake Havasu. We're going to Disney, Oklahoma. We're going just all over the USA and getting to see all the different areas. It's absolutely amazing.
And in Disney, it's basically just straight rock the whole entire time on that course.
It is a rock course for sure. Lots of water crossings too. It's a great. The South Grand Lake area there at Disney, Oklahoma is absolutely amazing. It's one of our new favorite races. I guess I don't have a race I don't like. I'll be honest.
Same here. I 100% agree with you on that. How could you not like a race? If you don't like the race, you shouldn't be here then.
Yeah, then we just got off of Visions, where we had Nitro Circus, Mid-America Short Course, a little bit of everything. Is that That was Mark McCleary. Where is Nathan Parker?
Wow.
So Mark McCleary may have got around Nathan Parker. We'll see. Look at the dust. It's really starting to set in. But, yes, I believe that was Mark McCleary, and then Nathan Parker has hit the heads-up loop. So that is Nathan Parker. So physically it is Mark McCleary and Nathan Parker. Mark McCleary started in the 3rd row, so he has a minute Nathan Parker has to beat Mark McCleary by a full minute. So not sure what happened to Nathan Parker, but Mark McCleary has the physical lead plus a minute.
Yes, and Nathan Parker going through just now, it looked like he was not up to speed, so might be having something going on. Hopefully not, but he was definitely coming through just now, not at 100%.
And guess what that means, Pam? The white flag is out for the rest of this race for the 4900 Stock UTV race presented by Handy Industries. So we are going to be pushing the schedule back just a little bit. We'll do our best to keep everything running smooth, but this course is a lot harder than we thought.
Well, hopefully Nathan Parker isn't having issues because like we said earlier, at Visions he was running in that #1 spot, had some problems, ended up not finishing the race. So hopefully he's not having one of those last lap issues again and having something going on and not being able to finish. But he's running an amazing race, been out front the whole entire time.
Great shot of the race line start finish. JT Taylor, the race director, making sure everything's running smooth. But the white flag is out for the rest of this race. So we're roughly, 25 minutes or so from the checkered flag coming out. And then up next will be the Pro Modified and the Open class for the UTV race. This course is tough. So it will be a 5-lap race. I was guessing 4 to 6, so we're right in the middle.
So, Miles, Mark McCleary also just threw down the fastest lap of the race. So Nathan Parker had it at a 24:24, but Mark McCleary just went through with a 24:07. So he's picked up that pace.
Let's do some speculating. Did Nathan Parker have some issues, or did Mark play the game strategy right and really picked it up this last lap? Here comes Jody Ford, physical third and on adjusted time. So Jody Ford is about 2 minutes behind Nathan Parker on adjusted time. And Mark McCleary only has a 22-second on adjusted time over Nathan Parker.
So Jody Ford also just threw down his fastest lap of the race as well at a 25:12. So Miles, what they're doing, what you were saying, the strategy is you save the car till you get to the last couple laps, and that's exactly what we're seeing is these drivers are picking it up, and they are not saving their car so much anymore.
Well, that was Chris May. We saw him a little off pace. He is a lap down, but like you're saying, Pam, the top three, Mark McCleary, Nathan Parker, and Jody Ford are going to leave it all on the line on this last lap of this 10.75 mile loop out here for the 2023 famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And what a beautiful day it is for some Ultra 4 USA racing.
And Chris May is still running in that 9th position, even though we did see him with some issues earlier. But there's Steven Rogers. Steven Rogers is running in the 8th position. But here we see him trucking along, going through. This is the Kool-Aid Yukon launch, yeah.
There at Kool-Aid, we'll see. Remember, with that rock bouncing background, we'll see if he can make it through with a one-shot once again. And he's struggling a little bit, so he's going to have to back up, get a little redirection, and see if he can make it on up and through.
So he is backing up. We've been seeing some people back up, some people are not, but we can see right now he definitely did. But keeping that momentum is what's going to be key. And Steven Rogers is not running. I did not see a co-driver in there with him just now.
He was running solo for sure. And look at this, Pam. He does not have four-wheel drive right now, so that's why he's struggling. And he is running solo. I did reach out to him, and he said he does not have a co-driver, so this is going to be really tough. This is the first rock section. He still has 2 more yet to go. So in two-wheel drive, this is going to be tough. Now, is it a mechanical, or did he accidentally hit the switch? Who knows? But right now, his front tires are not turning.
Well, and we have seen him go into the Amsoil hot pits a few times, so he could be struggling with the issues. But what he's going to have to do, only having two-wheel drive, he'll have to get out and he'll have to winch himself now.
By himself. That is such a tough thing out here. And we were talking that this is going to be a rough course. I'm kind of surprised old Steven Rogers didn't find a co-driver last second. But, hey, that's part of racing. That's strategy. And he was a lot further up, but now in two-wheel drive, I don't know. So it must have been in four-wheel drive at first, and then something happened, and he's going to have to winch a long ways up. This is the last lap. He is a lap down
It looks like he's trying everything he can to not have to get out and winch, but it looks like, unfortunately, he'll have to get out and do it here in just a moment.
And our race leaders, Mark McCleary, Nathan Parker, and Jody Ford, should be in this section in the next just few minutes. So is Steven going to start winching and have it blocked? Does he know how far back? He probably doesn't. So, I mean, he could be mid-winch when the leaders come through. Then that goes into what's going on. He'll probably recognize, I know these guys are in the lead. He'll probably get out of the way. But in the heat of the moment, it's really tough. So he's got to get out of the car. So what he's going to do now is grab the winch. He's going to put it in free spool. And, he's actually got it already kind of out farther. So he's going to free spool it, take it up, hook it, and have to back all the way down there, get in the car, lock the winch in, try to drive it. Like, it's a lot of back and forth being a single seat trying to winch.
But that is definitely a good strategy for him to already have his winch line partially out like he did. He just pulled it out of the passenger side of his race vehicle, so he doesn't have that much, he saves a little bit of time in pulling it out, having to winch more. But he is out right now, finding his area to latch it onto.
We've got another car across the line. That was Brian Hamby, I believe. No, that was Aaron Lynch. Brian Hamby's right behind him.
Correct.
Sorry. I'm looking at the live.ultra4racing.com, and when it has a half, that means he's hit the timing loop about 300 or 400 yards back. So that was Aaron Lynch, and then Brian Hamby coming through. Here's Tor Buren and Hell's Half Acre.
And that is Aiden Gilbert, I believe, correct there.
Yep, that's looking good. Is that Jason Wofford, Caden Hunt?
Or Jeremy Blackburn.
Oh, here's our physical racer. So that's Mark McCleary with Nathan Parker hot on his heels. So can McCleary make it smooth? No, he does not. But now, where's Nathan Parker go? There's nowhere to go. He has got this is a little bit of strategy right here.
Yes.
If you can block the main line, if you're not making it, Nathan Parker's not making it. So, but look at this. Now they're struggling. Jody Ford's going to come in the screen here very, very soon.
Oh,
ooh,
and they're getting out
McCleary.
to winch. Not
Mark
sure
McCleary.
what happened, but
So Jason Roper, Mark McCleary's co-driver's hopping out. And, wow, so now Nathan Parker's trying to make the pass, but there isn't much passing here. This is going to be interesting. So the co-driver really has to pay attention here because Nathan Parker is trying to make it around, but they're trying to winch Mark McCleary. This is physical 1 and 2 at the top of the Yukon launch. This is Nathan Parker's got to play cool. He's got to play calm. Ed Reevy's got to be in his ears like, hey, there is nowhere to go. Calm down. Ooh, now we're doing a little back in action. So here's what if this is me, Steven Rogers, I really hope he kind of gets in the mix too and helps clear this area.
And that's what we have seen at past races, that racers will get out and help do that. It's definitely awesome to see people help each other out on the race course. But now what's going to happen, and he's going to have to.
So this is strategy too right here. If I was Mark, I would leave my co-driver and finish this lap by myself because that's going to take a lot of time for him to crawl back in. And that's what it looks like it does. So I think Mark McCleary just left Jason Roper behind, and now how far back is Nathan Parker? We'll see if he makes it smooth, and I suspect we should see Jody Ford any second. Remember, Nathan Parker took off the line side by side with Jody Ford, so that's physical. They took off at the same time, so right now it is absolutely Mark McCleary's race to lose.
All right, so now Nathan Parker's co-driver is getting out to winch, but this is another area of strategy. So what if they get into another rock section and they need to actually winch, and now you don't have your co-driver? So leaving your co-driver behind might not be a good strategy to go with.
Hey, you don't know until you know, so we'll see how it shakes out. But where is Jody Ford? I figured that we'd see him by now.
Yeah, I figured he was not too far behind, so I'm really surprised as well that we have not seen Jody. Oh, and here comes somebody into the window.
Oh, that's got to be Jody Ford. So physical third is on Nathan Parker's right there at the Yukon launch, and Jody Ford sees him. He kind of knows what's going on. This is the make or break race right now. If Nathan Parker can make it smooth. But right now, every second, Mark McCleary is pulling away. But like you said, Pam, he does not have Jason Roper with him. So co-driver, is Nathan Parker going to leave Ed Reevy? Is Corey Day going to hop out of Jody Ford? Man, why are they struggling here? Is it getting dug out?
I'm wondering if Nathan's having some kind of issue because when he came through, he did not look like he was at 100% speed. So he could be having something going on, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But Jody Ford right there watching all of this go on, and he knows where they're all at on race course.
And Jody Ford, you can see in the top left of your screen. So there's Jody Ford. He's got Corey Day, a veteran co-driver, and you know they're strategizing right now what's going on. Nathan Parker's winching. We do know now that Mark McCleary is out there, and he's got some clean air. But is there other lap traffic in other spots? This is going to be interesting. But you can see all 4 tires still turning for Nathan Parker. But so far, so good. What a great, great race we have here. This is very, very, you've been racing for so long, and now it's coming down to this, that it's so hard to keep cool, calm, and collective during this situation. This is the Handy Industries 4900 stock UTV race, and it is going down, and we are on our last lap. Up next will be the Pro Modified and the Open. And Jody Ford and Corey Day are getting a little impatient, bumping Steven Rogers a little bit. So look at this. I think Jody Ford's trying to help push Nathan Parker up and over. And now there's another car coming into screen. And this course is really starting to take a beating. So it's going to be raced on the rest of today and all day tomorrow. Pam, what a great spot right here. This is crazy how it's came down to this last lap.
Right, exactly. And Nathan Parker having to winch his way up. Jody Ford's trying to make his way around, but there, like you're saying, there are no areas that he can pass. So he has to wait for Nathan Parker to get up this mountain, these rocks, the Yukon area. So it's like Nathan Parker's in that car. He knows where he's setting, and he just saw Mark McCleary go by, and he was in front of him. So we're not sure, what Jody Ford is going to do to try to now surpass Nathan Parker. So Jody Ford hopefully not having to get out and winch himself, but we shall see what happens and how this goes down. But this is such great action right here for all of us to see here at the famous Redding outdoors. It's a great race going on, and this right here is pretty cool to see. Jody Ford, you can see what he's doing. He's trying to figure out, can I go around somewhere else? But you can't. You guys have that Project X tape
there.
up.
And JT Taylor said in the drivers' meeting, it is 25 feet center of course, except for in these rock sections. When there's the Project X tape right there, you need to use it.
Exactly.
And look at Jody Ford
trying.
getting a little impatient. And now look, the left front is not spinning for Nathan Parker. So it was spinning a little bit ago. Is he having a diff issue? Not sure. And look at this drone shot. This is in Hell's Half Acre with a pass. This is, again, drones don't do anything justice, but this is a awesome little rock section, and it is really getting wild. I can't tell who these cars are, but look at how close they are. They're going to kind of, I believe, kind of weave through here, and then they'll kind of dive out to the left. Here's another great spectator area. You can come and overlook the overhang. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X. And there's Jody Ford. So Nathan Parker has made it through, but now Jody Ford lost his momentum because he had to wait, and you can just tell it's getting more dug out and dug out. So these 33-inch tires are really having to work hard, and you can see Corey Day pointing right now, and you know Jody's trying to keep calm, and you don't want to break the car. We've seen a lot of front end issues, but Mark McCleary, man, he's with Nathan Parker and Corey Day, he's really sitting pretty right now. But we got to dot our I's, cross our T's, make sure everything's going smooth, and it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out.
So Jody Ford having a little bit of issues right here. Now, somebody was walking up one of the racers. I couldn't quite make out who it was. I think it might have been.
It should be Steven Rogers, right? Because he's still stuck there.
Oh, and look at this. Coming through, getting the white flag.
Is that Hamby? No, that's Byron Starrett.
That is Byron Starrett, yes.
Part of Team 904.
And Byron Starrett, his fastest lap of the day has been a 25.19. He just went through with a 28.49, but he is running in that number 5 spot.
And look, now Corey Day is hopping out of Jody Ford's, grabbing the winch. And there again, they already have some winch line in the cap. They're going to yank it out, free spool it, run up there, come down, lock it in, and winch on up. We saw Nathan Parker have to do that, but hey, he's still sitting on the podium, so take a deep breath, Take your time, save the car. You're only at mile marker number 4 right here at the Yukon launch, so you still have 6 more nasty miles yet to go before you can grab that checkered flag. So the white flag is out for the rest of the competition, and that is
Brian Hamby. Yes, it is.
Look at us. We're like just in sync right there.
Now, Brian Hamby actually just took over the number 5 spot from Byron Starrett. So
we got Byron, we got Brian. Sorry, we're getting a little tongue twisted here on you, but what a great race. And look at this.
Caden.
Yeah, Aiden and Caden. We got Steven Rogers hopping back in his machine. Remember, he's still in two-wheel drive. Looks like maybe he's backing up. We got another co-driver out, probably anticipating maybe they're working in cohorts like, hey, and there is, it looks like Cody Quattlebaum in the AMSOIL hot pits.
We haven't seen much of him so far of the day.
No, that's wrong. I'm in the wrong class. That's
why
Aiden
we haven't
or
seen him. And there's Jeremy Blackburn coming in, getting that white flag, going out on his next lap.
To go for Jeremy Blackburn. Gosh, it's so hard to tell, but I believe that's Caden Hunt. There's Chad Hunt, his dad. They'll be racing tomorrow in the 4400 class. They're in there checking everything out and hopefully send them out for one more lap. So be sure to stay tuned in all afternoon on speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, Ultra4 USA, and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up. We will be live racing, and for the next couple, into the night. We still have the Pro Mod and Open next, and then we will have the 4600 Spider Track stock class. There is Jason Wofford heading out for his final lap, so be sure to stay tuned. Lots of racing action yet to come. There's Aiden Gilbert.
And Mom Megan right there, making sure they're all hydrated. We were told also that Aiden was wanting some water when he came in just a little while ago as well.
And there's Nature Boy Nate checking everything out. That's Casey Gilbert's co-driver. Everybody puts a lot of hats on, just like we do, Pam. Once we get here, it's all hands on deck, and get in where you fit in. Let's make it happen.
Yes, and we'll go back to Jason Wofford. He is rounding out our number 10 spot right now. He is in 10th position. His fastest lap of the day was a 25:38, and he just ran his last lap of a 28:49. So the lap times have kind of gone back and forth. The first lap for everybody was obviously their fastest lap, or most of them it was their fastest lap.
And they took the Joker line, most of them, so it is an advantage to take it.
Exactly.
So if you can save that for the end, is there strategy there? I don't know. I love the strategy, and you just never know until it's go time.
I believe that is Chris May, so that is Will Harris out having to winch once again for Chris May.
And did he help? It looks like I don't see Steven Rogers, so maybe they helped Steven Rogers get up and through. Remember, Steven Rogers was in two-wheel drive. Chris May has been a little off pace. He's still moving, so that's great. But he's fighting through some issues, but getting it done.
He's in the 9th position right now, so he is in the top 10. But we do have him. His fastest lap of the day was a 30:09, and then his last lap was a 45:48. But like you just said, he was having some issues. So, but he's still trucking along, still going along. And what's awesome is his daughter. She will be racing tomorrow morning, and I love seeing that. You always see, the parents are obviously out there coaching their kids and everything, but Chris May and Raleigh, she races at another association on the East Coast. Well, we're on the East Coast, but in South Carolina. So she's got a lot of seat time under her belt, and she loves this. And it's so funny when she gets that race face on. It's all on. It's all pedal down.
It's go time.
So we have Hunt is now leaving. Caden Hunt is leaving the pits. We do have Aiden is down there still, Aiden Gilbert.
So the AMSOIL hot pits has been very busy. The white flag flies for Caden Hunt heading out for his 4th and a final lap. And there's a great shot of Will Harris still trying to help out Chris May heading up the Yukon launch. They're at Kool-Aid. Now they're taking the hood off for Aiden Gilbert.
Notice Nathan has a belt in his hand, so I'm wondering if they had to change the belt on the race vehicle.
And there isn't much up there under the front hood, so I'm not sure what they're looking for. But you saw them. Yeah, the radiator. Yeah, good call. Well, he's putting it right back on. You saw him shaking the wheels, checking wheel bearings, checking suspension, just making sure the car is going to make it for another lap because this is a gnarly course.
And 1 lap to go, and it's not over till that checkered flag waves.
We have been racing for 2 hours and 10 minutes, so we will be a little behind schedule. You know, there's an hour and a half till the white flag comes out, but Nathan Parker got right through there just before it. So up next will be the Pro Mod and the Open class.
And there we see Aiden exiting out of the hot pits. Like you were saying earlier, Miles, there is a speed limit zone until you get to the end of the hot pits where the AMSOIL flags are. So there's AMSOIL flags at the beginning and at the end. In between those flags, you have to go 25 miles per hour?
Yeah, 25 miles per hour, no passing. And once you enter it, you have to enter the entry and exit the exit. So it's everybody that goes in has to go the entire length of the AMSOIL hot pits. We're back to Hell's Half Acre and Tor Buren area. Is that Mark McCleary? I believe so. That's our physical race leader, Mark McCleary and Jason Roper. So he is heading up and out Hell's Half Acre.
And that is such a technical area. I have to honestly say I think that this area is more technical. Just by me physically looking at it, this area is more technical than the actual Joker line. But you have to
it
take
absolutely
the Joker
is,
line.
yeah, and it's longer too.
Exactly.
So it's interesting. It's really cool to put these cars through the paces.
And we do see, I believe, is that still Chris May right there getting winched up?
I believe so. So now there's lap traffic coming into play once again.
We do see all tires are spinning on him, so it's good to know he still has his four-wheel drive, but having an issue getting up and over. Slowly getting winched.
Slowly but surely. Again, thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and marketing partners for making this happen here for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. Will Harris still using the winch, trying to drag up Chris May.
So he just does not have the traction right now to get him quite through this rock section, even with the winch. I'm wondering if the winch is just not pulling quite enough power, or what's going on here.
It's hard to tell, but it looks like the winch is kind of going down a little bit, so it may be going up over a rock. Just the angle, it just isn't quite there, but he's hopefully can get up and over it.
And it's interesting you do say that, because if it is on a rock or whatever, you don't want it to rub and actually break the winch line, because at that point, I mean, splicing it back together, that's where you need that little tool that splices a winch back together.
You're not going to do that. You know what you're going to do? You're going to tie a hatchet knot.
Yeah,
just whatever
exactly.
holds, and you can cut it out later.
True story. True story. There we do have our amazing track crew, Mr. JT Taylor giving us a wave, Gus Fisher. There
and
we are.
Mark Shea.
Mark
one
Shea.
Of our media.
Staying in the shade. It is definitely warm out there.
Oh, it is. It's warming up quick. Yeah, it's going to be 90 degrees. There is a good chance of rain tomorrow, so that could be a whole different turn. But this is a great aerial shot of Hell's Half Acre. They're making this thing look easy.
So JT Taylor's either going to have a lot of new friends because of this race course, or a lot of people going, man, we asked for hard, but not this hard.
Oh, they're going to love to hate him and hate to love him, if you know what I mean. Oh, this is a great, great course up here at Famous Reading Outdoors. Love coming here for our first time. We are so excited, and we're building a great relationship. Can't wait to come back next year. So if you're up for the next race, please, 4900 Pro Mod and Open, head to staging. We'll be kicking that race off as soon as we can. And we look at that. Chris May's getting a little bump. There's Jason Wofford. And the checkered flag is flying for Mark McClary, unofficial winning the 2023 famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. So Mark McClary started behind Nathan Parker and Jody Ford. So as long as everything, we're going to dot our I's and cross our T's, but it looks like Mark McClary just won this race unofficially.
Unofficially in 5 laps, Miles.
That's impressive. That is awesome. So Mark McClary and Jason Roper just had the race of their life, and they came hot across the race line, start-finish, grabbing that checkered flag.
And Mark's fastest lap was a 24:07.874, and then his last lap just now coming through at a 25:05. So he has the fastest lap of this race. At one point, Nathan Parker had it at a 24:24, but the Mark McClary just changed that up here just a couple laps ago. And congratulations on the unofficial win out here to Mark McClary.
One of our Ultra 4 racers, Andrew Gorman's tuning in, enjoying the race, wishing he was here. We wish you were here too. So we'll give you a little taste here, and maybe you'll make the trek out east next year, buddy. But we'll see you for sure later on the season. There's Jason Wofford trying to shoot the mix. Remember, he's in a single-seater, so he better make some friends to help get him winched up.
Wow, we have 3 people right there trying to make it up that single lane area. And Byron Sterrett is, right-hand side of the screen there. Chris May still trying to get winched up that area. I'm not sure. He's definitely having some issues.
And then Jason Wofford's trying to sneak up the right line, really giving it all he's got, but there's just not enough room.
And you just saw him teeter. He's now up. It looks like he's kind of high-centered on a rock, but there's really nowhere to go right there for another vehicle to make it into that spot. And now we have a 4th car coming up behind.
Looks like that's Brian Hamby, I believe, in the back. So we got 4 cars at the Yukon launch. They're in the Kool-Aid Trail. And Byron Sterrett's trying to pinch off the line. Jason Wofford tried to do a little hill shooting.
It's almost like right here, we wish the driver behind you would give you just a little bit of a nudge if you're having issues going up, even with your winch being attached.
So how far back's Nathan Parker? How far back is Jody Ford? We still just have Mark McClary and Jason Roper in here. Mark McClary out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing in his Can-Am, Dirt Monkey Performance, Wasted Money Fab, Wayland, MRT, and Demon Sports. And his first Ultra 4 USA race was just last month. Pull off a win in his second race with Ultra 4 USA. That's going to be super, super impressive, fam. Look at the traffic jam there in Kool-Aid. We're going to have to get that cleared before we send the next race out. Jason Wofford still trying to, getting a big 3-wheel stand.
Wow, that's when you're hoping you just keep saving it right there because you're, when in doubt, throttle out, but not when you're in that kind of position.
And a little pucker factor.
That's when you want to make sure you throw it in reverse and throw that front end back down, if you can. Byron Sterrett trying to make his way up. Did not see how Chris May cleared this.
It looks like he's up out of the way, so there's more action out of Byron Sterrett and Sarah Schumacher. And then it's Jason Wofford. Is that Caden Hunt or JT Strickland? Maybe Brian Hamby.
That's Jeremy Blackburn on the right-hand
Jeremy
side.
Blackburn. You're right. I forgot about him.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. He almost had.
Is he gonna make it? I think he does. Yes. And Jason Wofford makes quick work right through there. So
look at that.
Oh, and he saves it. Yes, great driving by Jason Wofford and Byron Sterrett. And then Jeremy Blackburn right behind them. Once you get the line figured out, it's easy. But getting that line is tough.
100%.
That's got to be Brian Hamby, correct?
I believe that is Brian Hamby for sure.
These cars are tough to tell.
Yeah, I know, especially when they're, the shade plays a game with you when you're out there racing, but it's also playing a game with us, out here, doing the announcing and broadcasting of the race, trying to see exactly who they are. But I'm pretty sure you're correct that was Brian Hamby.
And then I think that's Aiden Gilbert and Casey Gilbert.
We just saw them coming out of the pits earlier on. good to see that he's still moving. And is that Aaron Lynch? I believe that is Aaron Lynch right there.
Yeah, good call. I mean, you can see the bright suspension
Yeah.
every once in a while.
Right. What's really nice, too, another thing about not only having that bright suspension is the way he has his name on the front, on the roof that
The
comes
little cowl,
down.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that was Aaron Lynch coming through Hell's Half Acre.
And we'll see here in just a moment.
Look at that shade. It's kind of hard to tell who's who.
That's Jody Ford.
Wow.
Yeah, he
So
got
did Aaron Lynch get around Jody Ford then? We may have a little mix-up in our top three. And where is Nathan Parker? Did we miss him coming through, or did he get past as well? This is anybody's game right now, but right now the happiest man out there is Mr. Mark McCleary. He's done with this race for the 4900 stock class UTV race.
And there we do see Mr. Nathan Parker.
So he has been passed by Lynch and Jody Ford. So Nathan Parker's, he may not even make the podium, and he was been leading the whole race until the last lap.
Yeah, well, he was off pace just a little bit when he did come through on that last lap, so he must have something going on, not sure, but definitely a little off pace.
And is that
465, I
okay,
believe.
so that's Caden Hunt. I saw Chad and Nikki Hunt cruise by just a moment ago. They're probably over the Jumbotron rooting their son on. See if he can make it up the Yukon launch. And he picks his line. Look how easy. Once if you get that line, if you hit the line just right, it looks like no problem. And then you hit the line just wrong, and you see how many issues there is. But RS1, they're a little skinnier, a little lighter. So it's just pick your poison.
Right, exactly. And it looks like the people that have been going up through that line, they've kind of been sticking, if you're looking at it and going up it, to the passenger side is what it seems like, that they have been keeping traction more on the passenger side, and that's how they're getting up from the view that we're seeing here from the camera. But Mark McCleary unofficially in that number 1 spot right now. Nathan Parker sitting in second, but we have seen some change-ups on track, so we'll see. It's literally coming down to the wire for our top 3.
It's going to be wild, yeah. I mean, who's going to come in here first? Because remember, Jody Ford started on the front line. Aaron Lynch 30 seconds behind him. And there's the 106 of Steven Rogers. Remember, he was in two-wheel drive a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm. He was having some issues for sure.
So he stopped once again.
He's also been in the pits a couple times today as well.
Yeah, the struggle bus is real out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, here at famous Reading Outdoors. For the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X.
And look, we do have a race going on right here. We have somebody on the left, somebody on the right, coming together right here. Who has the upper line? Can't see who they are, but the right-hand car did get past.
So that's Hell's Half Acre, and that could be, is that Nathan Parker, Jody Ford, Aaron Lynch? They're all three in that area. And, yeah, it's Rubbins Racing right there.
Yeah, somebody's getting a little impatient right there.
So there's a little chute you get forced into. It kind of tightens up, then you take a left. So they're only about 400 yards away from the Amsoil Hot Pits. So we will have them at the heads-up loop here very shortly. So go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. Once you see the half, that means right now we should see who it is. It is Jody Ford and Aaron Lynch. Oh, man, where's Nathan Parker? He's back there. So right now it is going to be Aaron Lynch grabbing that second position on adjusted time and Jody Ford neck and neck. But remember, 30-second increments, so it will be Aaron Lynch 2 and Jody Ford in that third position on adjusted time. What a great race all the way to the finish. The white flag is flying for Jody Ford. But remember, that's physical. I think on adjusted time, the checkered flag is out. So how far back's Aaron Lynch? Less than 30 seconds. So I think it's going to be Aaron Lynch, then Jody Ford on adjusted time.
It did. It totally just switched up. Mark McCleary unofficially in the first spot, Aaron Lynch in second, and Jody Ford in that third position right now. We are waiting for Nathan Parker to come in, but wow, that's how it just literally came down to time at the checkered flag.
We've been racing for almost 2.5 hours and less than 10 seconds split second and third place. How crazy is that? On adjusted time, Nathan Parker was pole setter, so he is not going to upset that. So unofficially 1, Mark McCleary. Unofficial 2, Aaron Lynch. Unofficial 3, Jody Ford. So we'll be giving away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies here very soon. Thanks again to Cody Wagner and company.
Well, what a great ending to an amazing race out here today. Coming down to the wire with Aaron Lynch and Jody Ford. Literally, Aaron Lynch had 9.04 seconds in front of Jody Ford just now. Jody Ford physically came in that second position, but Aaron Lynch got him on time.
So how crazy is that, Pam? 9 minutes from first to second. 9 minutes first to second. 9 seconds second to third.
Right? I mean, it's insane. It's so crazy how that just worked out.
What a great run by these gentlemen. Jody Ford will make his 4,400 debut tomorrow. That is mile marker number 7. They're at the Brannick Boulders. They're at the Joker line. But now we're back up and over the Amsoil Hot Pits.
We still have not seen Nathan Parker come in on his last lap, getting that checkered flag. He obviously was having some issues on that last lap, which is such a bummer because he was running such an amazing race out here today, taking the pole in the qualifying, and then basically leading the whole entire race up until the last 2 laps.
It's crazy. Yeah, Nathan Parker had such a good run going, but where's he at now? Is he even going to make it type 5? Is he having issues? Is the car broke? We did see it looked like it was the left front not turning. Was both fronts? I don't know. We're speculating, but it's been a tough course. Great shot of the entrance.
It has
there, the Amsoil Hot Pits.
Definitely been a tough course. We've seen a lot of issues going on, and I mean, this is only race number 1.
Hey, welcome to Ultra 4 USA Racing. This is what it's all about. The hard rocks, the wide open, the tight trees, a little bit of water and mud, a little bit of everything. We just don't turn left here. The wind is blowing. You see the Amsoil Hot Pits. We are just winding down here for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. This is the 4900 Handy Industries 4900 stock class. It's unofficial third, Jody Ford. Unofficial second, Aaron Lynch. Unofficial first, Mark McCleary. Beginning, everything is unofficial until we dot our I's and cross our T's. Make sure everything's good to go. They'll hand out those 360 wrapped laser nut trophies. Oh, here is Nathan Parker. The right front is completely falling off that car, but it's still moving. Look at that. So he's got a ball joint that broke. That's what has taken so long. Nathan Parker, tough break, but hey, unofficial fourth, Nathan Parker. And look at that great shot. That car took a absolute beating, but made it across the finish line.
And that's what I was going to say, and there's the reason why we have not seen him yet. But that's such a bummer for him, running such a great race. The young gentleman, he definitely is a driver. He knows how to drive, and he's proving it out here. It's just the little tiny issues that we have here and there. It's a race car.
And, hey, he's young to this sport. He's got a very bright future, but you can't win them all. Sometimes the track's going to bite you. And that's a great lesson to learn there, too.
He came through sitting in the number 4 spot. So it's unfortunate that happened with him today, running such an amazing race. But number 4 is not bad for coming through with his front right tire looking the way it did.
Number 4 is great. There were 16 people that took the start, and there's a few people that didn't even get a lap down. And we never saw Colin Smith or Justin Barth finish a lap. Mitchell Roccacelli, JT Strickland. We saw Aiden Gilbert, Caden Hunt, Jason Wofford, Chris May, Steven Rogers, Jeremy Blackburn, Byron Sterrett, Brian Hamby. And then finishing 5 laps is Nathan Parker 4, Jody Ford 3, Aaron Lynch 2, and in that top spot unofficially, Mark McCleary. So we're just a tick behind schedule, so we will wait till the end of racing tonight and hand out all the trophies later on this evening to just keep the racing going smooth. So there's the 4900 Pro Mod and Open cars lining up now. So once this course is cleared, they will be racing here shortly.
And here we have all the guys and gals that have been racing, all the seasoned drivers out here. It's going to be awesome. We just saw Jamie McCoy right there. We do have the 101 right there of Todd Beckett. He's coming off of the win from Visions.
Todd Beckett. I like that.
But they're right there. There is our man of the hour. That's the man of the race so far. That's who everybody's going to be trying to get in front of. That is Mr. Hunter Miller. He's actually in Kyle Cheney's car, but Hunter Miller is out here racing. His first time racing outside of King of the Hammers at Ultra 4 USA here in Pennsylvania, his very first regional race.
Yeah, Miller brothers, always something to be reckoned with. So Hunter come out here and taking his dabble with Ultra 4 as Jason Wofford comes into screen at the start of Hell's Half Acre.
And that is definitely, the name speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's a tough section here of the race course. There is Steven Rogers getting recovered. There's Clyde Bynum, helps us run a lot of the behind-the-scenes production out there, helping with recovery as well.
And you can see all the yellow Can-Ams all lined up right there. We will be going into this race here in just a little bit. Like you said earlier, you got to make sure all course is cleared and ready to go before we actually start the next race.
Yeah, you don't want to start a race with a bunch of healthy cars, with a bunch of cars that are on their last leg.
Right.
Because you don't want to have a bottleneck for those drivers as well.
100% on that, Miles.
There's Byron Sterrett. The number 9004 with Sarah Schumacher riding shotgun. Out of Jacksonville, Florida with Team 904 Racing. Heading up Hell's Half Acre. So Jason Wofford should be the next one across, but he is a lap down, so I believe it should be Byron Sterrett with a top 5 unofficially. Here for the 4900 UTV stock class presented by Handy Industries. If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road, and we are just winding down the 4900 stock class. Up next will be the 4900 Pro Mod and 4900 Open, so 2 races at the same time. It's going to be wild.
Definitely going to be wild, going to be fun. We have to keep up with which classes where. It's awesome that our timing actually will tell us whenever we're looking at on our screen what class they're in. So we will be doing 2 different classes, and it is the 4900 UTV Pro Mod and Open presented by Ultimax Belts. So we will be coming up here in just a little bit, just a few moments. We can see right now on screen there is somebody going through the rock section, and we are trying. You can see they're struggling just a little bit, had to back up, but this is definitely a difficult and technical rock area.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been, and we are just getting started. Again, thank you to all of our amazing sponsors: Can-Am, Speed Sport, Project X Off-Road, Rugged Race Radios, Mile Marker, Good Boy Vodka, Amsoil, Raceline Wheels, Laser Nut, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, Mid-America Outdoors, Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, The Off-Road Syndicate, Whalen, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, and Spider Tracks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. As we see the checkered flag come out for Mr. Jason Wofford, who is a lap down, but still a great race. So right now that puts him, he's going to be top 10 for sure. Puts him in that 8th spot for now, but I haven't seen Byron Starr. We have. Where's Brian Hamby? Where's Jeremy Blackburn? We still have some things we could shake out. So we are a little off schedule. Just this course is tough for everybody. So for safety reasons, we do need to get the course cleared before we can start the next race. So stay tuned in. We will be live racing action all afternoon into the evening here at speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, Ultra4 USA, and MAO on Facebook. There's Chris May and Will Harris. Oh, and there's a car that just blew by. That's mile marker number 7, bypassing the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. I'm excited to see how the Joker line goes out for this next race. I believe we should have 26 cars out on course between the Open and the Pro Modified. We should have 8 in the Open and 18 in the Pro Modified. And I keep saying stop class, Pro Mod, Open. I'll kind of give you a rundown right now. We're just wrapping up the stock production. And here comes the checkered flag once again. There is Byron Starrett, unofficially 5th place. So this race we're watching right now, stock production, OEM chassis, must use stock suspension points. Reinforcing is allowed, must run front body and side plastics, 1,000 cc, and 33-inch tires. Up next will be the Pro Modified and the Open class. In the Pro Mod, it's based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must run stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing allowed. Must run full front plastics. 1,000 cc max engine. Aftermarket turbos are allowed and up to a 35-inch tire. The Open is open. 2,000 max cc. Dream it, build it, race it. This is a great spot for the new Pro R that just came out to race. There's Chris May and Will Harris. So Chris May and Will Harris really trying to go. The car is absolutely wounded. Not sure exactly what's going on, but they're just trying to get to that finish line. The never give up attitude by our Ultra 4 racers is absolutely amazing. And there is a single seat car. Could that be, let me think, is that Caden Hunt probably? Or Jeremy Blackburn? All these RS1s are starting to blend in with this Pennsylvania mud that's covered all over them. Getting ready to kick off the Pro Modified and the Open UTV race. We are winding down for the 4900 stock race presented by Handy Industries. They've got a great lift. Kind of check out those guys. See what they have to offer to the UTV world. It's pretty impressive. We have Mel, the representative for Ultimax belts. I've seen him running around. They're using a lot of his belts in the UTV world. See his flags right there on the top of the Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. And the next race is presented by Ultimax Belts. close to being over. We have 2 more races yet to come. We have Jody Ford, unofficial 3rd, Aaron Lynch, unofficial 2, and Mark McCleary, unofficial 1st place. I know Erica Allreed is down there kind of trying to get the down low. We'll bounce back and forth with her in just a little bit once she gets some information caught up. She's been running around the Amsoil hot pits, but now she's kind of in Ultra 4 Village down by the Jumbotron getting the scoop. Great shot of the Pro Mod and the open cars coming through. So this should be Brian Hamby grabbing the checkered flag, unofficial 6th position. Battled his way through and made it to the finish line, finishing 5 tough laps. Up next, we should have 26 cars take the green flag. It's going to be Hunter Miller Drag Racing, Mike Park. Then Corey Willis and Todd Beckett. Paul Wolf and Cody Martin. Then Jay Shaw, Jamie McCoy. Austin Lahr, Tyler Gibson. Brian Stone and Zach Pollard. John Seaman and Matthew Walraven. Mitch Wofford and Tony Polari. Cody Quattlebaum and Brendan Minnick. Jeff Donda and Peyton Dunford. John Schuster and Derek Edwards. Then Gavin Smith and Kip Atkins.
Are we ready, Miles, for the next race? It's coming up
ready.
here soon.
We're not done with this one, but
I
I'm
know.
ready for the next one. Obviously, we got to make sure everything's safe and sound out there. But yeah, what a great race we have. We're not done with it, but the top 3 are in. So these are just battling for a finish.
Yes, and Chris May and Will Harris, we've been seeing Will Harris out winching quite a bit, so he's had his work cut out for him for today. But right in front of him is Jeremy Blackburn. They're getting ready to come through here in just a moment into the finish line, but we do have Mark McCleary unofficially in that number 1 spot, Aaron Lynch in 2nd, Jody Ford in 3rd, Nathan Parker 4th, and Byron Starrett in that number 5 position. That is all unofficial, but it's been a great race so far out here today. We will be coming up here in just a few minutes. We will be starting once course is clear and this race is over. The 4900 UTV Pro Mod and Open classes presented by Ultimax Belts. So we will be doing that here in just a little bit, not too far away. We should have 24 cars that'll be taking the green flag this afternoon. And then later on this afternoon, we will be starting the 4600 Spider Tracks off-road class. That is another awesome class. We will have 8 vehicles starting the class, or starting the race here in just a little bit. And I believe that is Chris May. He is stopped right there. He did have Jeremy Blackburn in front of him. But that is a very gnarly rock section right there, as Miles and I were talking about earlier. The Joker line is a Joker line, but it's not the hardest part of the track. The track over in the other rock areas are more difficult, but these racers are all talking in the pits yesterday and today. They've all been having a blast out there racing on this brand new race course for us out here for the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. If you haven't checked out Project X Off-Road Lights, they have some pretty cool product out there. They have the technology that they are incorporating into their lighting system is pretty awesome as well. But that is a great drone shot right there showing you how thick these trees really are. But then to the right of it, we do have the wide open rock section. JT Taylor coming out here, making an amazing race course out here for our racers. A new course for us. They asked for a harder race, and here we are with a harder race for sure. There we do have Aiden Gilbert and Dad Casey. Casey getting great seat time for his race tomorrow. We saw them in the pits a little bit earlier, just doing a walk around. There was a belt in Nathan's hand, probably just to see if they needed to change it out, but they were in for just a little bit into the hot pits. But Casey Gilbert, we did see him having to get out and do some winching earlier on when they were going through that Joker line as well. So getting great seat time, getting great more experience, more exercise, getting ready for the race tomorrow. But as Miles was saying earlier, we are keeping the races, trying to keep them, flowing through. So we will be doing all of our awards towards the end of the race. And there was Caden Hunt coming through, getting the checkered flag. That puts him in the 9th position. And he also just ran his fastest lap time of the day for his race. He is also a lap down as well, but he just went through with a 36:39.680. So that's a pretty awesome race lap for him. Dad will be racing tomorrow as well. So out here, in the pits helping coach, and then he is now just taking the checkered flag with lap number 4, Caden Hunt, in that 9th position. Well, we have all 3 of our unofficial winners over there by our Jumbotron, but we do have Miss Erica Allreed. She is going to get some information for us. So, Erica, take it away with Mark McCleary.
Thanks, Pam. I've got our unofficial 4,900 UTV stock winner, Mark McCleary. Mark, it seemed like you really picked up the pace right before that white flag lap. So what were you finding late on in the race that helped you secure this top spot?
When we went into that lap, we had slowly started to find some good lines through the rocks, and once we found those lines, we were able to get past a bunch of people through the rocks, and once we got to some clean air, it was smooth sailing from there. We were able to really just kind of pull away and keep out of all the trouble and all the bad spots.
Well, congratulations on this win. Smooth and steady to this first place position, but now I've got our second place finisher, Aaron Lynch. Aaron, you were up there in the mix for the entirety of the race, negotiating all of the elements. So what did it take to get the second place position today?
Full send. That's the only thing I can really say is full send. The rocks were really rough. There's a lot of fast sections, a lot of water. It was just really rough.
A rough race, but you managed to get up here on the podium. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you back out there in our next round. But, guys, our third place finisher, Jody Ford. Jody, a lot of drivers have mentioned how this course is one of the most difficult of the year. So just how demanding was it for you from the driver's seat?
Yeah, it was a tough course in a UTV for sure, and especially being limited to a 33-inch tire. It was no clearance out there, and we had to keep backing up and winching, and broken axle shaft in like lap 3, so three-wheel drive made it really hard.
I would say so at least, but a hard-fought race for this podium position. Congratulations. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Erica. Awesome interviews by our unofficial Mark McCleary and Jody Ford and Aaron Lynch. What an amazing race for them. I can't wait to get to do our awards later on with them once we get everything all lined up and all official later on after we get done racing this evening. It's been a warm day out here, but a fun day of racing, and it's exciting that we're getting ready to start here in just a few moments. We'll be starting our 4,900 UTV Pro Mod and Open Class presented by Ultimax Belts. And speaking of Ultimax Belts, we do have Mel Langford out here. He is out here checking out the race here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. We do have somebody else coming across, and that is Jeremy Blackburn coming through to get the checkered flag. He will be completing lap number 5. It looks like his driver front is a little wonky on his car. Not sure if it was just the angle he was turning. But Jeremy Blackburn coming through in that number 7 position, just now finishing up the race.
Yeah, these cars have definitely taken a beating, but they're keep on licking. Everything's going good. What a great, great race we have here, Pam. And it's only going to get better. Up next is the Pro Modified and the Open classes, presented by Ultimax Belts. We're winding down here, the 4,900 stock class, presented by Handy Industries. But we have a few cars out on course. We still need to clear it before we can send out the next one. So, again, we are a little off pace. We do apologize. But, hey, we're racing. So stay tuned in. Speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, Ultra4 USA, and Mid-America Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it. Start a watch party. Hashtag it up. You can also download the MAO app on Google and Apple.
And there is our overview of our Jumbotron, where we will be doing our awards later on. And then the Ultra4 USA merchandise tent. Make sure you go head on over there. If you guys are hot in the sun and you're out here listening to the race, go ahead and come on over and buy one of those boat hats. That'll give you some nice shade, and go see Miss Angel over there. And that's also where later on this afternoon we will be doing our driver appreciation dinner as well.
There is Chris May and Will Harris. We've seen them be on the struggle bus for quite a while, but it took them a while to get in there, but they are here and they're excited. They are wore out. You saw how much winching they had to do to make it happen. You saw Will Harris giving the thumbs up to JT Taylor. They made it. What a wild race for them.
I was going to say that, that Will Harris, because he's the one been doing all the winching all day long. He had his work cut out for him today, but giving the excited hand motion. And we have another finisher that just came through. That's
Aiden Gilbert.
Well, here's all of our finishers coming through. Aiden Gilbert just came through himself. Not sure of the number of that car that just came through, but wow, it's been a long day of racing for these guys. But Chris May, like I said, and like you said, that we saw him a lot, doing a lot of winching. So he's probably one of the most excited racers right now to finish.
Here's our unofficial Good Boy Vodka results. In that 10th position is Steven Rogers.
And then Caden Hunt in that 9th position.
8th is Jason Wofford.
In 7th position, the number 40 of Jeremy Blackburn.
6th, Brian Hamby.
The 5th position, the 9004 of Byron Starrett.
And 4th is Nathan Parker.
And 3rd position, the 140 of Jody Ford.
And that 2nd position, the 113 of Aaron Lynch.
And the unofficial first place winner for the race today, the 717 of Mark McCleary. And he has to be feeling pretty darn good. His first race with us, I believe, was at Visions, and now he's out here on top of the box.
And there we have Shane Roberts did not take the green flag, so in 16th is Justin Barth.
Justin Barth did not end up coming through for a lap, so obviously issues out there. In the 15th position, the 335 of Colin Smith.
And that 14th is Mitchell Roccacelli.
In that 13th position, JT Strickland.
And then at 12th is Steven Rogers.
And in that number 11th position, we just saw them excitedly crossing the finish line, the 725 of Chris May.
That is the unofficial Good Boy Vodka results.
So we will be going green here in just a moment. That is our pole setter getting ready to get lined up. JT Taylor's over there, so that means we are moving on over. So in that number 1 spot, setting the pole, Mr. Hunter Miller and Mike Park will be in that front row.
That is going to be an absolute drag race, Pam.
Yes, it is. I cannot wait to see the start of all of the races. I always say I cannot wait to see, but I feel that way for every single race we have out here. But Hunter Miller definitely is going to be on the rails for sure. He is a seasoned racer. He is not raced here, like we said earlier. This will be his first Ultra 4 USA regional race because he normally races King of the Hammers. But he has a lot of seat time under his belt because he races short course. So he runs at Mid-America Outdoors, the side-by-side championship series. He also races in Texas at the Outlaw Series. So he's always racing. It's just not this style of racing.
He's done some of the Red Bull Scrambles, which it has been in the tight tree. So he does a little bit of everything. But it's great to see him dabbling in the Ultra 4 USA. We hope we get him here. We hope we get him hooked.
Yeah.
But right now he's going to be driving his Can-Am teammate Kyle Cheney. So, yep, it is Hunter Miller and Mike Park getting ready to head out.
And then they are getting all lined up right there as we see. Now these guys, I'm just wondering because, they are in that Pro Mod and are open. So here is our Project X 4900 UTV Pro Mod. So we have Hunter Miller and Mike Park.
Corey Willis, Todd Beckett.
Paul Wolf and Cody Martin.
Jay Shaw and Jamie McCoy.
Tyler Gibbs and Brian Stone.
And then it'll be Zach Pollard and John Seaman.
Matthew Walraven and Mitch Wofford.
Tony Polari and John Schuster.
And then Gavin Smith and Carson Atkins. That will be our 18 cars that are going to be taking the green flag this afternoon.
That is the Project X staging line.
So strategy right now for this starting line. Your strategy right now is basically you want to hole shot. You want to get that front line. So here's our UTV Open Project X grid lineup in that number 1 spot. In number 2, so we have Austin Lair and Cody Quattlebaum.
And 3 is Brandon Minnick and Jeff Donda.
And then 5 and 6, Peyton Dumford and Derek Edwards.
Again, that is our Project X staging for the Open class. We should be taking off here very soon. We're making sure the course is clear before we send out. So on that pole position is going to be Hunter Miller and Mike Park.
And Hunter Miller, he had the fastest lap of qualifying today until Paul Wolf went out in his 4400. So Hunter Miller is definitely one that's out here for a win. Running in Kyle Cheney's car, I mean, teammates, they have both Can-Am teammates, so he's no stranger to the car. It's just not his car.
So how many times do you think we're going to call old Hunter Miller Kyle Cheney?
I don't know. It's funny because Hunter jokingly yesterday when I was over in the pits talking to him, he's like, "Oh, you can just call me Hunter Cheney." Don't do that.
Kyle Miller.
Kyle Miller. There we go.
All in good fun, but yeah, they're a great group, and they're out here, and they're always a force to reckon with. So Hunter Miller driving Kyle Cheney's car, but he's right next to Mike Park, and it's going to be an absolute drag race.
And Mike Park,
looks like JT Taylor's giving the thumbs up. We are very soon be taking off the green with Hunter Miller and Mike Park, and they are off. Hunter Miller with Cody Taylor out of Greenville, Texas, with Miller Brothers Racing and Team Momentum in the Pro Modified class. Drag racing, Mike Park and Austin Warren out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904 Racing.
They were drag racing to the corner. You were reading off the sponsors of where they're from and stuff, but Mike Park and Hunter Miller were side by side until they went into that first turn, and Hunter Miller had the line just slightly, and Mike Park got off just a little bit, and that means Hunter took that number one spot.
That is that pole position. That makes all the world of the difference. So there is Corey Willis and Todd Beckett taking off. Corey Willis, 1793 out of Lake Charles, Louisiana with PPEI. Then Todd Beckett with Pete with G-Force riding shotgun out of Pineville, Kentucky with Top Gun Fab.
And I honestly cannot tell you which one just got that line, but I think that Corey Willis actually is in front of Todd Beckett.
It was the Can-Am that took the
It was the Can-Am, exactly. Here's another Can-Am against Can-Am. So we have Jay Shaw and Mr. Paul Wolf right now, two of probably our fastest racers out here in the UTV class.
So number 17, Jay Shaw and Bryce Line out of Springville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. Drag racing, the Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador, Paul Wolf. Number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing.
And Paul Wolf just now actually got out in front. Look at the onboard camera we have on Jay Shaw right now with Paul Wolf right in front of him. What a cool shot this is.
How cool is this? Thanks again to our production team for bringing you that amazing action here at the famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road.
I have to apologize to you. That was Paul Wolf and Cody Martin that took off the line, because now we have Jay Shaw and Jamie McCoy side by side.
So Jamie McCoy out of Kingsport, Tennessee with G-Force Racing in his Can-Am X3. Drag racing, Jay Shaw with Adventure Lifestyle.
So my apologies. Cody Martin, he's another one of those fast ones out here that's been racing with us just a little bit. But, yeah, he took off the line with Paul Wolf earlier on. So now Jay Shaw, Jamie McCoy. Next up is going to be Austin Lair and Tyler Gibbs.
Local boy Austin Lahr out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania with Fastened Up Racing. Drag racing, Tyler Gibbs and PJ Holiday out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky with Gibbs Racing. Looks like Austin Lahr does get the whole shot.
And Austin Lahr is a local around here, correct?
Yep, out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania, just about a half hour to an hour away.
All right, next off the line is going to be Zach Pollard and Brian Stone. Zach Pollard is having a substitute driver right now.
Yeah,
and Miles will go over that.
Sturkay driving for Zach Pollard. Zach Pollard is actually ill today, so he had his buddy Kyle Sturkay hop in, and you can have one substitute driver per season, and he's using it here today in Pennsylvania.
And he actually did go out and do the qualifier this morning, and he came over and he's like, I am not going to be able to make the race. I am not well. And then, you know, you have to get that approved. Went and got that approved, and here he is. Watching from the sidelines today, and we know that that is not so fun for him. But next off the line will be teammates John Seaman and Matthew Walraven getting ready to take the green flag.
So John Seaman and John Caddy at drag racing out of Marion, North Carolina with GFG Racing. Racing Matt Walraven and Rhett Bryan out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with JW Performance. What a great way to start this race.
And right there, I'm not sure exactly who got the jump on that. I missed that one there, but we do have next off the line, it will be Mitch Wofford and Tony Polari getting ready to take the green flag.
So baby Mitch Wofford out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Razor Extreme going to be drag racing. Tony Polari and Travis Pope out of Greenup, Kentucky with Bad Batch Racing.
And Mitch Wofford just got the up on Tony Polari, so he is in that number one spot with the with the jump on him going through. This is a very dusty section right here. So honestly, right off the start, it's definitely key to make sure you're out front going into that first left-hand turn. Next up off the line will be the number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum and the 599 of Brandon Minnick.
Q-Bomb, Cody Quattlebaum, number 33 out of Loganville, Georgia with Bandit Off-Road. Drag Racing, Brandon Minnick, number 599 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana with 599 Incorporated Racing. So a pro mod versus an open class. They are racing at the same time but scored separately, so make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com. This is a 10.75-mile loop. There is a joker line. You have to take it once. You can only take it once.
And they were having a great drag race right off the start. Whenever they took off, Cody Quattlebaum's car sounded just a little bit funny. It was sputtering, but once he got on that flat stretch, it was all game on. We now have Jeff Donda and Peyton Dumford taking the green flag.
So Jeff Donda with Philip McJilton out of Wheeling, West Virginia with Metalworks Off-Road Racing. Racing Peyton Dumford, the Dirt Princess 7, and her dad Jarrell Dumford out of Cincinnati, Ohio with Bandit Off-Road and Dumford Racing. Both in the open class.
Yes, and next up we are going to have John Schuster and Derek Edwards taking the green flag, the 824 of John Schuster.
John Schuster, 824 out of Byesville, Ohio with Schuster Motorsports. Drag Racing, the 681 of Derek Edwards out of Charleston, West Virginia with Broke Boy Customs. I believe this is his first Ultra 4 race. Looks like we have one lonely car yet to go.
So we should have Gavin Smith and Carson Adkins, but we only have the 722 of Carson Adkins getting ready to take the green flag, so not sure what happened with Gavin Smith.
And Pam, again, you can have one substitute driver per season. That is actually Carson's dad, Kip Carson, driving. Carson was unable to get off work, so you know he's right here. Carson, we miss your heaven here, and you're probably laughing, Dad, don't tear my car up. But at least you're going to get some points for this race. Kip was a little nervous, but he's out there racing his first race with Ultra 4, filling in for his son, Carson Atkins.
Coming out here, and let's just finish the race.
Lahr chasing down one of them. Is that Jamie McCoy, I believe? What a great race. Like I said, they're clipping right there. Oh, here is the first. There's Kyle Cheney's car of Hunter Miller. And this is the Yukon launch. This is the Kool-Aid. That's a lot of little rocks at the beginning, but the top ledge is really getting big. But remember, we just got off at 33-inch tires. Now we're at 35-inch tires. So I suspect that see him make it a little bit easier. And Hunter Miller makes quick work out of the top. And there he goes. Hunter Miller, quick work. How far back is Mike Park? There he is. Remember, they started side by side. Ooh, so in third spot, that's going to be either Corey Willis or Todd Beckett.
I believe it'd be Todd Beckett because he has that blue and yellow colors on his car. So awesome to see Todd Beckett so close behind, but we will see Mike Park right now struggling just a bit getting up Kool-Aid.
But he makes it up and out. And again, the 33-inch to the 35-inch tire is a huge difference here. And there is
Todd Beckett.
Todd Beckett making his way out. Got that blue and yellow on the side.
So 1, 2, and 3 just now going through. But Todd Beckett actually started in that number 4 position. So, but he was side by side with Corey Willis. So where's Corey Willis?
There's Matt Walraven, I believe, and
I think that's Paul Wolf.
That's Paul Wolf, the Mid-America Outdoors ambassador himself. Paul Wolf's birthday's on Sunday, so having a great birthday weekend out here for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road.
That's actually Corey Willis right there in front of Paul Wolf.
Oh, you are right. These cars are hard to tell apart. So Corey Willis and Paul Wolf.
And then look behind Paul Wolf, we have somebody else coming up. It kind of looks like it would have been Tony Polari, but you know he started a little bit back, so that should not be him quite yet. So Cody Martin. And And there we do see Cody Martin making his way up through. And then right behind Cody Martin is Jay Shaw. Jay Shaw, talking with him, we were talking about this earlier, he's fast and he can come out here, he can drive, but he knows that he needs to take it easy because he knows he overdrives his car, and that's whenever something happens or something breaks. So he knows that he needs to not overdrive his vehicle out here this weekend.
Absolutely, and while you were chatting, there was Jamie McCoy and John Boy right up there at the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section. Here's a little fun little rock crawl section. You cross the creek, take a hard left, and wide open racing. What a great, great run we have on our hands. There's a great either-or section. There's Brian Stone, another local boy, out of Edders, Pennsylvania, heading up the Yukon Launch.
Brian Stone making his way through Kool-Aid. That is such a cool section right there to see this side shot of it because it kind of shows a little bit of how steep it is and the obstacles that they're going over. But Brian Stone making it look very, very easy just now.
There is Austin Lahr out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. With Fastened Up Racing in his Can-Am. I believe he'll be racing on Sunday with Darkwater as well. He races a lot of the Line Mountain stuff out east here in Pennsylvania, but looks like he may be having some issues. I can't tell if I see a co-driver in there or not. Definitely having some issues, so we're starting to get a little bit of a bottleneck. We do have one going for the pass. What a great drive. Can he make it stick?
I think that's the 118 of Matthew Walraven. Yes, it is.
And Rhett Bryan riding shotgun with him. But now he's stuck right in front of Austin Lahr. This is tough right here, and this just goes to show you the track keeps changing a little bit. We saw the first few just make it right up and through, but with the anticipation and all the other stuff going on, it's going to be interesting for sure.
And that right there is definitely where it shows you how key keeping your momentum is. And is that Cody?
That is baby Mitch Wofford trying to shoot up. We saw his dad last time making some work, so yes, it is. They're making their way through. So Mitch Wofford makes the pass on Austin Lahr, as well as Walraven makes it up and out the Yukon Launch. They're at Kool-Aid.
And I'm not sure if that is John Seaman right there trying to make his pass right here on Austin, but he was starting side by side. He did start with Matthew Walraven, so I'm not sure if that's him still behind trying to make this pass now on Austin.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And look how many cars are here at the Yukon Launch. Looks like
you can see
Austin Lahr has his co-driver out trying to winch. So
look at all the
issues early.
Sorry to interrupt you. Look at all of them. Exactly, a parking lot. That's a great way of putting it. This is the mall traffic right here for sure. Getting all backed up, going up Kool-Aid. And you can see it looked like he was having some issues with trying to get his winch line out. He was struggling pulling on it just now.
Well, a lot of these guys and gals don't do a lot of winching, and I told them, I was playing around. I was like, hey, I would get your winches ready for this one because you're going to need them. And here we are trying to make it happen.
And it looks like he's still struggling with it, so hopefully he can get that figured out, get that winch line out, get winched up, because otherwise they're not going anywhere.
That's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. So Austin Lahr's got his co-driver out doing a little winching, and there's a lot of little trees around that area. He needs to go a little bit further to get a bigger tree because you don't want to yank a tree down on top of you. There's a great aerial shot of how beautiful this is here at famous Reading Outdoors, roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles of trails with a little bit of everything from mild to wild. You can buy a yearly membership. I think they've roughly got about 15,000 members. So you can come out 365 days a year, check out their website, and come out and enjoy it. As we're seeing, that is Hunter Miller at the Brannock Boulders on the Joker line. And he's going to take the left line. Is he going to go all the way up and out, or is he going to take a right anytime? If he takes a left, he's going all the way out. If he takes a right, he can still kind of skip it.
And as we were speaking earlier, at the beginning of the right-hand line, when they do start it, there are those boulders that have that lip to it. So going up the line he just did and bypassing that lip, because that's where we're seeing people having issues earlier on, because it's probably, about maybe 2-3 feet tall. So these guys having the smaller tires, it's definitely harder for them to make it up. But we do see people trying to figure out how to make a pass around here, but there are quite a few cars. I can't quite make out exactly how many that are bottlenecked up right here at the bottom of Kool-Aid.
They're definitely having some issues. So there's Hunter Miller.
Actually, Hunter already made it through that section, I thought.
You're right. He already
No, that's Todd Beckett.
Okay, so Hunter Miller and Todd Beckett.
It's the 3-digit numbers that's throwing us off. They're both one at the beginning and one at the end.
And getting some chatter through the Rugged Race radios. Bailey called it in. Hunter Miller is clear. We just saw him go through.
So Todd Beckett is stopped right there. Not sure what's going on. Hopefully he's not having some issues.
I don't think Todd Beckett is yeah, that's got to be him, a 101, right?
Yeah, 101.
Okay.
It's a little bit more difficult, too, Miles, in this class because there are so many factory Can-Am drivers as well that have that yellow chassis because they have to, the factory drivers run those, iconic Can-Am yellow color. And so it's a little difficult to call out these guys if we don't have their number visible to us.
And look at the bottleneck forming there at the Yukon launch. It's all the way. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 10 cars sitting there at the Yukon launch waiting for Austin Lar to make it up and out. So that's just showing you how tough this is. And there is Zach Pollard's car driven by Kyle Sturkey, trying to make it up and out. But so that's just showing you that Hunter Miller and Todd Beckett are starting to run away with this because this is going to turn into lap traffic for some of these guys and gals.
You know what's going to happen too, Miles, is now this is a bottleneck and these guys are all going to be stuck here for quite a bit. Once we do have our leaders coming through, if they make great lap times because they have that clear air and if they don't have any issues, they might end up in this traffic as well.
You know who we missed at the Brannock Boulders? Paul Wolf is up and out of the Brannock Boulders there at the Joker line. So Hunter Miller and Paul Wolf are through the Brannock Boulders there at the Joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once. We just finished up the stock class. It has to have an OEM chassis, basically 33-inch tires. The Pro Modified class and Open we're running now, the Pro Mod can be based on an OEM chassis but can be aftermarket. Aftermarket turbos are allowed and 35-inch tires. And then Open is dream it, build it, bring it. 2,000cc maximum engine, so it's a great place for the Pro Mods to go. And some of the more wildly built UTVs. As we see Austin Lar getting towed out. And I believe Kyle on our top of the screen, that 645 driving for Zach Pollard, is a single-seat machine as well.
Yes, and it looks like he had to back up to get a little bit more of a run for some more momentum. But right behind Zach Pollard's car is Tony Polari in that boat side vehicle in that number 428 built by CA Technologies.
And Tony's trying to give him a little bump in the back to get Kyle up and over because he needs to help him because he's stuck if that makes sense. It looks like Austin Lar was able to winch through, and look at this. This is the Brannock Boulder, so I see Brian Stone for sure.
And that is the 296. That's Cody Martin. Left-hand side looks like it might still be Todd Beckett stuck right there. Not sure what happened with him, if that is still him stuck on that left-hand side or not. But, wow, bottleneck going on at Kool-Aid, a bottleneck going on at the Joker line. This is going to be a pretty cool race to watch.
And, again, Hunter Miller, Paul Wolf are starting to walk away. There's Hunter Miller. He is already at, that is Hell's Half Acre. No, that is Torbjörn. That's the first rock section. So, wow, Hunter Miller is starting to walk away with this and Kyle Cheney's machine. Hunter Miller driving a great race. How far back is Paul Wolf? There's Brandon Minnick in part of the Open class. His co-driver's running down to give him a winch. But, yeah, the bottlenecks are starting to form. Believe this is going to be.
That looked like they were going through. They didn't go to. Was that the spot that you
that's
bypassed?
Yeah, that's mile marker number 7 where you can bypass the Joker line. So they may know that, hey, there's too many people in there. They're on the rugged race radios. And they did. So that little steep section right there is just after mile marker number 7. Those cars did bypass the Joker line. They may have radioed in and heard there's a traffic jam in Joker, bypass it. Because that's strategy. Take it when you can, take it when it's clear, but don't sit in traffic when you can keep on keeping on.
Right, and if they did get that radio in, we were just saying how both sides were blocked. So there's definitely no way around getting up the Joker line right now because of both sides being blocked. So what are they doing? They're going to play strategy, go ahead and get going on, and then next time they go around, if they know there's not a bottleneck there, then that's when they'll stop and they'll go through the Joker line. Can't quite make out who that is having to winch up. Kool-Aid. But here is a great shot of 2 different drivers, both with yellow chassis, coming through this rock section. And I believe that is Hunter Miller right there. Yes, so Hunter Miller. No, that's Paul Wolf. And couldn't quite make out who was right behind Paul Wolf, but running closely behind. So we did know that Paul Wolf did make it through as you got information coming to you. And then there's the
Jamie McCoy.
Yeah, Jamie McCoy.
So Jamie McCoy's making some quick work. There's Cody Quattlebaum, Brandon Minnick.
Jamie McCoy qualified in that number 8 spot, and Paul Wolf qualified in the number 5 spot. So Jamie McCoy has already made up some ground out on race course.
What a great race we have on our hands for the Ultimax Belt Pro Modified and Open UTV race. Remember, there are 2 races going on at the same time. They are scored separately, but racing at the same time. There's Mike Park, who is in P2 position.
And he is not moving right now.
Believe that is, where is that at? That could be at the start of Hell's Half Acre. And if he's where I think he is pulled off course and working on his car.
That is never a good sign. I do see
you can
movement
see the
inside.
arrow pointing the other way. So I think he is pulled off race course trying to figure out what's going on with his car. What a great race we have going on here, Pam.
And great overview shot right there.
So that's at the end of Hell's Half Acre. So that's probably our physical race leader of Hunter Miller. So we should see him in here in the next probably 2 to 3 minutes.
Well, we didn't do our timing on this. I'm guessing like 23-minute lap for the fastest lap. 23, because we had Nathan Parker at a 24.
Yeah,
maybe 20.
They got bigger tires. They can have better chassis, all that. So we'll see. But it should be Hunter Miller coming in here, crossing the race line, start finish here very, very soon.
And you can see him blowing by the Amsoil hot pits right now. It's always good to see the drivers not have to go and pull in and do anything in the hot pits. You can hear that Can-Am power in the background. And here we do have.
So our physical race leader, Hunter Miller, out for lap number 2.
He just went through with a super fast time. It's going to roughly be around 22 minutes flat, roughly. What an amazing race. Oh, right. We have a racer out winching.
That's Austin Lahr. So we saw him having issues. So he's out of the car helping other racers. So tough break for Austin. But that looks like Peyton Dunford.
It is. And there's Cody Martin right there in the number 296.
Cody Martin and Rick Spencer out of Gallatin, Tennessee with Team Martin Racing. There is the top section of Hell's Half Acre. Got a couple cars cruising through. I believe one of them was Cody Martin. A great shot. You can spectate from right at that section.
And that would be a great place to spectate. Just yesterday, out watching the drivers do their pre-run, watching from above, it was such a cool view to see them going through the areas. Can't quite make out who is in front of him, but yes, that was Cody Martin in that second position.
Probably shifting from low to high right there, but had a little issue. They're not sure what happened.
We shall see here in just a moment who that was in front of him. I'm guessing it's probably going to be, well, not Paul Wolf or it could be Paul Wolf.
I think one of them was Paul Wolf. We saw Mike Park pulled off early.
Well, we'll know here in just a moment because they're getting ready to come through the start-finish line here in just a moment. Not sure, but I think that was Paul Wolf, but I did not see the car physically go through. And that was the number 70 of actually Jamie McCoy that physically just went through in third position.
So another yellow Can-Am. So Jamie McCoy moving his way through the pack.
Yeah, he started in the number 8th spot, and now he's in third physically on course. And there's Peyton Dumford still getting winched up. Another one of our young racers out here for Ultra 4 USA.
And again, I think it's Austin Lahr that's out there. Remember, this is a no-chase race. So outside of fellow competitors, it can only be a Ultra 4 or MAO or famous Reading Outdoors safety crew can help make sure everything's going smooth. But outside of fellow competitors or safety, it's a no-chase race. So it's cool to see the drivers. And it looks like Mike Park is still parked off the line. So tough break there. Not sure what's going on. There's another bypass of that's mile marker number 7. They bypassed the Brannick Boulders. What was that? That could be Hunter Miller. So you have to do the Joker once. You can only do the Joker once. So he's almost going to be at Kool-Aid here very shortly, and there's a bottleneck right there. So hopefully Peyton Dumford can get up and out before the physical race leader of Hunter Miller comes through.
Yes, and
we'll see him in the next few minutes.
We do have an update on our timing. So Hunter Miller just went through with a 21:58. So that is our fastest lap of the day so far. Jamie McCoy coming through at a 22:30. Paul Wolf went through with a 22:53. Paul Wolf physically on race course is in front of Jamie McCoy, but Paul Wolf did start in that number 5 position. Jamie McCoy started in the 8th position, but on corrected time. Where Jamie is positioned, he is sitting in that number 2 spot.
So that's Zach Pollard's machine driven by Kyle Sturkay. Bypassing the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. Back to the top of the Yukon launch with Peyton Dumford.
We do have Jay Shaw coming through for his first lap completed. Jay Shaw went through with a 24:31.
So the fastest lap is Hunter Miller with that 21:58. That is a great, great run. Looks like this should be Cody Martin coming through, and it is heading out for lap number 2. Remember, this is an hour-and-a-half race, and then the white flag comes out. This race is on adjusted time.
So Cody Martin coming through at a 25:20, but fastest lap, like you just now said, is Hunter Miller at a 21:58. That is a smoking fast time out here. It'll be interesting to see if when we get into our bigger race vehicles, if anybody can beat that time, but Hunter Miller is definitely on it. There is the 722 that we see going through that Kool-Aid area.
That is Kip Carson driving for his son Carson Atkins. 111 of John Seaman getting some chatter over the Rugged Race Radio. He has cleared the Brannick Boulders in the Joker line.
And that's who we have not seen on course. We did see Matthew Walraven, who was running right in front of him earlier on. They took off the line at the same time, but that's good to hear that he has cleared that. We did see that bottleneck going on, so I'm wondering if there's still a bottleneck at our
Joker line,
our Brannick Motorsports Joker line.
This is the first time for Kip Carson to actually drive this car at a race pace, so he's a little nervous but having some fun. And I know Carson's tuned in watching his dad out there. And again, I think it's Austin Lahr that's being the sportsman like he is, helping out the rest of the field.
So coming off of our podium finishers from our Visions race, we have Todd Beckett that won in the Pro Mod class, and Corey Willis was in second place. So it's going to be interesting to see where they are actually running at. We do not have Todd Beckett coming through quite yet, but I know that he's out here gunning, trying to become one of those winners again, being up on our podium. But Corey Willis is another one, but we do have 824 sitting there stuck, trying to winch his way up through our Kool-Aid section.
That is John Schuster and his wife Patty Schuster. Brian Stone, possibly? Yes, it was Brian Stone out for his second lap on adjusted time in that 6th position.
And we see a Can-Am coming up in the background. I'm not sure, but I kind of think that is Hunter
absolutely
Miller.
Our physical race leader, Hunter Miller, trying to do a one-shot. Is he going to make it up? No. And remember, Hunter Miller is a single seat as well. So John Schuster, does he know that's the physical race leader? So Hunter Miller running into lap traffic already on lap number 2 at roughly mile marker number 4.
So this is definitely going to cut into his time, and you can see he's kind of using the car's tires, trying to get himself over, which it's another obstacle on race course.
And there is baby Mitch Wofford cruising along, moving into that 7th position. No,
Actually,
he moved
just
up.
bumped Brian Stone out of that 6th position. So Mitch Wofford in that number 6 position. His lap time was a 25:40, so great lap time for him. And here we have another racer that is actually helping out Hunter Miller. Can't make out who that is, but another racer helping out Hunter Miller, pulling his winch line for him. And we see this quite often, especially at King of the Hammers. We'll have drivers that are out of the race, and they will be helping everybody else that needs to be winched up. It's definitely awesome to see these racers help each other out. It's a team sport out here whenever you need help out there and somebody else is not making it. We've seen other drivers give other people parts out on the race course, and that's what's super cool too, just to get to finishes.
Yeah, because there's no pitting outside of the Amsoil hot pits, so you have to make it around. A driver can stop in the Amsoil hot pits and bring a fellow driver some parts, because this is a no-chase race for this 10.7-mile lap. Hour and a half, then the white flag comes out, and that's our physical race leader on the top trying to get around John Schuster.
So John Schuster sitting there all winched up there, but Hunter Miller does have a racer, I could not see who it was, that did pull his winch line for him and is helping him out. Oh, and Paul Wolf is in the mix. He's now at the base of the Kool-Aid trying to go around the other side. Wow, we have Paul Wolf, and then we have Hunter Miller, both trying to make their way up Kool-Aid right now. Paul Wolf is one of those that is definitely
He's looking
out
for
the win.
He's looking for the alternative line. He knows that's the physical race leader, so he's trying to make a pass. And then was that Jamie McCoy that came into the back of the screen? I couldn't quite tell.
Jamie McCoy was behind Paul Wolf earlier coming through, so this is going to be super interesting now if Paul Wolf now has to back up and try to go to the right-hand line where where Hunter Miller just was. Here, I just did it. There's one.
I've done it twice. So update from the Rugged Race Radio at the Brannick Boulders for the Joker line. Brannick Minnick and Cody Quattlebaum have cleared the Joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once, and they have cleared on out. So it's starting to be a bottleneck pretty good in here. So looks like John Schuster's up and out. Hunter Miller did make it up and out. Now Paul Wolf's trying to wait for John Schuster.
He's trying to look for a line to get up, but I think 2 cars back, I think that car is Jamie McCoy patiently waiting. And it's racing and they're all going for the win, but I don't foresee patience being very readily available right now.
It's gonna be tough. and think on this, Pam. Hunter Miller and Paul Wolf are both single seat machines, so if they do get hung up, they got to hope somebody will help him, or Paul Wolf just drives it. So he lost a little time. Ooh, look at this. Number 681 of Derek Edwards really giving it all he's got.
Oh, and he's on his side. On his side in Kool-Aid right there. That is going to not
really
be good.
Blocked up, and that's another single seat. So there's Austin Lauren. I can't quite tell. That must be Austin's co-driver. So they're broke at the top, but they're out there helping. So now is Kool-Aid, the Yukon launch there, is that completely blocked in? I don't know.
And
this is pretty wild.
And if that was Jamie McCoy that was sitting behind here, that's going to be such a bummer, because now that gap between him and Paul Wolf is going to get quite large.
And I couldn't quite tell, but Austin Lauer may have been doing the brake signal for Derek, pointing at somebody else, or saying, throw me a winch. I couldn't quite tell. But a great aerial view of Hell's Half Acre. We just saw Hunter Miller and Paul Wolf clear the Yukon launch at mile marker 4, so we should hopefully have a visual at mile marker number 7 as they bypass the Brannock Boulder Joker line.
And that's such a great camera view right there because there's those water puddles, and when they go through them, you know, might want to slow down so you don't have the water splash up on your helmet or inside your helmet if you have your visor partially raised. But there's this number 17 of Jay Shaw. It looks like he might possibly have a tree trailing behind him. But Jay Shaw just went through.
Heading back towards the Brannock backstretch. There's Cody Quattlebaum with Bandit Off-Road Racing.
And we'll see here in just a minute who this is coming through. So far, so good on the Amsoil Hot Pits. It hasn't been so active for this race. Oh, but we do have a taker right now. I spoke way too soon, but we have somebody coming in to the Amsoil Hot Pits.
It looks like that should be Tony Polari.
We will see here in just a moment. We have our drone down there. We do have Miss Erica Allreed will be in the hot pits for us again all weekend long. She's really good about getting the information of what's going on with these drivers.
Tony Polari started back in the 16th position, so he's definitely made some room if that's him.
Oh, we have somebody. This is up in the Brannock Motorsports Joker line. It looks like somebody's trying to winch from that left-hand line.
There's lots of action in there. What a wild,
oh, there's
wild
Jamie
run.
McCoy out of his car right there.
That's John Boy. Ford, co-driving for
yes.
Jamie McCoy. And there's Derek trying to ride himself. There is the 428 of Tony Polari, BDD, making it work.
So this is going to be a huge change-up between second and third because Jamie McCoy, he came through in that number 2 spot on corrected time, but physically in third. But Paul Wolf, we saw, he already went through that Kool-Aid. He cleared himself, and now here's Jamie having to winch out. So there's going to be quite a gap now between their time.
Yeah, we physically saw Paul Wolf ahead of Jamie McCoy by quite a bit because now the top of the Yukon launch has kind of turned into a little bit of a bottleneck. There's John Boy trying to winch up Jamie McCoy.
And right there with the 681 of Derek Edwards still on course. There is the 599.
That's Brandon Minnick. I believe that is entering Torbjörn rock section.
So it looks like Tony Polari is back moving. He should be coming through, completing his first lap here in just a moment.
So Derek Edwards has cleared the top. There's a car coming down. Not sure what's going on there.
If I'm correct, I think that's Brian Stone.
Interesting.
We do have another car right behind Jamie. Not quite sure. It is a single seat, but can't quite make out who it is. And there goes Tony exiting the Amsoil Hot Pits. And he is at that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit until he gets to the exit right there. There is a sign where they can resume race speed, and they also have the Amsoil wind flags there as well.
So Tony Polari is out on lap number 2. But it is still Hunter Miller out front, then Paul Wolf, then Jamie McCoy. How far back is Jay Shaw, Cody Martin, Mitch Wofford? And is that Brian Stone? We just saw Tony Polari head out, so he's a little ways back. But right now it is Hunter Miller looking good. And that dust could have been Hunter Miller.
It could have been.
I'm not sure.
So Tony came through. He is sitting in that number 8 spot. Brian Stone, he went through. We missed him going through. Well, actually, we saw him earlier on go through. He's sitting in number 7 position. Mitch Wofford sitting in that 6th spot. Cody Martin in that 5th position.
We just saw Brandon Minnick a moment ago. And I'm trying to get a visual on who this is, and that's after the Brannick boulders, so they bypass the Joker line here, and there's a steep a steep left, or you can go wide around the way he's going and make it around. So a little off race pace. Like I said, I can't tell who it is, but somebody's a little off race pace right there.
And we do still have, I'm not sure who that is, if that might still be Todd Beckett, I'm not sure, but that is up in the Brannick Motorsports Joker line.
So car 101, Todd Beckett, sounds like they broke the front end, blew a winch fuse, got it working. He made it out, but Todd Beckett is having a little struggle there with his front end and his winch. And there's Wofford, I believe.
So
yes, it is. Extreme.
Who we were just seeing then in the Joker line, then we definitely know that that is not Todd Beckett.
So lots of winching going on today. What a great race. So you can see all the cars on the left of your screen that are parked. You can walk into an awesome little spectator area right there at the end of the camping area, and you can walk into Hell's Half Acre and kind of spectate. It's a great shelf. You can see the aerial right now.
And that is such a great rock area right there. That's where it's a difficult spot. It's very technical through there. Watching the drivers make their way through yesterday was very interesting, the way they had to do their certain turns and stuff. But it's a great shot right there we see. But where is Hunter Miller? We should be seeing him here in just a little bit. And Jamie McCoy was still stuck, we saw earlier in that Kool-Aid area, the Yukon Gear and Axle Kool-Aid. So that's very unfortunate to see him still sitting there. I'm wondering if he's having winch issues or what it might be going on.
There's a great aerial of Hell's Half Acre. You can see how tight and technical it is trying to get a little past there, because there's definitely different lines you can take. But you need to save the car.
Yeah, there's different lines you can take, but some of them are harder than the other. And that's where pre-running comes in key, is finding your line, what is more difficult, what might be easier. But sometimes during a race, you have to change it up. You don't always get your good line.
Still the fastest lap of the day thus far is Mr. Hunter Miller with a 21:58. I was guessing 20. You were in the 25, so it's right in between, Pam.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit faster. These guys are being in the Pro Mod and the Open class, a little different class. Being stock. Also, like you were saying earlier, the 35-inch tires do make a huge difference out here, even though it's only a 2-inch difference in tire size. But, I mean, these rocks, it can be something that will be your make or break it over getting high-centered or not. But that is a great drone footage going through all of these rocks. This is where those large boulders are, where people were getting high-centered yesterday.
So, Pam, an update for Todd Beckett. That was the one we could still see in the Joker line. Now he's got a flat tire, but still trying to winch the rest of the way up. He has not given up. Another shot of a couple cars. It could be Cody Quattlebaum, possibly. Looks like a Skinny Razor.
And then that is also a blue, I think it's a blue car. Looks like a blue one. Right behind.
I believe that's the 253 of... No, that is... so the 253... And so that's Mitch Wofford and Cody Quattlebaum, both in RS1, so it's hard to tell who's who, but I'm pretty sure that's Cody Quattlebaum.
Yes, when we're at that aerial view, sometimes it is a little bit difficult. That's when the numbers on the top of the cars really come in handy for us when we are calling races from drones in certain areas like this. So, yeah, that's getting it mixed up definitely can happen. We both do it, but they're getting ready to come through, so we'll see who it is here in just a moment.
We'll see who's who.
The who's who of who.
So it is Cody Quattlebaum, and I think that's Brandon Minnick. So that was a blue. Good call there, Pam. That's Brandon Minnick right there.
Yes, the blue and orange.
And then Cody Quattlebaum not too far behind.
So Brandon Minnick is first in the 4900 UTV Open class, but 9th overall for the race so far. His lap was a 39:23:107.
So the top 8 are all in the Pro Mod class. And Mike Park, haven't seen him for a little bit.
Well, he was pulled off on the side of the road
tough
there,
break.
which is unfortunate.
I believe that's Cody Quattlebaum. It looks like he did go through the Amsoil hot pits. He's doing 25 miles an hour right here until he hits those flags. Now it's wide open racing for Cody Quattlebaum heading out for his second lap.
All right, so Cody coming through. Cody Quattlebaum is running second in the UTV Open class, but 10th overall. I feel like we should have already seen Hunter Miller come through. Not sure why we have not seen him yet, if he's gotten tangled up somewhere or hung up somewhere. And there we do see him right there as we speak. There is Hunter Miller going through. He should be in here any moment then.
Yeah, about 5 minutes out. And we left the line about 2:57, so we're roughly halfway through this race before the white flag goes out. We race for an hour and a half, and then the next time around for the leader, the white flag comes out.
I don't know if they're going to get as many laps in. I feel like right now the laps are not going to be high as a count.
We've seen a lot more bottlenecks
Yes,
as well,
we have.
so that's going to make a difference for sure. I believe that's Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton riding shotgun. So they're in an open class, I believe, so that should put him, Cody Quattlebaum in second and Jeff Donda in third for the open class.
And we just saw Peyton Dumford go by on screen there.
There's a great shot of the Spider Track backstretch.
That is a great shot, as you just said. And they have to check up just a bit when they get to the end right there, because obviously that is a horseshoe-style turn.
Yeah, over 90 right.
Yeah,
or over 90 left.
You cannot stay on the gas and make that turn. You will not make it at all. You will end up going over and over. I believe that looks like it could be Paul Wolf.
I believe it is Paul Wolf heading through. And there is the Brannick Boulders at the Joker line. Todd Beckett was having some issues in there, but not giving up, trying to make it happen. There's a great shot of that drag line. Really cool to see it out here. I'd love to see them rebuild that thing and make it walk.
Yeah, that would be super cool for sure. So Hunter Miller should be coming through here any moment. We did see him just a few moments ago.
If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And this is the 4900 Pro Mod and Open class presented by Ultimax Belts.
So with us seeing Todd Beckett having issues, he is coming off of a win from Visions. Corey Willis was in second position in the Pro Mod class, but having issues out there, which is very, very unfortunate. Cody Quattlebaum, he finished third at Visions in the UTV Open class, and we can see that he's out there running a great race as well. I believe he is in that number 2 spot in the UTV Open class.
Yeah, remember we have the Pro Mod and the Open, so 2 races racing at the same time. They are scored separately. We took off 2 at a time, 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. Lots of chatter on the Rugged Race radios.
All right. We have action going on all over the race course, but right now we're looking at the Amsoil hot pit area. We are waiting for our leader to come through. He should be coming through any time because we did see him just a moment ago that he wasn't too far out, but here we still have not seen him yet. Our leader is Hunter Miller. He has had the fastest lap of the day so far at a 21:58. And here he is getting ready to come through. Let's see how his lap time compares to the last one.
Be sure to tune in. Get the MAO app on Google and Apple. Go to speedsport.tv or AOA.tv. Get on the Ultra 4 USA and MAO Facebook. Our YouTube channels. Share it. Start a watch party. Hashtag it up.
There we are. Hunter Miller coming through. His lap time this time around was a 27:08. And so it's about 6 minutes slower than his first lap, which he had clean air the whole entire way. Now we know we've seen him coming through, going through Kool-Aid. He had lap traffic. Other areas, I'm sure he's had it as well. So
and don't forget, he took the Joker the first time too, which saved a few minutes. Lap traffic, a few minutes. So we'll see. So I think, we're going to be shy of a 30-minute lap with lap traffic and having to bypass the Joker line.
So
the
it's
Joker
going
line does cut off some time.
And we did see that there was still a bottleneck going on in Kool-Aid just a little bit ago. So unfortunately, we don't know if it's still going on right now. But if it is, he has to come up to it here in just a little bit. That's going to cut away from his time as well.
Yeah, we'll see.
But Paul
lots
Wolf,
of action.
Paul Wolf is physically second out on race course. We did see Jamie McCoy was having some issues earlier on. Not sure if he got going again, but that did put a lead for Paul Wolf in that second position. So we'll see if he's still sticking in that spot here in just a moment. But look at that. That's such an awesome view right there coming through. I'm not sure of that area, but you can see the spectators all up there, our course workers.
That's Cody Martin riding on board. And Cody Martin's still running up front. He's in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and
he
that
is.
was in Hell's Half Acre, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. That's Hell's Half Acre. You can see the spectators up to your left. A great spot to go check it out.
Yes.
But he's trying to make a pass.
Yes, and that was Jay Shaw. He's trying to make that pass on in the number 17 Can-Am.
Oh, got some action in the Amsoil Hot Pits.
Oh, I believe that's Paul Wolf.
Yes, it is.
It is
what are
coming
they doing?
through.
It's like they're looking at the right rear. Is it an axle? Is it? Oh, the tire's
did you
about
see
to
that?
fall off. So is that a bearing or loose lug nuts?
Hopefully his hub's not loose on there as well. But, wow, yeah, definitely was loose whenever they lifted it up off the ground.
So issues on the right rear of Paul Wolf's car. Oh, no, he's getting out of the car, too. So this may be an extended stop for Paul Wolf in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Tough break there.
Well, and let's talk about Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf not only builds his own cars, he's also his own mechanic as well. So if it's something that he can get out, he knows his car like the back of his hand. If it's something he can, fix very quickly himself, he's going to get out and he's going to do it. As you can see, he's running into the race trailer right now to grab some parts. So that's something right there that is a bonus to a driver. If they build their own cars, they know exactly what they need. They know exactly how they're running, and if something is going wrong with it, they know.
They know
can
what
feel
to fix it and where to fix it at. There's the Amsoil Hot Pits. One's leaving, so they're at 25 miles an hour, no passing until they hit those flags. Now it's full open race speed.
And that will be the 111 of John Seaman. He has bumped up himself here. So John Seaman just now going through. He is in the 8th spot in the UTV Pro Mod class in his class, but 11th overall. His lap time was a 48:55. We did see earlier on when that first bottleneck, when there was, we couldn't even see the end of the line of the bottleneck in the Kool-Aid section. He was a part of that bottleneck there. And there is somebody on their rails driving through. That is the 296 of Cody Martin coming through for his lap.
Cody Martin having a good run. That just bumped him into second position.
And look at his lap time. His lap time is actually faster than Hunter Miller's last lap. So he's definitely on the gas for sure.
So riding on board with Cody Martin. So we're going down a little fast section. We'll be taking a left here a little bit, an over 90 left. Great shot of the Amsoil Hot Pits and the camping area.
Oh, and you see Paul Wolf is still out working on his car with his crew.
So it definitely like a wheel bearing or an axle or something going on there. But you can tell he still has hope because he kept the helmet on. If he had the helmet off, he'd it'd be there a little bit longer. But that's just saving an extra step if he can keep it going. But all hands on deck here for sure.
It looks like they're trying to tighten something up. So maybe, like as we saw though, whenever they lifted the car up on the jack, that's when we saw the tire was loose. Another
Back
great
with
shot.
Cody Martin riding on board. So he just passed the drag line. He'll take a hard right, now a hard left. Hit the Spider Tracks backstretch and go wide open before he hits the power line pole. This is such a cool angle to watch. There's part of Brian Hamby's crew. Looked like G-Force was on site. There's one of the Woffords helping. There's Anthony Yount. I mean, it is all hands on deck trying to get him back out on course. There is the 681 of Derek Edwards. We saw him tipped over at the top of the Yukon launch, but he is back and running right there through Hell's Half Acre.
It's good to see him back running, back on all fours. It was just, obviously, it was a tip over. So hopefully having him upright and moving, hopefully that bottleneck has been cleared. We still haven't seen Jamie McCoy, though, so I'm wondering if Jamie McCoy ended up getting his issue fixed or whatever was going on, because he was having trouble getting winched up the Yukon launch.
But it's still just Hunter Miller
look.
and Cody Martin out on their third lap.
Do you see what was in their hand? They had an axle in their hand in Paul Wolf's pit.
There went Kip Atkins driving for his son Carson, finishing his first lap. Is that Peyton Dunford, I believe?
Yes, it is the young lady of Peyton Dunford.
So we have 13 cars out on their second lap. Well, technically 11 because now we have Hunter Miller and Cody Martin out there on their third lap.
And Peyton has actually pulled off to the side here at our finish line.
That's right after the race line start finish. Looks like Jarrell's hopping out. So they're out of the Amsoil hot pit, so nobody else can help them except for fellow race drivers. They're checking something out. So they just bypassed the Amsoil hot pit. You cannot go backwards on course, so she has to make an entire lap before she can get back to the hot pits. But Jarrell could hike back to the hot pits, grab some parts, and walk it down. But yeah, they're still all hands on deck. Paul Wolf is still out of the car.
Trying to get all
Chris
this figured out.
Uh-oh. Jarrell's taking off a helmet. Something's going on.
Yeah, it's never good. Hi, Jarrell. Sorry about that, bud. Hopefully,
he's still all smiles.
He's always all smiles. Him and Peyton are both always all smiles. Super awesome to talk to. But unfortunate to see them off the side right now.
Great family there. Father-daughter duo.
Of course, still in the hot pits right here with the Mr. Paul Wolf. But he's getting back in. That's a good sign right there.
That's a great sign. So Paul Wolf hopping in the car. He'll get all belted in. Hopefully in the next minute or so they can get the right rear button back up. Was it a hub? Was it an axle? A little bit of everything. They're putting her back together and back. So Peyton Dunford getting out of the car. Tough break, but
yes, and we did see they had an axle in their hand, so they did change an axle here, but hopefully it wasn't more damage than just that, but having that loose whenever hopefully it was just something loose that didn't get too worn in whenever he was driving, but they did do an axle change, and but it's good to see him getting back in the car so we know that it's on the up and the up. It's a long race. I mean, he was running in that, he's still right now sitting in fourth position as we speak right now, and he's been in the pits for what, 15 minutes maybe?
It's been a bit, yeah, at least 10.
Here we do have a single seat coming through.
I believe that's Jason Wofford. Sorry, Mitch Wofford. We just saw Jason in the last race.
You confused me there. There's Brian Stone.
Yeah, Brian Stone crossing the line. So that puts him in physical third and on adjusted time. So right now it's Hunter Miller out front, then Cody Martin, then Brian Stone in the Pro Modified class.
Yes, and there's Mitch Wofford going through that very gnarly rock section. What do you call that? That is the Hell's Mile?
Half Acre.
Hell's Half Acre. Bouncing his way through. But Jamie McCoy, I'm just wanting to see, is he still running? Have not seen him quite yet.
So much racing yet to come. We still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class this evening, the Racer Appreciation Dinner, and then tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll kick off the youth. Then we'll do the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then 2 p.m. will be the 4400 Unlimited class. So it looks like Peyton and Jarrell Dunford. Looks like that's Tyler Gibbs giving a hand.
Well, Peyton's getting ready to walk by us here, but they are doing some work on the car over here, so she might be coming over to give us some information here. So let's see. Maybe we can fit her in here for just a moment. We'll find out here in just a moment. All right, so unfortunate. We do still see them working on Paul Wolf's car over there in the Amsoil hot pits, but I have a guest in here that this is not where I want to see you right now. Miss Peyton Dunford, you were out there having a great race. What's going on with your car, and why is your dad having to work on it right now?
So I think when we came up Kool-Aid, we broke the front A-arm.
Oh, okay.
Coming up right at the top, we jammed.
Okay, so how was that whenever you were going through the rest of the race course with having that broken A-arm?
Definitely the steering wheel was really loose and going everywhere, but besides that it was pretty fine, but it was going everywhere, and then I think we might have lost brakes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so is he over there trying to fix it to get you guys back out on race course?
Possibly.
What do you think about this race course? Because I know you've been out, you've raced at Disney, you've done other races of ours, but what do you think about this race course out here at Pottsville, Pennsylvania?
Definitely nothing I've ever done before, and the rocks are a new challenge for me, but great apparel for King of the Hammers.
Correct. Now, are you entering into the rookie program?
I'm doing the youth class.
In the youth class? Okay, so preparing yourself for King of the Hammers, because a lot of the drivers that have done King of the Hammers, they're comparing the rock section out here to that, just a little bit different, because the rocks out there, they don't move as much as the ones have been here.
No, those are extremely loose.
Well, it's very unfortunate, but your dad over there fixing the car, trying to get it back going for you. It's still a long race out there. I mean, you guys were doing amazing, but we did see the bottleneck going on at Kool-Aid, and there was a lot of you guys out there. I think we couldn't even see the end of the line on the camera view.
Yeah, I think when we were there was like 6 cars in front of us.
Yeah, well, it's a very difficult race, but Paul Wolf, he was just now in the hot pits having some issues too. They had to change out an axle, and he's just now going through the green flag. How is it out there being on the race course with people like Paul Wolf and Hunter Miller and, you know, Corey Wells, all these big name guys that have been doing this for so long, and you're a rookie still. How is it being out on a race course with all of these big name drivers?
It's definitely more challenging having them, but it's always fun to race with the best.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, you're getting experience out there on these obstacles and seeing them, how they go up through the rocks. You can sit there and actually watch and learn from them.
Yeah, I always like to, at certain things, I'll like to wait, like pre-running, and get to watch them, and then it helps me able to go through it.
Yeah, definitely. So good preparing for, like you said, King of the Hammers, because that's going to be here before we all know it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Peyton, I'm going to let you get back to, I'm not sure if you were heading over to get some water really quick or get some tools for your dad, but thank you for stopping by with us over here. Hopefully you get your car all fixed and back out there on the track.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Peyton Dunford over here. Amazing to see her, but such a bummer to see her right now, so hopefully her dad, Jarrell, gets that car all fixed. We did have Paul Wolf get back on the gas, and he's back out on track even though he was there stuck for quite a bit, he ended up still in that number 4 position on race course. So that goes to show you the attrition that is already set in with all of our racers.
It's pretty cool to see, but yeah, I mean, we just saw Paul Wolf head back out, and he looked like he was on a mission. It's going to be pretty exciting to see how it shakes out. He was in the pits for quite a while, but now it's going to happen.
Nope.
What's he going to do? How hard is he going to push?
Yeah, exactly. I know. He definitely was pushing it hard. And speaking of pushing it hard, I mean, there's Mitch Wofford right there coming through on the gas. But Paul Wolf sitting in that number 4 spot, yes, he had well, let's look at this, Miles. So he came through, his very first lap was a 22:53. He came through with an issue with having the problems and being in the hot pits. He is still at a 37:51, so that's really not a bad lap time with even having the issues of changing an axle. Not sure if they had anything else that they had to change.
It was definitely a hub of some sort
Yes.
on that right rear as well. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Paul Wolf, he is always one to be reckoned with. Hunter Miller does have a pretty good lead, but now Cody Martin, Brian Stone, they got to worry about Paul Wolf. He is definitely still in the mix, and that's why it just goes show you never give up attitude of Paul Wolf makes a huge difference.
I mean, anybody could have just said, you know what, my race is done. I'm not going to be in it to win it at this point. But we still have a long race to go. Hunter Miller, Cody Martin, Brian Stone, any of those 3 could have an issue that could bump Paul up to be on the podium for our 4900 race. Now, Paul Wolf, I know at Visions ended up not actually finishing the race for the UTV class. He had an issue at the start line, so it's such a bummer, but at least he's out here right now, you know, got his car fixed back out on race course.
And we'll see what happens. Just gotten a little tidbit over my Rugged Race Radio. Tony Polari just cleared the Brannick Motorsports Joker section, so he's made it through. Man, what a great race we have right now, Pam.
Yeah, for sure, and it's so good that you're getting those updates of who's coming through because it keeps us in check and that makes us know. But we have to have somebody there, so it's awesome that Bailey and Caleb, they're sitting there and they're not only working the race course but also keeping tabs on us, letting you know, but they have to let us know because if you do not run that Joker line, I mean,
that's a DQ because you didn't run the race.
Exactly.
You have to run the Joker line once. You can only run the Joker line once. Again, let's give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors,
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, The Off-Road Syndicate,
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Whalen.
So please support who supports the sport. With all these amazing marketing partners would not be racing here today for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. Sounds like there's some things going on in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Our other host down in the pits, Erica Allraid, is down there checking in with Paul Wolf's pits. Let's see what they had to say and what happened.
Thanks, guys. Joining me are a couple members of Paul Wolf's crew. Guys, we just saw Paul in the pits for an extensive period of time, even getting out of his car and working on it himself. Can you give us some insight to all you changed there and kind of what went on?
So he lost a wheel bearing over there on the last rock section, and so therefore he lost brakes also. So we had to put an entire hub on and a new set of axles. He had an axle go bad because of the bad wheel bearing, and everything's smoking hot right now. So it made everything more of a challenge.
I would say so. You definitely have some battle wounds to prove it. But what was kind of your take on what all that ensued?
Just it took a little longer, but to get it done as fast as we did with everybody we had and get all that changed out, it's pretty phenomenal to still be up there in the front of this race. There's still a lot to go in the race, so we'll see where it comes out at the end. But it's part of it. We ran a bigger tire, 35, questioning that due to a lot of stress on the wheel bearings, but Hunter's running 35, Shaw, several of them's running 35, so it's no disadvantage or advantage there.
Well, despite you guys being in the pits for a while, like you said, he is still up there. And if there's anything we know about Paul is that he can definitely come from behind. So we look forward to seeing how this one shakes out. Thank you guys for the insight.
Thank you. Well, it was just amazing. He actually jumped out and did a quarter of the work himself. Even though we're telling him to get back in the car, he's still out.
Thank you, Erica, and a great update. So it was a wheel bearing, it was an axle, but did they fix the brakes? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows about that? I mean, you really need brakes out here for sure, but let's talk about that. Chris Hickman just said it took a little bit more time than they were anticipating, but Paul Wolf's fastest lap of the race, and I spoke about this earlier, it was a 22:53. Paul Wolf comes through, even with the issue and being in the pits, was still a 37:51. So that's really not too bad for having all the issues that they just had.
Yeah, I mean, that's roughly 15 minutes, and that was the guess in there. So he's still in the hunt for sure. Hunter Miller, we should be seeing him here shortly. Where's Brian Stone? Paul Wolf. There is Paul Wolf as we speak, and that is back at the Yukon launch. They're at the Kool-Aid section. Had a little issue with the camera, but they got it back going. Our production crew is amazing out there. They're in the middle of nowhere, and, they're doing a little MacGyvering out there to make this happen. It's really cool to see what they can pull off.
Well, it's really good to see, too. Jamie McCoy obviously is not in that pit area right there anymore, so it's really cool to see that the Kool-Aid section, the Yukon launch, is actually clear of all racers. And here we do have, I believe that is Jamie McCoy.
No, that's our physical race leader. That's Kyle Cheney's car driven by Hunter Miller. So that is in Torbjörn.
So he's making his way around very quickly. We'll see if his lap time will be a little bit faster if he picked it up just a little bit, but he has quite the lead right now on Brian Stone. And Paul Wolf actually just came through whenever he came through on that last lap, whenever he finished. He is actually in that number 3 spot again.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. We only have 3 people out on the lead lap.
This race has definitely been a lot harder than race 1 this morning of our stock class. It's definitely showing the attrition, as you always talk about. So, wow, this has been a very interesting race. They're not going to be getting as many laps as they have earlier.
And speaking about a tough race, getting some little updates on the Rugged Racing Radio, Jamie McCoy, it sounds like he is limping back to camp and out of the race. That is a tough break because he is definitely one of them you want to see. And also it sounds like 429. Is that Tony Polari?
No, that is Austin Lahr.
That's Austin Lahr. Oh, we saw him at the top of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
He's still out of the car helping. But say, if he doesn't call himself out of the race, he can still help competitors at the top and do some winching. So Austin Lahr being a sportsman class act. That's Brendan Minnick with a right rear flat tire.
Yes, it's definitely not right at all. So hopefully he gets in here, not too far away from the hot pits.
Yeah, he's less than a mile.
Exactly, but that mile can be a very long mile in these rocks with the flat tire.
There's Mitch Wofford heading up the Yukon launch. You can see the Project X green tape. You got to kind of keep right in the center.
And there's a great drone footage of our Ultra 4 USA merchandise trailer.
Yeah, go check out the trailer with Angel Carly, Bailey, and the crew selling all the things. Got a lot of great event shirts, hats, a little bit of everything. Over, we got Primo's subs here on site. We've had lunch already today, and it was excellent.
Yes, it was, and we have somebody hauling the mail coming through here.
I believe that's Tony Polari. So physical 4th and on adjusted time. Tony Polari still pushing strong. That's Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton.
So Tony Polari, his fastest lap of the race has been a 33:53.030. He just came through with a 33:55, so it's not too far off of race pace right there. But it does sound like getting more chatter through the Rugged Race radios. It sounds like Cody Quattlebaum in the number 33 might be limping it back to race. To the pits as well. So unfortunate. This race is definitely being very hard on our racers.
Yeah, the attrition is definitely setting in. This is getting tough for everybody. It looks like 49.08 of Jeff Donda is clear of the Brannick Motorsports Joker area.
And Jeff Donda, he's running 3rd in the UTV Open class, but 8th overall right now. So clearing that is awesome to do and get that out of the way, because we will be getting the white flag here in just a little bit. We are at we've been racing for roughly an hour, 12 minutes. So probably about, another 2 laps. So Hunter Miller will more than likely end up coming through, getting another lap before he comes around to get that white flag.
Yeah, we've only been racing for about, about an hour and 10 minutes. So while we wait for the racing action to pursue, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. While we were away on break, we did have our physical race leader, Hunter Miller, come through, heading out for his 4th lap, I believe. So next time around, it'll probably be the white flag for Hunter Miller. But, man, there's only 3 others that are on that lap. It's going to be interesting to see. So physically out front, it's Hunter Miller, then Brian Stone, then Paul Wolf, then Tony Polari.
And here is a instant replay by Rugged Race Radios of him flying through our race line, finish line.
The Rugged replay showing us. And now we rode on screen with Cody Martin for just a second.
But, yeah, it's so awesome to see him out here. Now, Hunter Miller did come through. His times are staying very consistent, but he's about 3 minutes slower just now from his fastest lap of the race so far. But he came through with a 24:22.582. And we do have some dust there in the background, it looks like. So
that's going to be Brandon Minnick in the open class.
And it looks like we have somebody actually in the hot pits that's getting ready to exit. We'll see here in just a moment. Looks like they started moving, but then stopped and decided not to move.
Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing.
Oh, and there we are on board with Cody Martin. Such a great view. Oh, and there is a little bit of action going on. Making a pass.
That's awesome. This is in Hell's Half Acre.
That right there is the best camera view. That shows how high the walls are of the rocks that they're driving through.
Really great. So that is Brandon Minnick with a right rear flat tire. He was just in the Amsoil hot pits. Why didn't he stop? Or we did see him stop. He's probably driving back to his pits. Is he going to take a right here? Yes, he does. So he went to the Amsoil hot pits. He evaluated and gave up. So now he's heading back to the trailer. He's calling his race. So tough break for Brandon Minnick. It looks like his race is officially over.
So Brandon Minnick coming through. We saw with issues. We did see him going through. What is it called again? The Hell's half mile.
Hell's Half Acre.
Half acre.
There's John Seaman crossing the race line, start finish line.
But
That
yeah,
puts him on the lead lap, roughly in 5th position.
we did see him coming through with a right rear flat earlier on. But yeah, John Seaman coming through his fastest lap of the day so far at a 25:44. And who is that hauling
That's
the mill
Cody
through?
Martin, right?
Yes, that is Cody Martin. He is also running that onboard camera. But we'll see here in just a moment what Cody Martin's time actually is.
So Cody Martin looks like just did a lap of a 25:34. He is heading out for lap number 4.
And here is the 49.06, I believe.
That's Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton.
Or I should say the 49.08.
All good, Pam. This is such a lot of fun. A lot of names, a lot of numbers. We do our best, but we definitely get it wrong. We get a little tongue-tied from time to time, but we do our best to bring you the best racing action here from famous Redding Outdoors here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania for Ultra 4 USA.
And that breeze is feeling amazing right now, but right there is that amazing onboard camera that we do have on Cody Martin, the number 296.
So he's doing a little crossover section from Torburen over to Hell's Half Acre. No, he is through Hell's Half Acre. This is actually, he's already made it through. So here's going to be the drag line. So if we stay right here, he's going to take a left and a hard right, and he is going to pass the drag line right here. How cool is that? Gets a little slideways. He's going to hit the gas. Now he's going to take another hard right and then a sweeping left and head towards the Spider Track backstretch.
Oh, and here we do see a little bit of a bottleneck that might start happening here over in the Yukon launch.
That looks like it's Tony Polari who stopped.
And here, the co-driver, you can
That's
see
our
the window net dropping down.
That's our physical race leader. That is Hunter Miller in Kyle Cheney's car. Let's see if he can make it up the Yukon launch. Does a little one shot and makes it up and through. So Hunter Miller is cleared of the Yukon launch there in Kool-Aid.
He definitely made that look very easy. He's been doing that pretty much all day long. He did have somebody earlier on. It was Austin Lahr, actually, that was stuck out there on course, broke down, and one of them pulled winch line for him earlier, and that's something that can be done, as you've mentioned and we've talked about. But it's really awesome to see other racers out there helping our racers that are in these single seats, pulling that winch line. It saves so much time for them. So Hunter Miller still out in the lead, unofficially winning this race so far today. That is a nice aerial view of that horseshoe right-hand turn. They kind of snake their way around through this area in the backstretch of the race course.
So let's go over some of our general rules there, Pam. Driver of record must start or finish each race.
And drivers are allowed one substitute driver per season unless there's a medical reason. The medical reason would be the only reason why they could allow to have more than one substitute.
Driver must race the same car they qualify in or they'll take a rear start.
The minimum age limit is 16 years old unless the race director approves of that driver racing.
And we keep covering it. This is a no-chase race. Only Ultra 4 USA and MAO safety crew are allowed to help others outside of a fellow competitor.
And then you must stay within 50 feet of the rocks.
No, it's 25. We did cover it.
25 feet of the rocks. And then unless it's announced at the driver's meeting that something else has changed.
So that's just kind of some of our general rules here at Ultra 4 USA.
And there we do have the 428 of Tony Polari right there, getting himself winched up in the Yukon launch of Kool-Aid.
So how far back is Brian Stone? How far back is Paul Wolf? Tony Polari, we see him there stuck, so we'll see if somebody can make the pass there. Jeff Donda still cruising along. John Seaman. So the race is far from over. That is Kyle? No, that is Paul Wolf. So he is in Hell's Half Acre making his way through. Sorry, that is Torburen. That's the first rock section.
The first rock section of this back, right before they're coming into the finish line,
so
right?
He's in about mile marker number 8. Sounds like we have some more information coming from the AMSOIL Hot Pits. Our one and only Erica Allreed is down there. Erica, what do you have for us?
We all are incredibly familiar with our #1 qualifier, Hunter Miller, because of our MAO Side-by-Side Championship Series, but his background in a UTV is actually in the woods and GNCC racing. When he and his brother Cody got started, all they did was race cross-country, and before they switched to short course, they were able to rack up 3 championships between the two. I was chatting with him, and he said that this is the type of racing he loves, and he's happy to get back to his roots here at Ultra 4 USA. I also asked him if he expected that #1 qualifying position, considering that this is his very first regional race with us, and in typical Miller brother fashion, he said he always expects that of himself, but he was surprised that he did it in the fashion that he did. I'm excited to see if he can hang on to this one or if another driver will answer the call, guys.
Thank you, Erica. And yeah, Hunter Miller he can do a little bit of everything, so it's great to see. Obviously, if anytime he gets behind the wheel, he's going to give it his all, and here he is. He's doing it and doing it well.
Yes, he is. He's out here definitely still running his own race all by himself right now, but it's not over till that checkered flag waves. But he is definitely out here trying to take the win, driving in Kyle Cheney's car, who Kyle Cheney actually is out racing at another race that he had committed to, so that would be a reason why he's not here. But Hunter Miller out here racing his first regional, and here we do see Brian Stone. He is definitely on the skidding pedal coming through to take that next lap out, and this lap he just went through was a 26:26 was his time.
So he is physically in second position and on adjusted time for now. So Brian Stone, local boy out of Edders, Pennsylvania, looks like it's still going good.
And that's John Seaman. Look, he has his light bar. I wonder if he's actually like tapped a rock or something on the side, because his light bar is actually halfway hanging down, and John Seaman going through Kool-Aid right now. John Seaman, actually, I just noticed he does not have a co-driver in his seat. I didn't actually get to ask him if his dad was out here running with him, but normally his dad is his co-driver, but right now he is solo in his race car.
We'll see how it looks out, and I'm looking at live.ultra4racing.com, and Hunter Miller has an 11-minute lead over Brian Stones. You know his team, Hunter's team, is in the AMSOIL Hot Pits. Tell them that, they're probably listening to the live feed. They've got live.ultra4racing.com pulled up and saying, hey, run your race. You've got an 11-minute lead, but don't let it get to you. You still have to go, but Don't tear the car up if you don't have to. You have time to winch if you need to. Do your thing and bring this race home. I do believe the next time around we see Hunter Miller will be the white flag, I believe.
I would have to say you're probably 100% correct on that, because right now it looks like we have an hour and 25 minutes or hour and 26 minutes that has elapsed in this race. And Hunter Miller, where we just saw him go through, he is definitely not going to be back in here within the next 4 minutes. But here we are on board again with Cody Martin with such a great view. Now, right here, this can show you at home the trees, the shade that can also throw the rocks off for you, like the way it's shaded inside there, about tire placement and everything. So the shade plays the game with your eyes whenever you're out here racing.
And it's really cool to show you how tight and technical this is, because obviously the cameras are only in the rock sections and the drones are in the wide open, but this is super tight and technical and a lot. And you can see like you're talking about the shade. Look at the dust; it kind of plays it on you as well. And then sometimes you'll hit a little water hole. This just gives you a little bit of everything out here. It's absolutely amazing. It looks like it's Kip Carson driving for Carson in the AMSOIL Hot Pits.
And he's in a Yamaha, correct?
He's in a Yamaha.
He's our only Yamaha out here, I think.
I believe you are right. So Kip Carson heading out for another lap.
Still doing great, though, outrunning the race. So let's see where he's actually running right now.
There is Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton. Number 4908. Jeff Donda, part of the open class.
And the beginning of the Yukon launch area has been giving so many people issues. If you don't take that line quite correct or didn't pre-run it enough to know what your line would be, a lot of them, as we have been seeing, they've had to back up actually down to get that momentum back up running. Or they end up getting back to the bottom and they just decide to winch up instead of tearing their car up.
And hitting the heads-up loop is Mr. Paul Wolf. So he's
That's Paul Wolf
there
right
he is.
there.
So he is in and out of the Amsoil hot pits quick and easy. Not sure exactly what he was doing, but hey, he's checking things out, making sure everything's okay. Remember they were talking about brake issue, mate. So maybe he's getting some brake bleed. So they dumped some brake fluid in. That's a complete guess. But Paul Wolf, physical and on adjusted time in that third position, but he's definitely off the race pace. So we were talking about brakes. I could see that being an issue, but hey, he's still he is
actually pulling off. Not sure what is going on there. If he doesn't have any brakes, maybe for safety reasons, he's just not going to complete the rest of the race. But that's such a bummer to see him pulling off because he's actually running in that number 3 spot right now.
Huh. Well, that's part of racing. He's been having an amazing season on the eastern side, but hey, I don't know what's going on. It looks like he's not going to win this one. But don't forget, you do get a drop one race per series, whether it's east or west, and for the national. So he's still not out of it, but he's going to have to give it his all as he comes to the end of the series.
And a great overview view. Again, this really shows how beautiful the area is. And all the different lines, or not lines, but all the different trolling system that's out here at the famous Reading Outdoors.
Chip happens. Mr. Chip McLaughlin's tuned in. He's saying this looks like such a fun race, but he'd probably pinball off of every single tree. So he's glad he's not here because he probably couldn't afford to fix it when he's done. But definitely miss seeing you here, buddy, but we will definitely see you around.
Such a bummer. But here now we see they are looking at the front of Paul's car. Earlier on we did see it was the passenger rear that was having an issue. They changed the axle out and everything, but now they're looking at the front. So obviously something has happened to the front, and he is done for the day.
He's taken the helmet off, and frustration has set in, but that's just part of it. He still has a big race tomorrow. He knows the course. He's seen the course. He's seen what's going on. So Paul Wolf still has some time to do, but it sounds like he broke an upper A-arm, one of the prototype A-arms, so not sure exactly what's going on there, but that's just tough break there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's definitely a bummer running in that number 3 spot. He was having a great race going on, but he's, like you said, he's racing again tomorrow. So tomorrow he has a great view of the course. It's still a long race today. We still have another race to go this afternoon. We have the 4600 Spider Tracks stock class that we will be racing. So there is still a lot of wear and tear that will be going on the track as well. And we do see somebody else going into the Amsoil hot pit, and that is a RS1 single seat. Could possibly be the 253 of Mitch Wofford, not 100%.
I believe you are correct. That'd be my first guess.
Cody Quattlebaum's RS1 is a unique look to it.
Yeah, it has a different look. That's gotta be Mitch Wofford.
It is Mitch Wofford. Well, it looks like he was just coming in for a walk around.
A visual. Maybe take a quick drink because it's hot out there.
Looking at the front end there, what they were doing.
If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And this is the 4900 Pro Mod and Open class presented by Ultimax Belts.
Brian Stone, he is entering into the Kool-Aid area, the Yukon launch, and it looks like Steve, we're talking earlier, you know, sometimes they get up, they don't have the right line, and they have to back up to get that momentum going again.
So Brian Stone's physically sitting in that second position, and so far nobody else is behind him because Paul Wolf did pull off the race course. Tough break for him, but it's looking good for Mr. Brian Stone out of Edders, Pennsylvania. There's our physical race leader, Hunter Miller, in that Can-Am machine. Out of Greenville, Texas, with Miller Brothers Racing and Team Momentum. In that Can-Am with Yokohama, Team Momentum, Evo Powersports, CT Raceworks, Raceline Wheels, Action Off-Road, and Fox.
Hunter Miller is climbing up that very technical rock section, and Brian Stone is still trying to make his way up the Yukon launch of Kool-Aid back over there. It's been a very challenging section. I have to say, Miles, I would have to say this has probably been the most challenging section that we have seen thus far through the race for all of the racers.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see. And just look how big it's getting dug out there, too. I kind of feel bad for the 4600 Spiner Track stock class that's still yet to come. It's going to be tough on those little Toyotas and Jeeps and whatnot. But, hey, this is Ultra 4 USA racing at its finest.
Yeah, it will be difficult for sure. I mean, they don't have the horsepower that these guys have. Some of the guys do. I mean, we have one of them that has a 392 in his stock class. That's definitely an advantage for
Doug Langford has a lot of horsepower in that big old Jeep. Back to Cody Martin on screen. This is a fun, really flowy, tight technical section. There's a lot of this. It's so cool to see this on board because, like I said, the stick cameras and the drones can't get in those tight sections, and it just shows you what all this place has to offer. So apparently Brian Stone has made it up and out the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid.
So we did just see Hunter Miller. He was, roughly about a mile out, I believe. Is that where the, what is it called again?
Yeah, Hell's Buren and Hell's Half Acre.
Hell's Half Acre. He's in that section, so he should be coming in here very shortly. But if the time elapsed is the correct time on here, he should be getting the white flag.
I do believe, yes, the white flag should be out for Hunter Miller here in the next few minutes. And once the white flag comes out, it stays for the rest of the field. This is an hour and a half, then the white flag comes out for our leaders. They started off 2 at a time, every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time.
Great little aerial view right there of the outside of our hot pits, our AMSOIL hot pits from our drone. And that right there is the entrance where you see the 2 wind blade flags of the AMSOIL logo on them. That's the entrance. That's where they have to start the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit, and they cannot, if they enter into those flags, they cannot go over 25 miles per hour until they exit it as well.
And there is no passing in there also.
Correct.
Unless you're pulled over pitting, obviously.
Right.
But yes, 25 mile an hour, no gameplay there. Is that John Schuster possibly?
I think that is, it does look like John Schuster.
I believe.
They have a very unique front end on that car.
That's it. John and Patty Schuster are just before the AMSOIL hot pits. Didn't quite make it. Not sure what's going on with them, but hey, that's part of racing. Need to give a huge shout out to Speed Sport for being our official broadcast partner. And don't forget to stay tuned for a 1-hour special that'll be airing very, very soon as we see Kip Carson in the Yukon launch. Mitch Wofford on screen heading out for another lap. Kip Carson is filling in for his son Kip Askin. Askins is filling in for Carson Atkins. So Kip Carson made it up and out. A great aerial high and wide. And here comes Cody Martin. That is Hunter Miller.
Hunter Miller should have got the white flag just now. We'll see here in just a moment if it actually was waving. He has picked up his time once again because he just came through with a 23:53. His last lap was in the 25. So you were talking about how he had an 11-minute lead over second place, but his teammates are not telling him to let up if he's picking up lap time still.
And that's part of strategy too. I used to race a little bit, and sometimes if you're racing, right? If you go off race pace, you can start making hiccups because you're not in the zone. So sometimes you just kind of know it. Don't hurt the car, but still race your race.
Right, exactly. I mean, anything can happen, like we did see with our last race with the young Nathan Parker. Unfortunate on the last 2 laps, had some issues, but it does happen. It's called racing. Race cars, they're not built. They're not indestructible, but here we have John Seaman. He's going through. I'm not sure. I think that is in that area of the Hells to Acre area, and that was that Brian Stone right behind him?
It looked like This is Tor Buren, I believe, the first rock section.
And
it
here
could be Tony Polari.
Yes, it is. So great racing going on back there in that rock section. This is a section right here where you have somebody behind you, but what happens when you're racing, right? You're sitting there and you're driving and you're going through some technical areas, or even when you're on fast, go fast areas, somebody's behind you, and that makes you drive harder, and that's when you make mistakes, or, you drive harder, and that's when you can, break your car as well. So that's another little game that's played on race course, especially through these technical rock sections.
Yeah, anything can happen for sure. It's very interesting to see how it's going to play out. These hard rock sections are absolutely awesome out here. And it sounds like our one and only Erica Allred is down in the pits, and it sounds like she's got Paul Wolf, so hopefully we can hear what's going on. Erica, what's Paul going down with?
Prominent face you know and love in this class, Paul Wolf. Paul, an unfortunate break in this one. There was a couple different things that happened to your car in that one that would deter your efforts in this race. So can you kind of give us a breakdown from your perspective?
Yeah, so we started the race really good. Right off the bat, we got into a couple of guys that started the row in front of us. I caught them in the first probably 4 miles. Worked my way around one of them, and then the second one I got around. And when I did, I actually hurt the car a little bit he was in the main line stuck, and I took a pretty hard line up around him, and it worked, but I think it tore up a wheel bearing in the back of the car. So I finished that lap. Going out on the next lap, I kept losing brakes, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Was able to get it all the way back here to the pit, and I had to change the whole knuckle, axle, everything, because the wheel bearing destroyed everything. Got the car back together. I knew I was behind, so I tried to make up time, and in the process of, I think, beating the car around with no wheel bearing, I hurt some other components on it, and we hurt an A-arm pretty bad. And so I was able to finish the next lap pretty good, but we have an A-arm tore up, and I just think it's going to cause more damage if I go out. So, and let alone I might not even get around the lap, might get stuck out there. So I just decided to save the car for another day, as much as I don't want to do that, but it's part of racing.
It is indeed, and a tough break for you and the team, but despite the tough break in this 4,900 class, you have the redemption round tomorrow in the 4,400 unlimited class, and you said you're out of the points chase in this UTV, so your main focus is that 4,400 unlimited class. So what's the strategy going into tomorrow now that you were able to run this course at race pace?
So definitely the strategy, it's interesting because both of my cars respond really well to high speed, so part of me wants to run the course pretty fast. The other part of me wants to take it really easy on the car and make sure I finish the race. So it's a fine line there, but I think the 44 will take it. It's a pretty tough car, so I'm going to just go ahead and run what I feel comfortable, and I should leave it probably a little bit on the table. If I need to step it up, I'll step it up at the end.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow as you set the pole in that one as well. So congratulations. Unfortunate break in this one, but, we've got another round for you tomorrow, so good luck in that one.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Erica, and tough break for Paul, but just like he said, he'll be ready for tomorrow. He'll be back in action, ready to battle.
Well, that is such a bummer for Paul Wolf. He's such a hard competitor out here. I mean, this is what he does. He builds his cars. He races his cars. I mean, this literally is what he does. So it's such a bummer to see him broken down in the pits. But there is the white flag out. That is Cody Martin.
Cody Martin. Really pushing strong. Great run for him. And I believe we should see John Seaman coming through. There he is on our screen.
So John Seaman running a great race. His best finish was actually at Visions for him. He's had some unfortunate mishaps throughout the year, but he is running the season with us. He has another Jason JW Performance taking care of his car, being his mechanic, but he just came through in that number 4 spot with a 24.46. That is his fastest lap of the day so far.
Yeah, so the white flag is out. We're less than probably, I'm going to guess, that 20-minute mark before we see Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller running a great race. This will probably be the next camera we see him at. It should be pretty good as we back on course with Cody Martin. So we'll take a right here. We're heading towards the drag line as we speak. We're getting ready to dive left, dive right, and there is that huge drag line, part of the history of famous Redding Outdoors here.
Yeah,
It's got a little sign on the side of it. So if you come out here in the future, park next to it. Take a picture with it. Hashtag famous Redding Outdoors. There's so much they have to offer here. Buy a membership. Coming out, check this place out. It is absolutely amazing.
It is pretty cool for sure. Got to give a shout out to the Fosters. They're at home. They're usually out here when we're on this side of the world photographing. They come out to Hammers and photograph as well. But Miss Karen has been checking in with me, and that's unfortunate they're not here with us this weekend. But thanks for tuning in. I love hearing the people that are normally out here at our races. They're at home watching them. So thanks, guys, for tuning in.
So this will be a fun little section. If we can stick with this shot, he's going to take a hard right, and it's an either-or up this power line. The left is a little smoother. The right's a little rockier but shorter. He does take this left line, and then it's an over 90 left coming up. So we'll be curious to see how he sets up for this because it's a super tight left-hand turn. They'll be coming up to here very soon. And there it is. He does make the corner, but has to blow into the trees just a tick.
So, Miles, I know you usually start a timer towards the end of the race, but that's normally at the end whenever you're trying to see who might be coming in first or second or whatever. Did you happen to take note of when Hunter Miller went out? Because I
sure should have.
Because, his lap times are roughly, in between the 23 and 25 minutes the whole entire race. So it'd be very interesting to see how much longer we'll be until we get that checkered flag. But I did not check it. I was going to ask you about that earlier.
I believe Hunter Miller, if he can keep on pace, he should finish right around that 5 o'clock mark. So lots of chatter on the Rugged Race radios out there. Lots of good stuff going on. Can't wait to see how this thing shakes out.
Definitely. And we're not final until it's finalized. So that's one thing too. At the end of the race, it's not only over and as you see it finish. Sometimes there's a shake up and things. There's points have to be changed up, or not points, but times. So it's not over. You have 30 minutes after the race ends as well before we can even call it a final race.
So he crosses the creek. Now he'll take a hard right down this little rock section, cross the creek again, take a left, and then head that haul road on the Spider Tracks backstretch and really let it eat. We still have the Spider Track stock class coming up this evening. We have those Toyotas and Jeeps. We usually have a few Broncos. I don't believe any of them showed up this time. But it'll be a lot of fun to see some rock crawling yet to go for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Sounds like Mitch Wofford made it up and through the Yukon launch. Back on board with Cody Martin. This is a fun little section. It's kind of twisty and turny. He's going to take a left here, go through this open little deal, take another left up and over a little hump. This is roughly mile marker number 2. So he'll weasel his way through here, through some tight sections. Take a left, take a right, and then he's back on. There's Brian Stone. He's our physical second position.
So Brian Stone in that second position, as you did just say. His fastest lap of the race so far was a 25:49. His last lap was a 26:26. So he's been trying to pick it up himself. But Brian Stone definitely out here trying to get up on top of that box, but he is running in that second position behind Hunter Miller.
But this is absolutely Hunter Miller's race to lose. He's way out front. He had 11-minute lead, and we don't know what it is now because we haven't seen Brian Stone come through, but I think he's going to pick up even more time.
Yes, for sure. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully Hunter Miller, like we keep saying, Miles, it's not over till that checkered flag waves. So
I'm going to go over.
Hopefully Hunter Miller ends up still crossing the finish line where he's at right now, because he's going to have a very good day if so.
I'm going to go over my who hasn't ran the Joker line. We haven't seen Mike Park. He was pulled off earlier. Haven't seen much of Corey Willis. Haven't seen Jay Shaw. We know Jamie McCoy and Austin Lahr pulled off. Tyler Gibbs, haven't seen much of him. Zach Pollard, driven by Kyle Sturkay. He hasn't made it through. Matt Walraven. Mitch Wofford still running but hasn't made the Joker. Peyton Dunford, we saw her out. We saw John Schuster pulled over, and then Derek Edwards as well. Carson Atkins did make it. No Gavin Smith. So the leaders have made it through the Brannick Motorsports Joker line.
Well, the ones that have not ran it obviously have to do it now because the white flag being out.
This is a great shot. So this is a different perspective. This is the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid right here, so you can really tell a different vantage point on how big these rocks are. And he got hung up, so he's going to back up a little bit. So now it's that same car. It's really cool to see bouncing back and forth between these two shots.
And from that perspective, you can see how large the rocks are, but you can't see like the ones that you get high centered on, which was what the main issue was there if you did not have that momentum and keep that pace going. And when they get to the top of it, as you can see the arrow on the tree, that's one of our course marks. So he has to make a tight left once he gets to the top of Kool-Aid.
And let's stick with this. And this is a great little section right here, too, because it shows you how tight and technical it is right after the Yukon Launch. You'll take a hard right here, and then it just kind of wiggles through the trees. Then it's back to the haul road, and you can pick up your pace. But right now, he's only going 10, 15 miles an hour through these really tight trees. And just to our left is a really big little washout. We'll see. Yeah, so there's an either or. And right there, and he does bypass it, goes around it, and back out on the haul road. So now he can probably pop it into high line and rock and roll.
Yeah, that is definitely a great vantage point right there. A great view of what the driver is seeing out there on race course. Normally we don't have that, but having this on board is pretty amazing to have for everyone at home and us here, calling the race as well.
It is absolutely beautiful, and we are so excited to be here for our first time here at Famous Redding Outdoors. There's roughly 20,000 acres with 650 miles of trails from everything from mild to wild. They've got a single track for dirt bikes. You can bring your Jeep out, your UTV. They've got a little bit of everything. And if you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And this is the 4900 Pro Mod and Open class presented by Ultimax Belts.
And speaking of Ultimax, we did see Mel. He is here. He was with he's normally out at Mid-America Outdoors, and he is here at our race. But is this Hunter? No, this is not Hunter Miller coming through. White flag is out, though.
It looks like Tony Polari, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, Miles. That was Tony Polari coming through. But it looks like he is slowing down to possibly pull off as well. I'm not sure why he would be doing that because he did get the white flag.
But the attrition is definitely setting in out here. So Tony Polari looks like he is pulling off. And we just had a high and wide. It looks like that's Brian Stone making his way. And now he's coming to a stop. So Brian Stone, physical second, maybe having some issues. Or is he shifting from low to high? Because that is right outside where he should be coming past the Amsoil Hot Pits here very soon. Am I correct in where I think we are? So, yes, that is Brian Stone. He will be heading out for his fifth and a final lap. So our physical second place. And on adjusted time, Brian Stone making his way across race line start finish. So, Pam, it looked like you were having a little conversation with Jay Shaw's co-driver. What's going on there?
Well, it is unfortunate, but he said they broke a drive line. They were so close too. They were over by that spectator area on that rock section, and what happened is they came up to an area where there was like a split line. He said they hit a rock just right, and it just snapped it.
Tough break. And that was Brian Stone heading out. And now Hunter Miller has a 15-minute, 35-second lead on this race.
Goodness.
Hunter Miller driving a great race. Ooh, look at the left front there. That is Aaron Lynch.
Yeah, the 113 right there having that.
Okay, that was so he was on the last race. So he's getting cleared off. That's Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton. So
what
where's
is he
that
racing?
putting him?
Is he in a Honda?
No, that's a Pro R.
Oh, it is a Pro R.
Yep.
Okay, the different noise to me just now was throwing me off there for a minute.
So Jeff Donda is in first place in the open class. And then Brandon Minnick is second place in the open class. And then Cody Quattlebaum is in third. And it sounds like Cody Quattlebaum did pull off. So we'll see if he made 2/3 of the race or not.
And there's that horseshoe turn. It seems like there's quite a few of those horseshoe-style turns out here.
There is a lot of twisty turny out here at Famous Redding Outdoors. It's a beautiful facility, a beautiful part of the world up here in northeast Pennsylvania. They sell yearly memberships. Lots of chatter on the Rugged Race radios with Race Ops. There's a lot of stuff going on. We'll give you the best information we can, but right now it's looking really good for old Hunter Miller, and I believe he should be in here within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Looks
Hunter
like
Miller has just ran his own race. That is the 722.
That's Kip Atkins driving for his son Carson Atkins.
Oh, it almost looked like he had a flat tire, but I think that was just a little glitch
Little
there.
shade.
But here he is making his way through.
He's there in the Torburen section. The first rock section towards the end, right around mile marker number 8. There's a great high and wide there. Shows you how vast this outdoors place is.
And I think that right there looks like it could possibly be Cody Martin. Not sure if that would be the section he would be in because he just came through here just a moment ago.
That puts him almost at mile marker number 7, so that could be right. Trying to run the race course in my head.
There's on board with him.
Yep, that's on board with Cody Martin, so that puts him right there. Good job, Pam. This is a super fast section. I believe he'll be taking a right. Yes, there he goes. So he will be passing mile marker number 7 and then bypassing the Brannick Motorsports Joker line.
And that is definitely one of those go fast sections. Go fast but technical now. He's getting into the tight area, correct?
He's going to be bypassing the Joker line there at the Brannick Motorsports Joker spot. And then it kind of opens up, gets tight, opens up, gets tight. But not too many more rock sections until he gets to Torburen and Hell's Half Acre. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in to the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X. I want to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for making all of this possible. All the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. Speed Sport is our official broadcast partner, and we'll be doing a 1-hour special that'll be post-produced and will be airing here very soon for every Ultra 4 USA race.
And I think that is Brian Stone that we are seeing on screen. running in that number 2 spot out here today, unofficially, and he has his fastest lap of the day has been a 25:49. But you know, the man of the day with the fastest lap is Mr. Hunter Miller at a 21:58. Paul Wolf actually had the second fastest lap of this race with a 22:53. So amazing driving by all of these racers. It's been a great day for everybody. Well, not everybody. I should not say that, because not everybody has had a great day. We've seen quite a few of our heavy hitter drivers that have been broken in our off race course.
I just saw Austin Lahr pull off. He broke earlier, tough break, but the sportsmanship, he helped a lot of people winch. And Rugged Race Radios over Race Ops, Mike Park, Team 904, is broken in Hell's Half Acre on that first lap and is officially out of the race. So the attrition is setting in heavy and hard for the Pro Mod and the Open race here, presented by Ultimax Belts.
And that is such a bummer to see. It's so sad to see when they are pulling off the race course, just because they're doing so amazing, and here they are now broken. And Mike Park, he's always one that's up here, and he's always up, you know, running in one of our top spots. But racing is racing, and anything can happen, as we all know.
So I suspect we'll see Hunter Miller here in less than 5 minutes, if he can keep on pace.
Hunter Miller has definitely been running an amazing race, but here we do see Brian Stone, who's another driver out here running an amazing race. He's in that number 2 spot, and as we were saying earlier, Miles, he has had his fastest lap as a 24:49. His last lap was a 28:25, so he slowed down just a bit, but we have been seeing people get stuck in rocks and or behind other cars in lap traffic. We've had so much carnage in this race. It's unbelievable right now.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see how it all shakes out. But Brian Stone is in the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid area. We'll see if he can make his way up and out. Put those Maxxis Rockzillas to work.
And this is at roughly which mile marker?
Right around mile marker number 4.
Okay.
And the checkered flag is out for Hunter Miller, unofficially winning the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. Hunter Miller just ran one heck of a race, unofficially winning this one.
And he picked up his time again, 24 mark, and this one was just now the 23:48, so he definitely did not let up. He was just running his own race, getting to the finish line. But Miles, like you were saying, you know, you get in your zone and you're on your pace, and when you do go and change it up, it is so true that what can happen is you might have a hiccup because you're used to running at you know, a faster pace or whatnot. So it's so true, but he picked it up again on that last lap.
Yeah, Hunter Miller just ran one heck of a race. Congratulations to him running in Carson Atkins, in Kyle Cheney's car. There is Carson Atkins' car being driven by his dad, Kip Atkins. So that's going to put him in the top 10. It looks like 6th in class. We'll see how that shakes out on adjusted time, so he'll be very happy with that. But Hunter Miller driving Kyle Cheney's car just with a blistering pace.
Yeah,
he's going to win this race by 15 to 20 minutes.
I know. We just saw Brian Stone, who's running in second place. He's still over in the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section, so I'm not sure time-wise how far out that is.
I mean, yeah, that's at least 15, probably 20. I mean, that's an amazing. There's Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton We'll see Philip McGilton, the co-driver for this car, racing tomorrow. There is John Seaman in Hell's Half Acre.
And John Seaman's running in that number 4 spot. If he ends up in the 4th position at the finish line, this will be his best finish out here with Ultra 4 USA. He is a driver that has been into motocross his whole life, and he has transitioned into 4 wheels here in the past year and a half. And we have also Jason Watt is his mechanic for his car. So we have Jason Watt that takes care of his car, also a couple other cars out here as well, but great driving by John Seaman at this race out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
What a great race it has been. Hunter Miller just drove the wheels off of that Can-Am. Unofficially winning the 4900 Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts. Back with Cody Martin on screen. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Project X booth.
So, Miles, with Hunter Miller coming out here for his first ever regional race with Ultra 4, I wonder if he's going to get the bug and build himself a car and come race our regionals from now on.
I sure hope so. And he's already got a car because he's got a King of the Hammers
Right,
car.
exactly. He already has it for sure. But, yeah, that would be super cool if we could see Hunter Miller come out and join the club with all the other racers out here at Ultra 4 USA. It would be an amazing addition to our Ultra 4 family.
I wonder if he'll razz his brother Cody Martin to come out too. Or
Oh,
Cody Miller.
I'm sure Cody Miller's at home watching this for sure.
So checkered flag goes for Mitch Wofford. Unofficially finishing this race. But Brian Stone, I believe, has cleared the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid, so he'll make his way around. But man, there's nobody can touch old Hunter Miller. We got to dot our I's, cross our T's, but he's got it all but sealed up unofficially.
And we are still on board. You can see that is the spectator area right there up above this area of the rocks, and that just goes to show you how rough this section is through here.
I love it. Yeah, he's at the end of Hell's Half Acre. He'll take a hard left here, then makes his way through. So the checkered flag is out for the rest of the course.
And I believe that might have been, that's Cody Martin right there, just now taking the checkered flag.
And he was running hard all the way to the end. A little rugged replay here as he comes through. He'll stay left of the Amsoil hot pits. Running strong. So you'll see the checkered flag here waving here in just a few minutes or a few seconds for old Cody Martin. He gets a little slideways right there. And he grabs the checkered flag to be an unofficial finisher.
It's really cool to see that suspension working on the cars. I love the suspension working. It's a great camera view right there. But we are waiting for Mr. Brian Stone to come on through here. He should be coming in, well, it was, maybe about 7 minutes ago when he was in Kool-Aid. So
we
we
got
may
another
have 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 5, at least 5, maybe 10. You know, how good is his car, too? We don't know that.
Exactly. And then we do have John Seaman. He was running a great race
that's
as well.
John Seaman right there, I believe.
Looks like he's kind of down pace, but he is also a lap down as well. So he has been running a great race, but he's only going to be completing a lap. But running in that position, I mean, taking the checkered flag for him.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Wolf pulled over. Is it possible Paul Wolf could still get a third place? I don't know. That's going to be wild. But John Seaman unofficially, he does pull in.
He just popped up into that third spot.
On adjusted time, John Seaman just bumps out Paul Wolf.
Well,
Yeah, because he
an
did
extra lap. Yes, exactly.
Thanks
so he
for
did
catching
one
that,
more
Pam.
lap as well as Paul Wolf. Now explain to that, Miles. You have to complete a certain amount of the race to actually get a finish in the race.
So Hunter Miller did 5 laps. So I think you have to complete 3 laps to be an official finisher for the points series. That's my best guess on the math.
Which Paul Wolf did complete 3 laps. We did see Tony Polari come through as well. He did not do an extra lap. Must have had some issues going on, but he did complete 3 laps as well.
So I believe it's only going to be Brian Stone and Hunter Miller that complete 5 laps in this race. That is insane. And that's for the Pro Modified. Let's jump down to the Open. It's Jeff Donda unofficially first, then Brandon Minnick unofficially second, and then it may be Cody Quattlebaum, but I don't think he's going to finish enough. He didn't finish enough laps, so it may be just 1 and 2 for the Open class.
Very unfortunate. I mean, this race has definitely been tough on these drivers. I know that they all were coming into it, and after pre-running, they're talking about how rough the race course is, but they were having fun on it. But also, I mean, obviously, it's showing all of the attrition has set in.
So we are winding down for the 4900 Pro Modified and Open class for the UTVs. We still have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class will be kicking off here in just a little bit. It's been a beautiful weekend. There's a high and wide of the camping section and a little piece of the Amsoil Hot Pits. The weather has been absolutely beautiful today. It was hot, but the breeze is here.
Yes, and tomorrow. Let's talk about tomorrow, Miles.
We're both pulling up the weather because there is a 50% chance of rain.
It's 50% now. It's gone up again.
So, but right, real quick, I'm looking at it. It's not till the afternoon, so it's anybody's guess. There is a chance of rain, but it's not a guarantee. We'll see because that could really play its toll in some of the rock sections. But right now, just pulling it up, it looks like it's not kicking in until 4, and that's going to be right at the tail end of the 4400 race. So we'll see how that all shakes out.
Yes, and it's also supposed to be about 5 degrees cooler tomorrow, which I'm
That's
sure all of us are thankful for that one. But 85 degrees tomorrow instead of the 90 degrees that we're actually sitting in right now.
Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll kick off the Ultra 4 USA Youth Race. And then at 11:30, we'll kick off the Ultra 4 Everyman Challenge mains for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Then at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 Unlimited class. And that one is presented by Good Boy Vodka. And it sounds like JT Customs may have picked up the sponsorship for the Ultra 4 USA Youth. He was,
Yes.
we were sitting around, and JT, we were just talking about, going over the show rundown last night, asking who's sponsoring what and how everything's going. And I asked Alan, I was like, hey, who is sponsoring the youth class? He's like, nobody. So then JT, he's like, hey, let's do JT Customs. Those kids deserve it. So just doing a little razz around there, and we'll see if it all comes to light. But it's pretty cool to see everybody making everything happen. Again, I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. We've had a great time out here. I hope you all at home have been enjoying it. It's been a great race, and we still have one more yet to come this morning, and it's going to be a good one. The 4600 Spider Track Stock Class is going to be fun. We got a lot of Toyotas, a lot of Jeeps, and the fan favorite right now, I think, is Mick Henson.
He is definitely the fan favorite. He's the fan favorite anytime he's at a racetrack, I think. I know that, seeing him out on the course yesterday on pre-run, he was having a blast. Watching his Toyota, I love the social. If you guys follow our social media, there was a piece done on him, and they did the little engine that could piece with him, and it was awesome to see. But Mick Henson, 100% a fan favorite no matter where he goes.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see. But we still have Doug Lanford, Tom Biddle. There's a lot of guys and gals will be out there on course. We'll have 8 stock class rigs out there, and they're going to be a lot slower. So it's going to be fun to see some of these hard rock sections, how they work their way through it. And then again, tomorrow, 10 a.m., the youth. Then at 11, it's the EMC. And then at 2, we're going to kick off the 4400 Unlimited, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Paul Wolf's on the pole. I believe Blyler right behind him, and then Jody Ford. Two-time king Eric Miller's going to be in the mix. It's going to be one to watch. So we still have a little bit more tonight, and then all day tomorrow. But 2 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time is the do not miss race.
100%. It's going to be awesome. I mean, of course, like you just said, we have all of this racing that's going on, but the 4400 class, that one will be going, the 4400 class will have a 2-hour plus a lap. All of the other classes besides the youth, they all have an hour and a half plus a lap. So 4400 tomorrow afternoon will be a little bit different, just
a little bit
longer, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see. Like I keep saying, the heavy hitter names, but that 4400 class, it is stacked. We have awesome East Coast racers that have been racing. You said two-time king and the Hammers, Eric Miller out here as well. It's going to be awesome to watch. You guys are definitely going to want to make sure you tune in tomorrow for sure.
And I was going off my memory. I forgot to add in Philip McGilton. He's in that second place. Then we got both Millers, Chad Hunt, Chris Brenton, Chad Owens, Seb Piero, Tad Dowker, Kevin Porterfield, Jonathan Dawes, Matt Garofalo, Jan Petrie, Casey Gilbert, J.P. Marin, Roger King, and Glennie Page. That's for the 4400 Unlimited class tomorrow afternoon. But up next, we will have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. Sitting in that pole position is Doug Lanford.
And in the second position is Sergio Pinellas.
In that third spot is John Lachey.
And then Adam Cullum in that number 4 position.
And 5th is Mick Henson.
And then Roger King in that number 6 spot.
And 7th will be Tom Biddle.
And then Cindy Bullock will be in that number 8th position. I believe this is her first race out here with us. But Cindy Bullock, the female in our 4600 Spider Track Stock class, it's going to be awesome to see that race as well. We do only have 8 cars that will be taking the green flag for that. But like you were saying earlier, Miles, I mean, the stock class, it's going to be difficult out there in the rock obstacles. I mean, we're seeing our UTVs having issues out there, and they, I don't know. It's going to be difficult. That one area, the Kool-Aid, that one is definitely going to be a challenge for these drivers in the Spider Track Stock class.
It's going to be fun because those are on 35-inch DOT tires. I keep saying DOT or race tires. What's that mean? DOT, Department of Transportation. So that's the same same tire you can put on your Jeep or your tow rig or whatever that runs down the highway. So it's the same tire. There's nothing special. The sidewalls can be a little softer and whatnot. So you really have to pay attention and save the tires.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. I mean, we haven't had a lot of tire issues. I thought earlier on in the UTV classes, we have seen some flats, but honestly, there's not as many flats as I thought we would see.
I 100% agree with that. I thought we'd see a lot more, but they haven't really came to light. Mm-hmm. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's so far so good.
It'll be very interesting tomorrow during the 4500 or the 4400 class whenever they're going, because higher horsepower, their tires are going to be spinning a little bit more. They're also heavier. So we'll see if tomorrow if we actually have issues with tires more than today.
But the course is getting beat on, so
yes,
rocks are changing, and there's a couple gotcha spots out there. And this is still the 4900 Pro Mod and Open class race presented by Ultimax Belts. Up next will be the 4600 Spider Track Stock class race. And we will be live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time for the Ultra 4 USA Youth Race presented by JT Customs.
Miles, we've been talking about the terrain here. We've been talking about how beautiful it is here. But one of the things I noticed, besides pulling in at the entry here, the large piece of machinery, equipment, tools, I guess I should say. I'm not sure what they call it when it's a bucket off of a tractor or excavator, but
a drag line. Those
drag
things are
line.
huge,
But it's really cool when you look around this park, the stuff that they've done. Like over to our right, what we see here, there's basically a covered parking area that's all made out of that, the old metal and
so
stuff.
So what that actually is that's an old welding shed,
okay.
And it's on skids. So they would, if a piece of machinery breaks down, they drag that to the machine. That way they can weld on it, they can work on it, they can stay out of the sun, out of the rain. But it's a portable shop that they can just, back in the day, they would drag it all over and weld under it, and or do some mechanic.
How interesting. I did not even know that going into that. But I'm, just seeing stuff like that around here and, making it look the way it looks, it's pretty darn cool. I mean, the history alone on this property is one in itself as well. But we will be talking about that just a little bit later on with Sean, that actually is out here, and he is their media manager. But he'll be coming over here and chatting with us and giving everybody at home a little bit of information on the history here. But we do see, I'm not sure exactly who that is. I think it might be Brian Stone making his way through.
Brian Stone does have a spare on the rear, so does that one, so that definitely could be him. No, there is Brian Stone. So
wrong.
Grabbing the checkered flag is Brian Stone, the unofficial second place, and he came across that finish line in a hurry.
Wow, that was super quick. Speaking of him, I'm not sure who that one is right there then, because having that spare tire on there, I haven't been paying attention 100% to the spare tires, but Brian Stone does have that unique look to it, and that's why I was thinking it was him. But congratulations to Brian Stone, unofficially in that number 2 spot. His fastest lap of the day was a 25:49, and he just came through on that last lap at a 26:39.
But look at the time split. Hunter Miller won this race by over 18 minutes.
Goodness.
Hunter Miller put on a clinic today. Again, this is all unofficial till we dot our I's and cross our T's. But what a great, great run for Hunter Miller and a Brian Stone. And like I said, I believe they're the only two that'll complete the 5 laps.
Hunter Miller, he might want to keep that Kyle Chaney car.
I don't think Kyle's going to let that happen.
Definitely not. Kyle Chaney's probably keeping tabs on what's going on here for sure. He's up at Champ Off Road this weekend. He had a commitment with the short course series, so he was unable to make it here. So here we are without Kyle Chaney here at the race, and he has been running very well this season. I mean, he started his season at King of the Hammers with his 3rd win in a row at King of the Hammers this year. Started off our season at the Mid-America Outdoors in 1st place. He races against Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, and Kyle Chaney, those 3 boys, they have been definitely battling it out at the side-by-side series. So it's really cool to see, the guys that are racing our short course series and out here racing Ultra 4 USA. We do know Kyle Chaney is a part of Team Momentum. He just came on with them this year. So he's got that whole entire team backing him as well. And they're definitely, talk about racing families, like that Team Momentum. You cannot even know them. You can step over into their pit and you're instantly family with them.
It's really great to see. And just like you're talking about the MAO short course series, seat time is seat time. So Kyle Chaney, the Miller brothers being able to do that, do this, a little bit of everything. I mean, it builds to your ability to be able to run everything that's going on. So, good on them to be making it happen.
Yeah, it builds their racing resume is what it's doing. Their racing resume is already a quite successful one, but here they are, doing, like you were saying, the Mid-America Outdoors, our course there, for those of you that watched Visions when we were all there, the course was actually made with through Travis Pastrana was a part of all of that brand new course that we were racing with the short course. So with that being said, the course has been different the last 3 races we have been out at Mid-America. So they're getting different racing courses and different seat time, different driving style each time we are out there. So it's really awesome to see.
And it sounds like we have Mrs. Erica Allreed down there, and she'll have a chat with our unofficial top 3. So, Erica, what do you got for us with our top unofficial winners?
Thanks, Miles. I've got Hunter Miller here. Hunter, in your very first Ultra 4 regional race, you top qualifying and you completely dominate in this 4900 Pro Mod class to get this win here today. We chatted earlier and you said it's going to be a chess game of the race because of all of the elements. So how did you manage this one from start to finish to find your very first place here at Ultra 4?
Yeah, it really was tough. I mean, this course offered a little bit of everything. I mean, it had some really technical sections, and honestly, it's been a long time since I've been on a course where I didn't know if I was going to make it through something when I got there, and I was holding my breath up it, and just so happy when I cleared it. But man, I mean, it was an hour and a half, and it felt like 20 minutes. I was having so much fun. I liked it for sure.
Well, that definitely showed in your driving. Congratulations on this first place finish. Hopefully we'll see you back out here at some point this season. And now with our second place finisher over here, we've got Mr. Brian Stone. Brian, congratulations on this unofficial second place finish. What a race. I mean, just how gratifying was this one as the track really demanded a lot from you?
You know what? The track was one of the best courses we've run in a long time. And being able to run with Hunter and coming in behind him, 18 minutes or so, but it doesn't matter because that's a testament. So we appreciate being able to run with guys like him.
It's definitely a testament to all the work you guys have put in. So congratulations on this unofficial second place finish. All right, and now finally, with our third place driver, Mr. John Seaman. John, this is your very first podium of the season. You've been hunting this one down all season long, with your closest one being a fifth place position. So what was different about today?
Well, we knew coming out here that we were going to have to just get across the checkers. I mean, it was a very, very tough course. A lot of fast stuff, but a really hard stuff. We try to just run a strategy to get through the hard stuff without breaking, get through the fast stuff, and make up a little bit of time there. We rolled the car on lap 1, so it was checkers or wreckers after that, and we just got here as fast as we could. The car held together great. There's a lot of spots we could have got flats, but the Rockzillas did amazing and got across the finish line with no brakes. So that was the name of the game here today.
Well, you definitely rebounded quite nicely after that rollover, to say the least. So congratulations on this hard-fought one. It was definitely well-earned.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Guys, back to you.
Well, thank you, Erica, and what a great run they had out there.
Yeah, John Seaman getting up there for the first time on his very first podium unofficially out here with Ultra 4 USA. So congratulations to our unofficial 1, 2, and 3.
And I believe this is going to be Jeff Donda unofficially winning the UTV Open class as he about to cross over the race line start-finish. Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton grabs the checkered flag for the Open class unofficial first place.
All right, so we have our Good Boy Vodka UTV Pro Mod unofficial results. In that number 1 position, Hunter Miller.
And that number 2 is Brian Stone.
And in 3rd position, John Seaman.
In 4th is Paul Wolf.
And in that 5th position, the 428 of Tony Polari.
In 6th position goes to Kip Atkins, driving for his son Carson.
And in that 7th position, the number 70, Jamie McCoy.
And 8th goes to Mike Park.
And 9th, Corey Willis.
And that 10th spot is Todd Beckett. Again, that is the Good Boy Vodka unofficial results for the Pro Modified class. And just crossing the line for the 4900 Open is Jeff Donda and Philip McGilton.
We are getting ready to start our 4,600 Spider Track stock class with our pole sitter Doug Langford in that number 1 spot, Sergio Pinillas in that number 2 spot. That 3rd position, John Lachey.
And 4th is Adam Collin.
And in that 5th position, Mick Henson.
And 6th is Roger King.
7th position, Tom Biddle.
And 8th is Cindy Bullock.
And that is our 4,600 grid lineup by Project X Off-Road.
And it looks like the green flag is flying for Doug Langford and Sergio Pinillas. So the 46.99 of Doug Langford and Rob Craven out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road. Drag racing against Sergio in the 46.88 with his brother Bruno riding shotgun out of Mount Dora, Florida with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing. It'll be 2 at a time, drag race. Every 30-second increments, this race will be on adjusted time.
And next up is John Lachey and Adam Collin taking the green flag.
So John Lachey, number 4662, with Bryce Lightshower riding shotgun out of Milford, Michigan with LMS Off-Road Racing. And he is right next to 4642 of Adam Collin and Brad Goodfellow out of Troy, New York with Rock Crawler Racing.
And there we see it. When they take the start, there definitely is a little bit of dust going on. But next off the line will be Mick Henson in the 4619 and Roger King in the 624.
So Roger King and Jared Johnson riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby. Drag racing Mick Henson with Troy Digby riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing.
And here we are on board with the 4699 of Doug Langford. So it's awesome to see that we do have another onboard camera, and that is our pole setter, Doug Langford.
And I really love the different spot here. You can see the driver and co-driver, how much the steering wheel actually moves. You can kind of see the heads bob a little bit. This is a really fast section. And remember, Doug Langford has got the biggest horsepower out there with that 392. And it's 2 Toyotas drag racing. That is Tom Biddle and Cindy Bullock. And it looks like Tom Biddle does get the whole shot. Tom Biddle, number 4653, with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. And then the 4040 of Cindy Bullock and her husband Adam Bullock out of Oshawa, Ontario with Team Fourbanger. Both Toyotas, and this is Cindy Bullock's first ever Ultra 4 USA race. And don't forget, the first race is on us. If you have never raced Ultra 4 USA, come on out, check it out. We will waive your entry fee. And here is Doug Langford. You can see him splashing through one of the water puddles. This is another either or. There's a left or a right. He chose the right. It's a little more rocky and up and down, but it sets you up for this left-hander a lot better. Getting some update through my Rugged Race Radio. Roger King is in two-wheel drive, so what he's going to try to do, he's going to try to make it to the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid, pull over and help all the other drivers. So how cool is that of Justin Cowart and Roger King? That's a class act at its finest. I absolutely love the sportsmanship we have here at Ultra 4 USA.
Well, in talking about that in two-wheel drive, he knows that he's not going to be able to make these rock obstacles that we do have out here being in two-wheel drive. So that's sportsmanship right there.
Absolutely. So driver and co-driver will be out. Remember, this is a no-chase race, so only fellow competitors or safety crew can help you. So they're out there. They know that's going to be a tricky section. So even though they know they're not going to be competitive, they're going to make it there and help out their fellow guys and gals. I love the Ultra 4 USA off-road lifestyle.
And that being sportsmanship right there, they know the other drivers, they're going to be so thankful that they're not going to have to get in and out at Kool-Aid, because that's earlier where we were seeing a lot of people having to winch.
There's spectator area number 1. Looks like that's a Toyota. It could be Mick Henson. He'll go straight across the road through the creek.
So that is also Doug Langford that is on the camera view right there. We also have the in-car, which we are now seeing right here. How cool. We were just talking about it. Like, and Miles, I 100% agree with you. This is such a cool view because now you see the driver and the co-driver, not just how the suspension is working, but you're seeing the way the steering wheel is working, the way that they're, it kind of shows how rough the race course is by how much movement they have inside the car.
And then look on the right, you can see the big screen. That's the GPS that shows you where you're at on course. So to keep going, you can see the either or right there. You can see the blue lines, left or right. They take the left line, so that little dot stayed on them. This is a great vantage point.
This is like a video game.
Yeah, it's awesome. Doug Langford in that Jeep JL with that huge 392 Hemi. Putting that rock crawler suspension Jeep to work. And then that's Sergio on the middle of your screen. He took the right lane, a little more direct, but he's a little bit less on horsepower, but he's looking smooth. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And speaking about the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class, what's that mean? Usually they have a blue number plate. They have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same make, model, and year. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, factory suspension like leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, etc., and mechanical steering. We will be live racing for a couple more hours, and then we'll be giving away all those amazing Laser Nut trophies, Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies, thanks to Cody Wagner and his company, and then 360 wraps. Pam will get up there and do some interviews and hand away some hardware. And then tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll kick off the Ultra 4 USA Youth Races. That will be live, so be sure to tune in. We are excited to be here for our first time at Famous Reading Outdoors. There's roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles of trails with a little bit of everything from mild to wild, from beginners and on. This is great for dirt bikes, mountain bikes, UTVs, Jeeps, up to Ultra 4 cars. They've got roughly 15,000 members, so come on out, buy a membership. It's open 365 days a year, and you can go explore all these awesome Got all these awesome trails out here. It's a great vantage point right there. You can see the center of your screen, the diagonal one, that is coming towards us on open race course. It's been a great day of racing, so thanks to each and every one of you for staying tuned in to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. This is our second Ultra 4 USA Eastern Series race. Next up, we will be in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. And then we will end up the year in Lake Havasu for Legends of Havasu. It's a do-not-miss event with Ultra 4 USA F1 boat racing, the rodeo, National Music Acts, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and so much more.
Probably going to get out and hook to us if we do that when we come back in.
What a great shot we have right here. There's Sergio trying to pull up Adam Collin. So they are rock crawler teammates right here, part of the Warren team. Great to see them out pushing strong and helping each other. You can see these trying to help pull up. So Sergio's winching, and then Adam Collin's winching off Sergio trying to make it up. So teamwork making it happen. And what we did miss, or I missed on my side, was Doug Langford's already been through here. So Doug Langford first, Sergio second, and then Adam Collin sitting in that third spot. And here's on board with Adam Collin. And this is just about 100 yards past the top. So it's a pretty tight race, the top three. Up past the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section. So he'll take a left here and then take a right onto the main road. Well, after he hits that tree and backs up. Oh, look at the reverse camera in that center screen. That's really cool. So he puts it in reverse, and all those gauges go away, and he can back up. He'll take a left there. There's Adam Collin. Ooh, is that Mick Henson? And Mick Henson likes to rock crawl, but it is jammed up. So Sergio and Mick Henson's the little Toyota that could. We'll see if he can make his way up. Is there multiple lines, or he's going to pull up and winch? I think he's got Troy Digby riding shotgun with him, so maybe he hopped out and trying to figure out what's the quickest and easiest way to make it up. Does he just sit there and wait? Does he winch? Does he try to rock bomb up there? Again, this is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We had 8 cars take the line. They took off at roughly at 5:25 p.m. So we'll see what kind of lap times we have. So roughly 6:25, 6:55, the white flag will be coming out. We're a little behind schedule, but we've done our best to keep rolling. This is a brutal course, and everybody's having fun out there. So thanks, everybody, for staying tuned in for the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We're watching Adam Collin trying to make his way up. Mick Henson behind him. Sergio Panolis up front. But out and about is Mr. Doug Langford. We started off with a 4900 Stock Class UTV. That one was presented by Handy Industries. And then we just wrapped up the Pro Mod and the Open UTVs, presented by Ultimax Belts. And now we are just getting started with the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. This is the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section. There's winch lines all over the place. We've got Sergio up top. I'm not sure if he's already made it and is out, or if he's helping his teammate Adam Cullen. And then right behind him is Mick Henson. This is going to be a tough race for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. This is a 10.7-mile loop. They'll race for an hour and a half. And then the white flag will come out. What a wonderful day of racing it has been. But I'm going to bring into the Project X booth the unofficial winner of the Open class, Mr. Jeff Donda. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Glad to be here.
I'll bet, yeah. I mean, that course was rough out there.
Very.
Kind of give me your rundown. So I've been, we're watching it just like, well, not just like you, completely different. But there's Go Fast. Here's the Yukon Launch, the Kool-Aid section. It's a tough spot.
It kind of reminded me of the Hammers.
It's pretty wild,
isn't it?
This is
the best rock sections we've been in, other than being out west, and it's challenging. I like it. This is the stuff I like here.
Yeah,
so.
and you had Philip McGilton riding shotgun with him, right?
Yep.
And you'll be in his pits tomorrow during the 4400 race, I assume.
Yep. If it wasn't for Phil got me through a lot of stuff, kept me cooled down and kept me going.
Yeah,
so luckily, thanks to him, we didn't have to pull line once all day. So it was.
You never had to winch.
No.
Did he have to get out and spot you a few times?
No.
Just kind of coach you along, huh?
We came in for a little splash of fuel there on that last lap. Still getting used to this thing. I wasn't too sure, when the fuel gauge gets low there, didn't want to chance it. So other than that,
you don't want to be stuck out there, on your last lap and run out of fuel. That'd be terrible.
So.
But yeah, you got the Polaris Pro R. You're running the Open class, and that thing's got a distinct sound. I can definitely hear you when you're on the pipe heading through.
Well, I think every single vehicle I've ever had, it's got to be loud.
Yeah, you're that guy, huh?
Yeah. So.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, so what was your favorite part? What was your favorite part of the course?
Well, I'd say a Joker line.
Yeah, the Joker line.
The Joker line was fun.
It's cool. I'm going to say it's pretty in there. It's a waterfall, rock, little creek. You go in, and I assume did you take the first right when you got on there, or did you go left a little ways?
We hung to the left, stayed on the 4400 side, then cut across.
Yeah, okay.
Like we saw everybody else doing.
Yep. That's a really cool section. I love the strategy it kind of throws in there too. What lap did you take it on?
We did it on lap 2. When we were coming through, I saw somebody coming down with a yellow flag, and started thinking maybe, because we had sat in a bottleneck at Kool-Aid for a while, and I figured if we could keep moving, that'd do better for us overall. So we bypassed it the first time, hit it the second time around, and there was nobody in it, so it paid off. It was definitely a good decision there.
Yeah, the strategy with that is so much fun to see. You have to do it once. You can only do it once, and then it's back to some wide open, and then some tight trees, and then the last 2 acres with a Torbjörn, and then Hell's Half Acre.
Yeah.
That's a little tough back there, huh?
And like I said, I mean, this one, like I said, it kind of reminds you of the Hammers. Like, after you get bound up in that stuff, it's a little sketchy to get in some of that high-speed stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, because you're abusing the car, and then you got to abuse the car at high speed.
And it's a little sketchy once you get going there. So, but
then how about that rock section at the beginning of Hell's Half Acre, where you had already made it through Torbjörn, and then you head down, and then that first section where that rock up, there's a tree in the middle, there's a left line and a right line, and then you drive around. How's that? Because yesterday during pre-run, it looked pretty rough. Is it breaking in?
Like I said, we didn't have a problem with it. I don't know if I got lucky and just kept the momentum up, but I tried not to think too much about it. But it was pretty well, relatively smooth, for a rock trail. But yeah, it seemed to be getting run in pretty well.
Well, that's great to hear that, and it was a lot of fun. And again, congratulations on the unofficial first place finish in the open class. I mean, you got to be stoked.
I am. This is the best we've ever done, and it just seems like things are clicking this year. So hopefully we can roll it into next season and keep it going.
Yeah, and after this race, we'll be giving away some of those Laser Nut 360 Wrap trophies. So it looks like you'll be getting one.
About time.
All right, well, Jeff Donda, pleasure to have you in here. Congratulations. I'll let you go, take the suit off, grab a beverage, chill out, and enjoy your victory.
Will do. Thank you,
All right,
Miles.
thank you, buddy. That's Jeff Donda, unofficial first place in the 4900 open class. It looks like that's Tom Biddle with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun. So is that Cindy Bullock coming up right behind Tom Biddle? And then remember, Roger King, it looks like he may be hiking up because he's in two-wheel drive, so he's going to get here and help his fellow competitors winch up. So it looks like Roger King and Justin Cowart will be helping out their fellow competitors.
Well, Miles, you had a great interview over there with Jeff Donda. Super awesome. I just learned, I did not know this about him. He's never raced before.
Yeah, he's fairly new to us. Yeah, this is his first Ultra 4 USA season.
Yes, and Philip, I was talking to Philip and his co-driver Philip McJilton, and he was telling me how he's helping him out. He's never raced before, and it was just super cool because that's something new that I did not know about him.
And I believe that's our physical race leader. Yes, that is in the Brannick Motorsports Joker line. So Doug Langford is trying to hit the Joker line on his first run in that first tight section. There's a pretty good little ledge there. Oh, and it looks like there's still a UTV blocking the course. So he's having some broken issues. But, hey, he's part of the course now. So Doug backs up. He's going to take this little left lane, but I'll bet you he turns right and tries to make it up and around.
And where that UTV's broke down, you can see a tire is off. Sometimes vehicles are in areas where they cannot be recovered. It's such a tight section, so he's probably having to fix his car just to get out of there.
Look at this, physical first and second, both in the Joker line. And on our left, that was walk around. That is JT Taylor, our physical race leader. Looks like
that's Todd Beckett.
It sure is, trying to get him recovered.
I can't tell if somebody's in front of Todd as well or not, but very unfortunate. So we do see Sergio is trying to take that right line right there. Driver moving his tire out of the way.
That's not the line. He needs to be right where that UTV is, but he's going to, his brother Bruno's hopping out. They're going to be running the winch. So this could be a pass for the lead.
And there he is getting out, wondering if he's going to get out so he can go ahead and prepare to winch up Sergio. And like you said, JT Taylor is right there over there checking things out, making sure all is good.
There's Adam Collin and Cindy Bullock. But I want to go back to the Joker line and see if Sergio can pass Doug in that. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting excited, Pam.
Oh, I'm always excited about racing, Miles. It's been an awesome day today out here racing at this amazing race course out here at the famous Reading Outdoors. It's pretty cool to see this facility, the racers out here. Oh, we do have Todd Beckett's trying to get his car out of the way of all of these racers that are now on active race course for their race here.
So there's Doug Langford on the left and Sergio Pinillas on the right. It's going to be a winch game. Who's going to get up and out of the Brannick boulders here in the Joker line? There's JT Taylor, our race director, making sure everything's running smooth there in the Joker line. They're in the Brannick boulders. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They have 35-inch DOT tires. And on the left, Doug Langford has a 392 Hemi. On the right, Sergio driving John Schaefer's old Jeep, has just an old 4-liter. That Jeep on the right is maybe one of the winningest in the stock class. That Jeep has a lot of wins under its belt.
And let's talk about that, Miles, because earlier you were touching base on this, that that John Schaefer, retiring that Jeep or whatever.
Well, he tries to retire it, but Sergio keeps stealing it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. How can you retire a vehicle that's winning? You can't.
It's still capable. Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely something you don't want to do, is retire a vehicle. That is for sure. So, Miles, it's been great. We are going to switch gears here for just a moment. We are going to bring in Sean Fitzpatrick. He is out here from a famous Redding Off-Road, or Outdoors, I should say. I'm sorry about that. But, Sean, welcome to our booth here at your racetrack.
Yeah, it's great to have you guys here. It's an awesome atmosphere. You guys definitely carry the crowd heavy, so we're happy to have you.
Well, it's awesome to be here for sure. I mean, you guys have an amazing facility out here, but I want to talk about other stuff. So besides this being an amazing facility, let's talk about some history, because I know we have a lot of history buffs out here. The history of Pottsville and the history of where we're at. I mean, we were talking earlier, you were given some tidbits, and this is something, I'm going to start off with something totally funny, because you're telling me it's Redding, right? Because I kept saying reading. A lot of people say reading. And I asked you, I said, is it like on Monopoly? Like, so have we always been saying on Monopoly it's Reading Railroad, and it's not. It's actually Redding Railroad.
Yeah, it's a very common misconception, but it actually is called Redding. And that's actually based off of the Redding Railroad, which was started for transporting anthracite coal from Schuylkill County to be dispersed from Philadelphia out to the world. And
let's talk about the anthracite coal. That was discovered right here where we're at.
Yes, it was. Back in the early 1800s, a gentleman by the name of Nico Allen was out just hunting for white-tailed deer, and he was at his camp, and he had a fire going, and then all of a sudden he went to put it out, and it just would not go out right away. And it was because of these strange black rocks that we now know as anthracite coal. And that has become a staple of Schuylkill County and our community, and it made us who we are.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool to hear that story. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, back in the early 1800s, and a fire is not, going out for you or whatever. But anthracite coal, didn't know there was a difference actually in the coal until you actually explained it to me just a few moments ago. So it's really cool. But early 1800s out there now. That became something very big out here, right? So, like, that brought community together and everything. But another thing about the history here, the oldest brewery in the United States, in America, Yuengling. 1829, I believe, is when that brewery was opened, and that's like a main attraction out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, absolutely. It's America's oldest brewery, and it's been a staple in our community for generations. Everywhere you go in Schuylkill County, what's the first thing on tap? You're going to see Yuengling. And their marketing team has been doing a wonderful job in expanding, and they actually opened branches in Florida and Texas. And it's making our community proud, and it's a good beer. I highly recommend it.
100% agree with you on that for sure. I actually went and did some filming in town, and we actually ended up at the brewery doing a tour. We will be showing that a little bit later, but it was really cool to see and hear the history of it. And I mean, we're sitting here talking about beer, but, being the main attraction for Pottsville and everything, we're going into detail about the natural spring, and that's the water that they were brewing the beer with and everything. And now, everything's changed, and how they've, diverted the water differently, but they're still trying to make it back to the natural spring style water for brewing the beer.
Absolutely. And I do have a little fun fact about Yuengling. We all know back in American history there was a period of time where alcohol was prohibited for people to consume. So people, to get around that loophole, and how Yuengling was able to stay in business during that time, they also opened up ice cream, but people could get prescriptions for porter ale. So they would get their prescription, go get their beer, and then enjoy it on the weekend. So
That was really cool. Our tour guide actually was going through that yesterday with us, and I had no idea. And I think it was, 1985 is when they stopped making ice cream and stuff, because that, obviously the beer was what was, more productive and making more money and everything. But I had no clue that there used to be ice cream involved in it. And another cool thing that we also found out, too, is there's 4 daughters that are actually going to be, basically inheriting the business at one point. And just hearing, that they came up with their own brew and everything as well. And they are the 6th generation that will be taking over the Yuengling factory, or brewery, I should say. But really cool stuff. But let's go about like the architecture downtown. I mean, you have those really old churches and all of these old buildings, and there's just so much history in general. So is there any more history that I have missed that besides the brewery and the coal discovery here, the anthracite coal?
Yeah, so there also was the Salem witch trials and Molly Maguire's. So there actually was, the thing to do at a time was there was public executions and stuff, but that was just a part of the history, but that happened right here in Pottsville. There's also an NFL team that actually came from Pottsville, Pennsylvania back in 1925. They won a championship. They were called the Pottsville Maroons. And currently it's in the King's Plaza where Palermo's Pizza is located, but back at one time that used to be a major NFL stadium.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. That's super cool.
Yeah, if you wanted to find out more stuff, when you go on the main street in Pottsville, there's plaques all over the place with all these different history tidbits. If you come to Schuylkill County, you can check all this rich history out.
Yeah, that's super awesome. Well, we've talked about history, but let's talk about Famous Reading Outdoors. Let's talk about how you can come out here and ride the courses. I know you guys have memberships, so give us a little rundown. You are the executive marketing manager out here, right? So give us a rundown of how you guys market this and the history behind your logo and what you can do to come out here and ride your dirt bikes or your side-by-sides or your rock crawlers.
Absolutely. So we're Famous Reading Outdoors. We opened up back in 2017. Our owner and founder at that time was Brian Rich Jr., and his vision was to repurpose all this mining land into something that the community really loves. And that's another thing about Schuylkill County is there's such a tie to Turd Trout racing. If you go down the road just a few miles, Big Diamond Speedway's there. They've been open for many years, hosting many different racing events, and people like to get out there and go fast, so we figured, why not give them a place to do that, a safe place, an outlet. So we offer year memberships, and then if you're curious about trying it out but you don't want to fully commit right away, we offer guided tours with our tour guide, Dennis. Dennis does a great job. He's very knowledgeable about the history of Schuylkill County and the history of the property that we're sitting here on right now. And the big thing about FRO is for just encouraging people to get out there, enjoy all the beautiful nature sites and everything that Schuylkill County has to offer.
And with that membership, you can come out here and ride. It's basically day riding, correct? There's not camping involved, or am I incorrect on that part?
So camping's in the works. We're working on that at this time. But when you get a membership, if you're from Schuylkill County, you'll get it at $175 per year. If you're outside of the area, it's $225. And that'll get you full access to any one of our 6 trailheads. And plenty of time to explore. We're open 365 days a year, sunrise to sundown. So we encourage you to come out and check us out.
Well, that's super awesome. And you guys have a website that people can go on and check it out. But make sure you're following their social media as well. You are very active on that. It's awesome to see. I personally had not heard of this area. I've never even been to this area until the race was planned here. And it's super cool to be in a new area. And I can tell you our racers are definitely loving this area and the course that you guys have out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing.
And you guys, on Sunday, there's a whole nother race with Darkwater that's racing as well. So that's going to be a whole nother race that's going on. It's not, we won't be doing production because it's not, our race, being produced and everything. But it's just going to be super cool because a lot of our crew will be now helping out the others that will be racing that are actually out on the race course right now, volunteering and helping us out. So it's really cool. Like, how many times a year, because I know there's what is the other off-road park that's about an hour and a half away from here? Iron?
Yeah, so there's also AOAA, Roush Creek is also out there. They're all ran by great people, and they're all great places to check out, and we all work collectively to try to bring tourism to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, for sure. But so racing associations, the Darkwater that's coming here on Sunday, I know other racing series race in this area as well. How often do you guys have races here? I might not know this information.
We're, like I said, we're learning as a management team, more and more. We're trying to get more racing involved as any ways as we can. But, our top priority is to make sure that everybody is safe. And, when we do these outlets, everybody does it in a safe manner. But we'd like to do more things in the future.
Yeah, it's really awesome just to be here. And hopefully next year we're back here. I mean, I'm already hearing word that we'll be back here next year. Another thing that you were explaining to us earlier as well is what we're racing on right now, that's not even the whole entire, there's more trails. Like you just said, there's 6 trailing systems out here. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we could come here and race completely different trails every single time and not even touch the same stuff.
Absolutely. We can make it as crazy as you want us to.
Yeah, and that's, our racers wanted hard, and here we are. We have, probably one of the hardest regional races we've had in quite some time out here at Famous Reading. It's been pretty cool to hearing the drivers talk about it. I know you know about King of the Hammers. So King of the Hammers has the big boulders, and they're basically compacted together. And I know Miles and I have been talking about this throughout the day. Out here, we have the big boulders, but they're not compacted like they are on the West Coast. So the gigantic boulders aren't moving, but some of these other ones are they're moving. So it's just a little different driving style, and the rocks are slippery because we do have the water, especially through our Joker line, that area right there, having the waterfall coming down, their tires are getting wet and having to go up the slippery rocks.
Right, it's definitely unique terrain out here. It's awesome because there is actually 2 water reservoirs that are around the course that the racers have been on today. One of the areas is called the Whimsy, and the other one is Hollows Creek. And believe it or not, it is a water area, but it's blue as the Caribbean. Couldn't tell you why, but it is beautiful if you get your way out there.
I have not made my way out there, but I would definitely love to get out there. But right now we do have one of our racers that's on the Joker line out there. Our racers have been struggling in this area, and the one that's called Kool-Aid. Do you know the reasoning behind the name of Kool-Aid for that trail? I don't know the reasoning behind it, but...
So I'd have to ask our general manager,
There
Doc
we go.
Dress. He does a good job, and he's a lot more knowledgeable on our trails.
On the trail names.
Yep.
Yeah, so Kool-Aid has been one of our most challenging trails out here today. We do have this Joker line that they have to take, but it's been definitely interesting to see the drivers struggle on one that's not a Joker line. It's just something that we actually are having to go through. But we have 4653 getting on screen right there. That is Tom Biddle. He's one of our seasoned drivers out here. His son, Hunter Biddle, will be racing tomorrow in our little 170 class. That's going to be fun to see. Have you seen those races before?
Not yet, but I'm ready. I'm buckled up.
Oh, well, I mean, you got these little tiny kids out there. I think the minimum age is 6 or 8, but it's really cool to see them out there. But, Sean, I'm going to let you get back over to what you're doing over there. But thank you so much for stopping in. Hopefully tomorrow maybe we'll be able to get you in again. It's going to be a busy, busy day tomorrow, so not sure. But thank you for coming over and giving us a little rundown on the history of the track and the city.
Thanks for having me. We
Awesome.
appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And Sean Fitzpatrick with Famous Reading Outdoors. It's awesome to talk with him, getting to know the people out here. They've been pretty amazing, very welcoming. And we do now have a picture-in-picture going on. So that is pretty cool to see that we have Doug Langford in car, and I believe that is him on the drone footage as well. But, Miles, you got yourself a little bit of a break there. We've been on camera for quite a while today, so it's nice to get a small break and get some interviews in with all of these people. But, Miles, we have Doug Langford right now. It's really cool. I don't know if you've noticed or seen it, but we do have the picture-in-picture.
The picture-in-picture is awesome for sure. And I want to catch you up, Bailey, back at the Brannick Boulders for the Joker line has just been catching me up on the Rugged Race Radios. The 4688 of Sergio went through first, then the 4699 of Doug Langford got second, and then the 4662 of John Lachey. So it does look like Sergio got around Doug Langford and is clear. So I don't know exactly, but it looks like it's Sergio, Doug, and then John out on course. Remember, you have to run the Joker line once. You can only run the Joker line once. And it looks like Doug Langford is in the start of Torbjörn.
Well, that's pretty cool that Sergio is out front right now physically on the course. He's coming off of his win from Visions. And like we were talking right before we had Sean come in here, Sergio, this Jeep is not retiring. I don't think it'll be retired anytime soon because they are getting, you can't retire a winning vehicle.
John Schaefer texted me just a minute ago watching the Winch Fest there in the Joker line, so I'm sure he's watching his Jeep, make sure Sergio doesn't tear it up too bad. But, hey, John, miss seeing you out here, but it's cool to see the Jeep still out here racing with us.
Yeah, and that is such a great footage. It's like a video game to me whenever you can switch the different angles of the camera when you're playing.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the picture-in-picture.
But he's making his way slowly through this area here. I'm not exactly sure you would know more than I would on what area that they're in right now.
Yeah, I should know. There's a lot of areas we cover out here.
Well, he's definitely making his way through the trees. That is a very tight section. It looks like that he is going through right at this moment. So tight area going through. The trees are not gigantic through there, but they're still trees.
Yeah, this is the tight section. Okay, so he has cleared Torburen. He's heading towards Hell's Half Acre. So he's going to wind through these little tight sections, take a left here, I believe, if I've got my bearings right now. Yes, he does. He'll take a left, and then he'll, weave through a little tight section for, 300 or 400 yards, and then head straight into Hell's Half Acre. And you know why it's called that? Because it's a hard little spot. And he is at the top edge right now of Torburen. If you took a left there, you would be on the little overhang of Torburen, but we're going to stay on racecourse right here and head towards Hell's Half Acre. And I would love to stick with this camera because it'll give us that where Mick Henson rolled over during pre-running the other day. It's a really tough little rock crawl, and we're probably about 20 or 30 seconds away from seeing that little section, and I'd like to see how tore out it is, see if they can drive it, see if they can winch it.
It is definitely really cool to see this view right here, as you were just saying.
Yeah, he's got his iPad on the right side. It looks like he's got a lead nav on it. But the middle one, I believe, is just a heads-up gauge for all of his gauges on there. Can't tell exactly what kind, if it's a race pack or Holly. Okay, here's that rock section right here. So this is one of the toughest spots in this course. So you can see the straight ahead on that tree, there's an orange arrow. You can go left or right. So this is a Jeep JL with a 392 Hemi in it, 35-inch Nitto tires. And it's going to be interesting, so we can see if he can make it up. There is a winch point, and during pre-run yesterday, I watched this exact Jeep in this exact spot, and he did have to get out and winch.
Well, and knowing that, I mean, you're trying to run your best line you can, or find your line that you want to. It looks like it was shutting off. Oh,
no,
look at that!
When he puts it in reverse,
the rear camera.
Yeah, the rear camera pops up. It's really cool.
And a lot of drivers, I know you just said this about a heads-up display in the center. A lot of drivers will put that in the center because the driver doesn't need to be focusing on that, but they need their lead nav or whatever in front of them for their navigation. So they'll put it in the center so that the co-driver is not only focusing on the GPS, but also the heads-up display.
And there is Mick Henson up and over the Yukon launch there in Kool-Aid, but it looks like he's crawling under the front, worrying about maybe, remember, he had front driveline issues yesterday when he rolled over. He had a front leaf spring issue, so did something let loose? I'm
something
not
was
sure.
Wiggling just now when he touched it.
But it does look like Tom Biddle has made it through the Brannock boulders there in the Joker line, so our top four are through.
And Doug Langford's co-driver did get out. He is going to have to winch in that same section you said you saw him doing it yesterday.
This is a tough spot. So Rob Craven is out, grabbing the winch. Doug Langford with Outlaw Off-Road in that 2021 Jeep LJ. 392 Hemi. Curry, Fox, Nitto Race Line help him get up and out of here.
And we can see right there, we do still have Mick Henson out of his car, not sure what's going on, or I shouldn't say car, out of his truck.
Yeah, I think Troy Dibby is his co-driver. Oh, is that Mick Henson with on board a little? Why does it look like the steering wheel's on the wrong side? Oh, it's probably just sitting there.
You know, earlier on, there was a camera that was flipped, like it's reverse.
Okay, it looks like right-hand drive.
No, he's not in Australia.
Right. But it looks like that's Mick Henson.
Not sure exactly what's going on with him, but it's such a bummer that he is stopped right now. But
oh, there's Sergio Pinolis. He is our physical race leader. He is in the AMSOIL hot pits, so he is actually ahead of Doug Langford. So our physical race leader, Sergio Pinolis, is coming out of the AMSOIL hot pits. Not sure what he fixed in there, but our physical race leader, Sergio Pinolis, fresh off his win at Visions, driving John Schaefer's Jeep, is still hot on the gas, making it happen. So on adjusted time and physically out front, Sergio Pinolis with his brother Bruno riding shotgun.
And here is the 4662 of John Lachey.
With Bryce Lightshower riding shotgun out of Milford, Michigan with LMS Off-Road Racing. Love seeing the little Toyotas with all the body damage. It's great to see the Jeeps versus the Toyotas. I wish a couple of the Broncos would be here, but hey, this is what we get, and I'll take it.
Exactly. These guys right here, they do put on a great show. Everybody loves the Toyotas. I mean, we always say, like McKinson's been one of those fan favorites, but we have others out here, too, that are just like him in the same style of Toyotas, and these Toyota trucks are everybody's fan favorite for the most part. I mean, a lot of people, this was their first vehicle that they got, when they were younger.
Okay, sorry about
I mean, little Toyotas, these trucks run forever, and, I mean, they're showing how tough they are as well.
It's awesome. I love seeing it. Uh-oh.
Okay, we do have, I believe that is Cindy Bullock right there out of the truck.
That is in the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. Looks like driver and co-driver are out, and like you said, Pam, he's doing a little hammer fix to the front winch, seeing if they can get it.
So Cindy, this is her first race out here with us. Unfortunate to see them stopped and out of the car, trying to fix the winch, like you said, Miles, but racing is racing. Anything can happen.
So Cindy and her husband, Adam Bullock, out of the car all the way from Oshawasha, Ontario with Team Fourbanger in that Toyota 1982 Toyota. There's Doug Langford. It looks like co-driver of Rob Craven is crawling back in. So they're right in the middle of Hell's Half Acre.
You can see the co-driver getting all buckled up, everything back connected, and what you do is you do that because you don't you don't start moving until your co-driver is actually already locked back up, because you are on live race course wanting to make sure you both are in your vehicle all safe. So getting all buckled up, back in the truck.
So right here, he's going to take a right and dive back into Hell's Half Acre. You can see the spectator area straight ahead of him. It looks like he should be taking a right here.
And again, another great drone footage right there of our race course. That is very deceiving, though. Those rocks look small from up above right there, but not all of them are.
They are anything but that. It looks like that's Adam Collin in the Brannick Motorsports Boulders. That's the Joker section.
So he's
on
been
all
there
meat, no tater.
Yeah, he's actually been there for a little bit, so unfortunate to see him still sitting right there. But let's talk about Sergio right after we get off of Doug Langford. Doug Langford right there, he is our pole setter. Started off number one off the line and right next to Sergio, but Sergio out front right now running his own race.
Doug's trying to wheel his way through Hell's Half Acre. Great shot of the spectator area. Trying to pick and prod his way through. Trying not to bang it too bad. And that just goes to show you how violent the jars are in these cars.
Right, exactly. And you can see out to the left, that is the ledge that the spectators are able to view from. And it's really cool because it's a really awesome area that you look down on the drivers.
And there's one of our media crew out there getting the good shots. Kind of just picks and prods his way through. There are definitely a few spots where we shoved them into certain areas, but a lot of this is just wide open. Pick your poison and make your way through.
There's some areas too, Miles, that I was looking at yesterday going, they're going to go up that?
Yeah, man, building this course, it was a lot of fun with JT. He's got an eye for this stuff, and he's going to make him earn it. And you can see the attrition is definitely here. They asked for a harder course. They got it.
And I know that you know this as well. Going out course marking with JT, and when he's actually, not 100% course marking, he's still kind of checking out some of the lines. Sometimes you can just see it. You can see as the wheels turning, right?
Like making it click.
Exactly, because you want to make sure your race course flows. You want to make sure the race course has areas where people can get around, so there's not just bottlenecks and whatnot. So JT does an amazing job at picking out race courses and the race lines out at all of our race courses that we race at.
Looks like that's Tom Biddle right at the beginning of Torburen. Making his way through. Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We started racing this morning at 8 a.m., so we're roughly 10 hours of live racing. It's been a great day.
It doesn't
it's
feel like
flown
it's been 10
by, hasn't
hours.
it?
Yeah, it has. I really did not realize it was has been that long, to be honest with you.
And then we get to do it all over again tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be live racing with the Ultra 4 Youth, presented by JT Customs at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And then at 11, we'll do the 4500 and 4800 EMC classes. And then at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 main event, presented by Good Boy Vodka.
And you can definitely tell that he is in a 4 low, as slow crawl as he is going right there. You can always tell in any of the race vehicles when they're in that 4 low.
And a lot of these Toyotas have a double transfer case, so they got different ways to pick their way through. So Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio still working their way through Torburen. And is this Doug Langford coming through? Is he going to dive into the Amsoil hot pits? Yes, he does. So Doug Langford pulling into the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see how long this little pit stop makes, but Sergio Pinolas starting to pull away with a pretty good lead. He's trying to find his pits. Looks like he never stopped.
You know what? I wonder, did he accidentally enter the pits by accident? Because
or sometimes they'll just do a little slow drive-by to do a visual, but I don't know what's going on. But I hear that Hemi roaring right now. So Doug Langford all over the gas trying to chase down Sergio Pinillas. They have both made the Joker line, so that is not in play for them for the rest of this race. You have to run it once. You can only run it once. And Cindy and Adam Bullock are still struggling there in the Yukon launch. Are they going to be able to get around them? It looks like they should be able to figure that out, because I'd say Sergio should be there any moment.
Yeah, he definitely should be. He's running a great race. His first lap was a 45:10. I mean, obviously, this is the stock class. It's a slower class than what we have been seeing all day long, but a 45-minute lap for him is definitely a good lap for the Spider Track stock class.
There is Adam Collin. He is midway up the Brannick boulders there in the Joker section. He's been there for quite a while, but he's made about 20 feet, so he's past the hard stuff. So if he can get up and out, this is the hardest part of the Brannick boulders there in the Joker line.
Yeah, so he has, like you just said, moved just a little bit more, but he's obviously having issues on this area, and who knows what it could be. Who knows if it's a two-wheel, four-wheel drive thing, if he doesn't have four-wheel drive or whatnot. But it's very unfortunate that he still is stuck right there. But Sergio Pinellas doing amazing again out there. 45-minute lap, so they have an hour and a half. So technically, they probably will only get a max of 3 laps if he's lucky, because a 45-minute lap.
And there is Sergio coming into the Yukon launch as we speak. Is Cindy and Adam Bullock off to the side enough? I assume they are, because they're stopped. So Sergio's going to have to pick his way through here. And this is a tough section. Look how loose some of these boulders are. And then it's the hard section at the top that everybody's been struggling with. So he's swinging way left.
These guys, their cars, their Jeeps, their trucks, they do not want to turn, especially in four-wheel drive, 4 low. They are so hard to turn, so obviously he's having to back up. Longer wheelbase than what we've been seeing all day long in our UTVs, but we'll see how easy he makes this look, because obviously, I mean, he's where he's at on race course right now. He has been doing amazing in that Jeep.
That RPM Extreme machine. There's Adam Bullock, the co-driver for Cindy, kind of helping spot. Sportsmanship at its finest.
telling him he needs to get to his driver's side because looks like rock placement as well will definitely be better on that other side. But here we do have co-driver getting out, more than likely going to start winching through or spotting Sergio through. And that's Sergio's brother. His first race with him was at, was it Montana?
I believe so.
I think it was Montana.
So they're trying to pick their way around Cindy and Adam Bullock. So they'll back up, hook up that Warn winch, and trying to get up and through.
So Sergio making that section. He's listening to his co-driver very well. Sergio's very very seasoned in driving. I mean, he's a part of Warn Winches as well. So he's very seasoned and well versed in off-road racing and off-road driving.
And speaking about Sergio, his teammate Adam Collin that we saw at the Brannick Boulders has cleared. Getting some chatter over the Rugged Race radios. He is up and through.
Well, that's good to hear that he finally got through. Hopefully he didn't have something majorly happen and he'll be able to finish on and keep going on in the race.
That is our physical race leader there on Kool-Aid, part of the Yukon launch area.
So, Miles, I did not say Doug Langford. When he went through, he had a 52.46, so he is roughly 7 minutes and 35 seconds behind Sergio when he came through our race line, finish line.
And Sergio and Doug both pulled into the Amsoil hot pits, but didn't spend much time.
Oh, and here we do see his brother is out and going to have to winch him up the rest of Kool-Aid.
And obviously Cindy and Adam Bullock are dead in the water right there. Not sure what's going on, but tough break for them. As you can see, Sergio Panolis, our physical race leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, trying to make his way up and out.
And Miles, this is a perfect example from what we were talking about earlier in the people that are not running a co-driver or have a single seat vehicle. Right there, Sergio is obviously driving the truck, helping it get up while the winch is working as well. So that is one of the major bonuses for winching and having a co-driver with you. But, you know, some people have the remote control on the inside as well, so they are still able to drive the vehicle and winch themselves up.
For sure.
Yeah.
But then you're in and out of the car
Exactly.
extra times. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, you know, you were lighter, but, man, I on this race, I would absolutely take a co-driver. Obviously, some of the single-seaters you cannot. But if you have the availability, I would absolutely run a co-driver on this race. It is a tough one.
And that's a great view right there of the last part of Kool-Aid where everybody's been having their issues. A lot of people have been high centering there in the side-by-side races. So that's a great view from our camera person that is over there at the top of Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we've got a great production crew. There are so many people behind the scenes. So thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. Thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette. All of the volunteers here have been amazing. The Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, all of the media making this happen for you guys back at home. USAC, all of the safety crew, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. Speaking about safety, USAC, Liam O'Donnell 23 is here on site. They are running timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech.
Yes,
here's Doug Langford.
There is that great view that we have been seeing of the in-car of Doug Langford. Oh, wow. Here we have, is that Mick Hinson right there?
That is.
Or is that Biddle?
That is.
That is
the 4662.
John Lachey.
John Lachey.
All these Toyotas look alike.
Yeah, John Lachey really pushing strong. So John Lachey working hard. I just heard the ice cream truck drive by. That sounds good on a hot day here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. So if you're anywhere over here, the ice cream truck's here. Go check them out.
I have to jokingly say I can see where it stopped, and I know there's a lot of kids in that pit. It is over there by Team Momentum. They looks like they're all running over and getting themselves a nice ice-cold ice cream.
It'd be a frozen ice cream.
Be a frozen ice cream, right?
For just a little bit.
Great view right there. Look, that looks like it makes an A.
So
the way those
I'll
are.
go over that real quick. We were going to go all the way down to the end, but then it's an over 90 right, and you see that? That's a pretty good cliff. So we burned, right where he's at, we burned that in. It was full of brush. We had to cut that through to make it just safer, so it's just a more of a flowier track, and that was all JT, obviously. But that's what he does. He looks at this and realizes, man, this is kind of, for safety reasons, I don't want to go to the end, have a hard right-hand turn. If somebody blows it, they're going off a cliff. So he makes that little roundy curve, and it's perfect as they go by that drag line. Look how huge that is. That's a drag line. That's a Toyota pickup. Look at the size difference.
Yeah, that thing is so awesome to see. I'm going to have to go down there and take another picture by it. You said is there a plaque on it, you said?
Yep. On the side, there's a plaque on it that says Famous Reading Outdoors. So obviously not during racing, but come on out, park your rig in front of it, take some pictures, tag everybody, Famous Reading Outdoors. And I believe you could probably park a Toyota pickup in the bucket that goes on that drag line.
And that right there is a super fast section as well on race course when they get past that. It is really cool though, Miles, going by and seeing that, taking a picture by it. I mean, I didn't even get up close to it, but I did not know there was a plaque. But after
sometimes you're gonna open your eyes.
On Sunday, I might, well, actually there's going to be another
There's
race
another
going
race
on.
on
So
Sunday.
Monday, when we're out here, still picking up and getting all of our stuff all set up to go back to Oklahoma, might have to take a peek at it over there.
It's really cool. There's a lot of great history here at Famous Reading Outdoors, just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. We've been here for over a week playing on the trails, American course, and this place is super clean, so let's help keep it that way. If you're here on site, pack in, pack out. There's 2 big dumpsters. If you see something on the ground, pick it up. I mean, we've been doing it all week, but I'm just blown away on how clean this place is, so let's do our part with the Ultra 4 USA family. I know you all will, but let's just do our best to keep this place clean. It's a beautiful place up here in northeast of Pennsylvania as we see Mick Henson heading into the Bronco Boulders, and he's going to go left here. So he's in the Brannick Boulders as we speak. Mick Henson making his way up.
And
so he'll go left, and then he's going to take a right here in just a little bit.
You did take that exactly what I was going to say, because right there at the beginning, like we've been saying all day long, there is quite a lip of boulders right there, and it will slow you down, but he is having a little bit of issues right here. But you go past just a little bit farther, and like you just said, Miles, he'll be taking that right-hand turn, and we have been seeing quite a few of the UTVs earlier on take that as well.
Yeah, I saw him do this yesterday during pre-running. I was like, hey, I really like that one. As we're picture-in-picture with Mick Henson. So he's driving there, heading up the Brannick Boulders there in the Joker line. And remember, we saw him a little off pace at the top of the Yukon launch, but it looks like he's back in track.
Well, you can see his tires spinning right there.
Mick Henson having to put a little bit of that horsepower to that DAO racing engine. With those diamond axles, Warren Factor 55, Yukon race line, and trail gear. So it looks like Mick Henson is up and through the Brannick Boulders there in the Joker line.
And Miles, we have only had 3 vehicles come through that are out on their second lap. Right now we have Sergio Pinillas in that number 1 spot, Doug Langford in that number 2 spot, and John Lachey in that 3rd spot. So 3 vehicles so far. We are about an hour 4 minutes into this race, so it's going to be very interesting. I think they're probably only going to get roughly probably 3 laps. If they get 3 laps, that is.
And let's go over the Joker line. Everybody has made it through the Joker line except for Roger King. We know he's broke. Cindy Bullock, we can see her. She's broke. So everybody that's still in the race has made it through the Brannick Boulders, through the Joker line. So that is no longer in play. You have to run it once. You can only run it once.
Well, it's definitely key to get that done and out of the way on that first lap. I think it's been a great strategy so far throughout the race today. But that's awesome that they've all made it through, the ones that are still running out there, to make it through our Joker line so far.
There's a great shot. He's going to take a left and then hit that Spider Track backstretch, and that's where you can pick up some speed. Obviously, in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, they're a little off pace, and right now you can't see it, but there's some pretty good boulders he's going through in that little creek crossing. So now he'll take a left, and then you can open her up. Tomorrow there will be triple digits going through this Spider Track backstretch.
That is going to be pretty cool to see. If we do get a little bit of moisture in the ground tomorrow, too, that'll help keep the dust down as well, which will be pretty cool because we know that all these 4,400 racers, they are going to be running fairly close together. We have a lot of heavy hitters, competitors out here that's racing, and it's going to be a fun race to watch.
There's still a small chance of rain tomorrow afternoon. That could change a lot of things. We'll see how it plays. But a little bit of shower wouldn't hurt for the dust, but it would change it in the rocks for sure. But it's been such a great day of racing for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. It's been a great, great day. I hope you all have been having as much fun as we have. Pam, it's been great.
It has been amazing out here today. We have 8 cars that did take the green flag earlier on for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We do have 3 cars that we do know right now that are not moving on race course. So it's unfortunate. We have five vehicles out there running. It's been a very tough race course throughout the whole entire day.
Yeah, the race course, let's talk about that. It's a 10.75-mile loop. It's an hour and a half, and then the white flag comes out for the leader. So they've been racing roughly 2 hours, a little longer or so, but at an hour and a half, next time around, white flag comes out for him. Tomorrow, for the 4,400, it'll be 2 hours, but for the EMC race, it'll be another hour and a half. But at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Ultra 4 USA Youth, sponsored by JT Customs, will be taking off. We will go live for that. They've got probably about a little quarter-mile run right around the Amsoil Hot Pits. They'll race for about a half hour. It's a fun little section. It's great to see the future of our sport out here having fun. So we got about 10 of those young guys and gals signed up, so that'll be a great one. And then we'll do EMC, and then at 2 p.m. Eastern time will be the 4,400 main event.
And that's going to be an amazing race that we're going to be watching. But let's go back to the kids. The kids that are out here racing, the majority of them, they have a parent that is racing out here. So I love that we actually do, a youth class because, like you said, they are the future of our sport. So having that youth race, having them out here racing, on the same day or a different day as their parent, now their parent gets to go out and do their race as well. It's so cool to see. I love it, and I love the kids class. I always say that's one of my favorite classes. And all the little kids that, they're the little tiny tots, as I call them. They're all super fun to watch. We just were watching them going over there to the ice cream truck and getting ice cream and stuff, and it's just really cool. It's really fun.
Well, speaking about some treats, Pam, you were able to go get a treat of yourself and tour the Yuengling factory. I'm pretty jealous of that. So, Pam, you're going to show us what you got to see. Let's see what happens.
Yuengling Brewery. It opened in 1829. It is the oldest brewery in the United States. There's a super cool placard right here behind us, but we are getting ready to take a tour, so come along with us.
Well, I'll be honest, Pam. I've tried to swing by there. I wasn't able to make it, so I'm a little bit jealous. You know, we were out on course while you were out touring the town, sipping on some beer, but that's all in good fun. But, yeah, Yuengling, the oldest brewery, pretty cool to see. That's only 10 minutes away. So, again, there's a lot of history here. The oldest brewery, this is where they found anthracite coal. I mean, there's so much up here. It's a great tourist place, and then you can go off-roading about anywhere. It's awesome.
It is pretty cool. But, yeah, the factory, going and touring the brewery was really cool to hear about the history, see the history of it. It's been going around, like I said, since 1829. That beer that I was testing was actually a new beer that they came out with. It's a mango beer, so it's kind of cool.
Well, that sounds like a great time. There's Cindy and Adam Bullock still having some issues, so we're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
And right there we can see Cindy Bullock and her husband. They are helping out. They've been kind of helping spot people. The co-drivers are still getting out, pulling winch line, which is amazing that Cindy and her husband are out there, offering to help all of these drivers. But they're still getting out there doing their own winching and everything, which is pretty cool to see. But yeah, it's unfortunate these guys are having to winch up. They're right here in Kool-Aid. They're in the Yukon launch.
It's part of it. That's John Lachey with Bryce Litschauer out of Milford, Michigan with LMS Off-Road Racing. Still in the mix. Technically, they're in third position on adjusted time and physically out on course.
Yes, and their first lap when they came through was roughly 59 minutes and 16 seconds. They only get an hour and a half plus a lap out there. And with the time frame that we are running right now, we shall see. I'm not sure, like Sergio will probably be coming through here in just a little bit. He's running about a 45-minute lap on his first lap. So it's going to be interesting to see how many laps our stock class actually gets.
And if I'm doing my math right, we got about 15 more minutes before the white flag will come out. So where's he at? He's already been through. He's probably right around mile marker 8 or so. So but I believe that's our physical race leader, Sergio Pinellas. So yeah, mile marker number 8 right now. So he's about a quarter of a mile away from the entrance to Torburen. So if I'm doing my math, that's going to be really close. Sergio may make it here before the white flag, but he may not. It's going to be down to the wire. There's right at 15 minutes. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We went live at 8 a.m. this morning. It's been a great day of racing. I hope you all back at home have had as much fun as we have. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. The last time we were here in Pennsylvania was back in 2018 in Shamokin, Pennsylvania at AOAA Adventure Area. That was a great race. I don't think you made that one, did you, Pam?
What year was that again?
2018.
No, I was not actually. I was working King of the Hammers at the time, but I only did just the media at King of the Hammers. I didn't come on doing this with you until 2020. But yeah, I mean, it would have been super cool to be doing this longer. But here I am doing it with you now. It's so much fun. But I was not a part of that, as of course, because I wasn't on full time with the circuit of driving around to the regional races. The 4662 John Lachey right there. He is having a little bit of issues getting up that last part of the lip up on Kool-Aid of the Yukon launch.
And he's winching right now. It looks like it could be Adam Collin possibly. And another Toyota, I believe.
And
there's our physical race leader. Okay.
Oh, he's
there
coming
we
to a
go. Now it's a bottleneck. That's Sergio Panolis, our physical race leader, but there's a logjam. It looks like Sergio. Could that be Mick Henson? Or Adam Collin and Mick Henson, possibly?
And roughly, where are they at? Do you know exactly where they're at on here?
They are at the entrance to Torburen. So that's the first rock obstacle. And I'm not saying it's easy. Right where that Jeep is stuck, there is some pretty good rock, so he's probably high-centered. So now Bruno Panolis, Sergio's co-driver, is getting out to assess the situation. Say, hey, we're the race leader. Can I help you get out of my way? Because we are going for it. So he's got about 12 and a half minutes. So I do believe the next time around for Sergio will be the white flag. He's got about 12 and a half more minutes, and I don't think he can make it here because he's just got to do all of Torburen and all of Hell's Half Acre, and now there's a little bit of a bottleneck. So it's looking next time around will be the white flag for Sergio.
So
can he back up his win from Visions? It's going to be interesting.
He's working on it. We can definitely tell right there. So, Miles, I want you to refresh my memory right here on the race course. So right here, they're entering into, what do you call it,
Torburen?
Okay, so entering into this section, this is where they obviously – right here you can't see, but there is a pinch of rocks right there. It's very narrow.
Yeah, right where he's at, where that front Jeep is at, he's high-centered. He's stuck. So they're trying to winch him off. And it's a pretty good little rock crawl. And then you kind of weave your way through there. There's another rock crawl in Torburen. And then you get out to a little bit of an open. It's pretty easy. And then into Hell's Half Acre, where we're on board with Doug Langford. Do you remember that little rock crawler? So that's a really tough section. And then you got to pick your way all the way through Hell's Half Acre. And then you're back to the Amsoil Hot Pits to the race line start-finish. So I don't think he's going to make it in time.
Okay, so when I was out yesterday watching the pre-running that was going on, I only saw this section. I actually didn't go over to Hell's Acre area. I did not see that part at all. I did hear there was quite a bottleneck going on over there, and I know Josh, one of our camera guys and does our drone, he was over there. He was getting some great footage of the bottleneck during pre-running, but there was a lot of cars over there having some issues.
So this is probably going to turn into a 3-lap race for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Sergio out front trying to finish up his second lap, but there's lap traffic in the way. Now, has he broken that section as well? You know, we're just speculating, but hopefully they can get him winched up and out of the way.
And did we see who that was? That's the first car?
I believe it's Adam Collin, and that's just a guess. I'm just kind of going off my sheet on who's still out there and still moving in a Jeep. Roger King, I know, is out. Yes, that has to be Adam Collin. And then the Toyota, I'm just guessing, is Mick Henson. Because we just saw John Lachey there at the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. So pretty sure that's Adam Collin, Mick Henson, and then that's John Schaefer's rig with RPM Extreme, but it's Sergio driving it. My mind gets trained, and they play tricks on me. They share cars and stuff.
They're just keeping you on your toes, Miles. It looks
After a long day, I don't have many toes left.
No, exactly. So it looks
this is interesting because this is a super hard rock crawl section that I don't know if I'd be taking a stock Jeep on 35s up this way. But maybe he's trying to get lined up. Maybe he's trying to drag some people out of the way.
Well, here's what he was doing. So yesterday when I was over here in this section watching, and I saw drivers kind of questioning going around right here, I don't know how it would actually fit, because where that tree is at right there that's kind of blocking Sergio's Jeep right there, it's kind of like you're going to high center yourself, and you're going to be basically a teeter-totter.
And there's a bluff right there,
exactly.
Not too far up, so there's just not much room to wiggle through there.
So I'm not sure if he's trying to get himself lined up to where he can maybe possibly winch himself over that rock and get himself around all these drivers, or what his train of thought is right now. But you can see his brother is still out talking with the other drivers.
Assessing the situation.
Assessing it. There you go. Great way of putting it. Oh, and you can see, I believe that is Mick Hinson as well, like you're saying. So he's backing up. This is actually where I saw him yesterday have to winch himself, and he actually moved out of the way to let other drivers go past him. Jody Ford was one of them. Like I said, I can't remember who was in front of him, but they actually ended up having to basically almost drive. They were bumping into Mick Hinson's Toyota, driving over the rear tires just to get around because it's such a tight section right there. And now they're just kind of scattering all over the place here. It looks like the one Jeep that's in front that you're thinking is Adam Collins.
It's got to be Adam Collins.
He's kind of it looked like he moved just a little bit, but I mean he's pretty stuck.
But what is Sergio doing? He's a physical race leader. Like I'd be saying, hey bud, get out of the way. I'm here. I'm ready to win this race. I just don't see the play here. Why he pulled all the way to the left. I would try to get out and help or something.
And then you see, we did see Mick Hinson. He did back up, so not sure if he's trying to back up, get out of the way, so Sergio can somehow maybe push Adam through. I mean, how do you do it? Because right there where Adam is stuck, there's actually a rock that we were seeing cars get high-centered on as well in that section, and it's such a tight area right there. There's no way around him because it's basically a wall on each side of him. So this will be very interesting to see how this plays out.
So Sergio is heading up to the left. I don't think that's a line. I don't know where he's headed. So Sergio looks like he's trying to get turned around. And they're still trying to assess it and try to figure it out.
Does Sergio run, well, I guess he's trying to turn himself around. I was getting ready to say, does he run a winch on the back? Because I know like some vehicles will run winches on the back, but maybe Sergio's going to get himself placed, and he can winch back Adam Collins out of the way if Adam is, willing to do that, because right now, it's a closed course right now because nobody can get around him.
And that's where he's at. That's super steep and fairly loose. So I'm pretty impressed he could back that far up there. But trying to get a better angle at something.
Well, there's a tree right there. So I'm going to be very curious to see if what I was just saying, if he's going to try to winch him out of the way, might be something he's doing, and he might wedge himself up against a rock or a tree. And you can see somebody, it looks like they're putting winch line around it, possibly.
So I think you're right, Pam. It looks like they may be trying to winch Adam Collins out of the way to open up the line. So he's only got about 6 more minutes, so there's no way he'll make it through. The next time we see Sergio or Doug Langford, he still has a shot now with this bottleneck, and then John Lachey is slowly making his time too. So Sergio really had this in the bag. Uh-oh, there's Doug Langford, and he is pointed at some green Project X tape, so I don't know if he's calling the race or what, trying to get himself out of the way. I believe this is a section where you take a hard 90 right just behind him, but it looks like he's trying to winch himself out of the way. So tough break for Doug Langford. He had a great run going. He's in second position, but it looks like he's trying to call it a day.
Yeah, it's definitely been. Oh, and look at, we can see he is getting pulled back right there. I believe Adam Collin is. Looked like his car was moving backwards, or I should say his Jeep.
It's a race car. It's a Jeep. It's whatever they want it to be.
Right, exactly.
We need to thank Speed Sport for being our official broadcast partner. They will be doing a post-produced 1-hour special that will be airing very soon of each race we have raced in the 2023 season for Ultra 4 USA. They're also going to have a great shot of the Mid-America short course as well. So, yeah, the white flag will be flying for the next person that comes through on the lead lap, and we see it. Doug Langford not moving. We see Sergio in this bottleneck. So John Lachey could be sneaking up there and get in the mix.
And you can kind of see right there the ledge on the right-hand side of Adam Collins' Jeep. It's a layered ledge, but on the left-hand side, it's basically a straight rock. So
okay,
like
they're making progress. He is getting drugged backwards. So Sergio's getting him out of the way. You saw that one, Pam. Good job. And I wonder if Mick Henson's on the winch as well.
Yeah, the placement that Sergio put himself in, he had that tree right there that could actually also be like a tire blocker for him. It was definitely all about placement, but the direction he's going, you're right, the direction he's going was more going towards Mick Henson's
So I think
truck.
they had both winches on there trying to get him out of the way.
Yes, you can see how Mick is, the way they're pulling him back. But, yeah, having both winches on there will definitely be teamwork of getting him out of the way, opening that trail back up. It's very, very unfortunate, though. That is a bad place to break down, obviously. I mean, you become an obstacle at some point as well.
That's just part of it. You become part of the race course, that is for sure. But he still needs to get a little bit further back so there's more room to make it out and around. Adam Collins in a bad spot.
Definitely 100%. And where Mick Henson is right there, you can tell how steep that is. And look at Sergio. I mean, look at how steep of an angle he is at as well.
That is Troy Digby. That's Mick Henson's co-driver, helping Mick run around. Troy Digby's been racing with us for quite a while, but his race rig, he's in the 4500 class usually, and it's not quite back in action. But he called his buddy Mick and said, "Hey, I'd like to ride shotgun with you." He said, "Come on." And Mick's probably pretty excited right now with all the winching that's been happening. Oh, and there's JT Taylor, the race director. He's bouncing all over this race course, trying to mitigate everybody, keeping everything running smooth.
And that's what makes JT Taylor, another thing that makes JT Taylor such a great race director. He's going to get out there on the race course. He's going to make sure his drivers are getting, safely out of the way and everything. And very, very good getting out on course and making sure all is okay. So JT Taylor, like you just said, he's been all over the place. We saw him earlier at the Brannick Motorsports Joker line as well. So he moves around. I mean, he's got those back roads that he can take as well off the race course, because obviously we do not be, we're not driving on the race course during the race. But they are pulling winch line to the side again here off of Mick Henson.
And thanks for everybody for tuning in to speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, the Ultra 4 USA and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Hit that share button, start a watch party, hashtag it up. We are 4600 Spider Track stock class and 1 minute away from the white flag to be flying.
And Troy Digby was just now over there getting Sergio's brother, getting his window net back down. So he's not only helping get the trail opened up, even though his race truck that he is in is still running, but he's also over helping Sergio's team get back moving, because they know that he's in the lead. And Mick Henson has not even completed one lap yet, so his first time around he will be getting that white flag.
So Sergio is able to make his way through. This is just the very beginning of Torburen. The first of two hard little rock obstacles at the very end of the race. This is roughly mile marker 8.5. Maybe sneaking up on 9. No, he's definitely at 9.
And this is a very difficult area, too, because, like, right now they're going straight, but they make a left-hand turn right here, and there's a little
well, so you're right, but we opened it up at the end of the day yesterday because it was getting to be a bottleneck there, so we did open the right lane. So it's a little easier on the right.
Or left? Okay. Yep. I did not know that had happened.
Yeah, right about now. Right about now, he's bypassing on the right, which is an easier line. right by our cameraman. So Sergio Pinolius running a great race. He's going to back up his win from Visions if he can keep this pace up. How far back is John Lachey? We saw Doug Lamford pulled over for quite some time. We see Adam Collin broke down. Mick Henson was helping Adam, so it looks like he'll be in front of him. Roger King we knew was broke down. Tom Biddle has not finished a lap. Cindy Bullock, we saw her, broke down at the Yukon launch. So I think the only ones that are still moving are Sergio, John Lachey, and Mick Henson.
Wow, what attrition on this.
Yes, good catch. Here's a fun little section. You take a left and then a hard right. And this section right here was really tough yesterday during pre-run.
This is the spot I was actually talking about.
Okay.
It was very interesting to watch because when you're making that right-hand turn, it's so off camber right there, and you are up high. So it was I was sitting there getting nervous myself.
JT and I were out there watching the course, make sure everything's going good, and that's where we saw Josh and Rusty Blyler hitting that, and they were actually on a line to the left of that, just a little bit going up, and they were giving it all they had, sliding all over the place, putting a show on for all of us. It was pretty interesting. Looks like Mick's trying to go around that tree to get a little lined up better, so Mick Henson looks like he might be able to keep on moving. He is a lap down.
And there we do have the 40-40 that is moving. I don't know if they got their truck fixed and they're starting to move again, but that is Cindy Bullock right there moving on race course.
Awesome. She was stuck there at the Yukon launch for quite some time there in Kool-Aid. So great to see Cindy and Adam Bullock still moving along.
Yeah, it is really cool to
and
see
Mick
them
Henson
moving.
did make it over that little rock section, so he is back in action. And look at Troy Digby doing a little hiking through there. Great to see Mick still trucking along.
So Troy Digby's getting his workout for sure out there, helping out, moving and getting Adam Collin out of the way, out there winching with Sergio's brother and everything. So, yeah, they're definitely, I love how we always say this, how we're all one family out there on race course. But Troy Digby, like you're saying, his race truck wasn't quite ready to get out here, but here he is. He loves the sport. I mean, he's one of the rookies from last year as well at King of the Hammers.
It's a great shot, picture-in-picture. You saw that big rock he is passing. So got the American flag flying on top of Mick Henson's little Toyota. That could. Part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class, one of our favorite classes in Ultra 4 USA. I guess we don't have a least favorite either.
No, we
I
don't.
love it all.
And that's why I said, like, I love watching the kids. It's like my favorite class, but really, in reality, they're all my favorite classes.
You can see all the different shifters in there in the Toyota. And there's a manual transmission for Mick. And I assume all of the Toyotas.
And we can still see Troy is walking him through the course. So, I mean, he's out and ready just in case they need to winch again. But they will be coming up to that area here just momentarily where it is a harder rock section where the bottlenecks were really happening yesterday during pre-running.
There's something dragging pretty good on Mick. Is that a drive shaft? I can't quite tell. But right in the center, you can see something hanging.
Well, he did earlier whenever he was at Kool-Aid. There was something underneath, and they touched it, and it was moving. So not sure what it is, but that could possibly be the same part that they were checking out.
I don't think it's a drive shaft because it looks like the front end's pulling. He couldn't be doing that in two-wheel drive. So I'm not sure what it is, but that old Toyota's taking a beating, but it keeps on rocking and rolling.
This old Toyota, this is something that has definitely been put through the ringers, especially out all the races that he does with us. But that's like a museum. That's a piece of art at this point.
It's an old raisin. It's been beat up, but hey, they like the body damage. There's Gus Fisher getting ready to wave the white flag for Sergio Pinolius.
Sergio should be coming through here in just a minute. And look, we have our little fans out there watching. That's Justin Barth.
That's Mick Henson's son, I believe, with Justin Barth, waving to the crowd, and giving a thumbs up. Watch his dad on the Jumbotron.
He's a little camera shy, but he'll grow into it. It was really cool out actually at at Legends of the Fall last year. Mick was out working on his race truck in the pits and going around, and I saw him. I had to catch it on camera because he was down watching his dad work on the car, and it's so cool to see like the little kids, they're looking up to their parents. Their parents are teaching them young, and super cool to see him out there with Justin Barth out there watching the race, cheering his dad on. I'm sure he's cheering him on when we're not, putting a camera in his face. Just like a typical kid, whenever they're excited, having fun, and then you put a camera on him, it sounds like what happened is he ducked down like we saw whenever we put the camera in his face. So super cute, though. Love watching the kids, watching their parents race. I'm sure at some point he'll probably end up in a little 170 as well.
Caleb Jones is out on course right now, and give me a little update. So remember Mick Hinson said something dangling out there? Caleb said Mick had a ratchet strap holding his front axle backwards in place. Had happened on the first lap, but he made the joke without winching, but that's what it is. So the leaf spring must have broke something, and the front axle's walking a little bit. So he's got the front axle ratchet strap so it doesn't move backwards and forwards, and that must have been just a little leftover of the strap, but it's moving. He's making it work. It doesn't matter.
So Miles, we gotta joke about this. If you don't finish a race with zip ties, duct tape, or a ratchet strap on your car, did you really race?
Don't forget baling wire.
Baling wire, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, every car, every race car, everything I have has zip ties in it because you never know. There's our physical race leader, Sergio, still making his way through. That is, he has already made the hard section at Hell's Half Acre, so he's dropping back in. I'm not saying this part's easy, but there's no major obstacles, just some rock crawling through here. So he's, I'm going to say 5 or 10 minutes away from coming through and grabbing that white flag here at the Race Line Wheels start-finish line.
You can see he's having to back up right there. Hopefully he's not having any kind of issues right here, but he's backing up, trying to crawl up that rock. You can see the front of his Jeep lift up.
And then he has to do one more lap.
I mean, his first lap was 45 minutes and 10 seconds, so when he comes through, that will be a whole nother 45 minutes, roughly, if he runs the same pace. But Doug Langford also will be doing another lap, John Lachey.
Well, we saw Doug Langford pulled over.
Yes, that is
so I'm not
right.
sure if he's still moving or not. But remember, Sergio was stuck in that lap traffic, so he's already passed his 45-minute first lap.
Yeah, that is very, very true.
Yeah, he's about 52 minutes on this lap right now. So he'll be sniffing up an hour. There's a great spot. You can see the spectators up there. That is, you can't see it, but that's a pretty good clip. It's like a 6-8 foot little rise there, so they're able to kind of walk back and forth, check everything out as they're watching Sergio still plucking his way through Hell's Half Acre. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We started with 8, and I think we've only got about 3 or 4 still moving. The attrition was thick today.
Well, we know for sure Sergio, obviously, is still moving. John Lachey is still moving. We did see Mick Hinson also still moving. So who else is still moving out there is the question.
Cindy Bullock started moving once again.
Yes, that is true.
She was stuck for quite some time. She hasn't finished a lap yet.
It's really cool right here. You can see the spectators. They're following that ridge line to be able to watch because they're behind that Project X tape, and they are able to see from up above. But pretty cool to watch them get to follow because they're going so slow.
I was going to say, look, they are walking and able to keep up with Sergio at race pace. So, yeah, they're able to just kind of follow him up and down, watch his lines. And that's probably a little bit of a distraction because he's trying to pick his lines, but also, like, excited people are watching. Right. He probably knows the drone's over him. Yeah, so the pressure's a little high right now, but he's picking his way through. There's 53.
There's Tom Biddle.
Yeah, Tom Biddle is back moving in action. So Tom Biddle is on technically the lead lap.
So it's like whenever you're watching golf on TV, it's like the golfers, the fans that are following the golfers through the race course. That's kind of what it's resembling there.
4. So there comes Sergio. He'll be crossing the heads-up loop. So go to live.ultra4racing.com. You'll see that pop up. So he's just a few minutes away from grabbing the white flag for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road.
And earlier on,
oh, he goes into the Amsoil hot pits, Pam.
I was going to say, earlier he went through the hot pits, but he did not stop. This time he's coming through. We'll see if he's actually going to stop.
They're just playing safe, seeing what's going on. Looks like he is pulling off race course. It is 25 miles an hour, no passing.
So here he is doing a little walk around. Let's
They're
just hope that there's nothing major going on here.
It's definitely his race to lose.
And you notice right there, a lot of the race teams, what they do is they will put a cone on the hood in the drivers. That makes the drivers know this car is not moving until everything is clear and that cone will be taken off of the hood.
They're at the rear of the car. I wonder if they're re-racking a spare tire.
And look at that. They are doing, what is that? It looks like a tool bag or something they're getting ready to take off. Some drivers will have their tool bags ratchet strapped on top of their, that's actually a jack and
They're
a tool
putting a
bag.
full-size jack in there and ratchet strapping it down. There's a great shot of the RPM Extreme machine. They do a lot of LS swaps and Jeeps. John Schaefer owns that company.
I wonder what the strategy will be behind putting a full-size jack, unless somebody on the race course, as we have talked about before,
Yeah,
we
with
are
the
able
no
to take
chase, that's a
parts.
good call.
Yes, they could be taking that jack out to somebody else that might need something like that to maybe just fix their vehicle just to get it back here to the pits.
So now he's at resume race speed, and the white flag should be out for Sergio, and it is. Gus has the white flag going. One more lap for Sergio.
All right, that lap time was a 56:47, so 11 minutes slower than his first lap. But he was stuck over, as we saw in that one section, behind Adam Collin and Mick Henson. But we shall see, you know, is he going to make it through smooth here? How many cars are actually going to make it through and get the white flag for our 4600 Spider Track stock class?
Is there going to be some more lap traffic issues?
Yeah.
But I think most people are either moving or broke and hopefully pulled off course. But it's been a great day of racing. Thanks again to each and every one of you for staying tuned in to AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, Ultra4 USA, and MAO Facebook, and our YouTube channels. You can also download the MAO app. We've got that on Google and Apple. Great shot of the drag line. There's Sergio in the center of our screen getting ready to take a hard right.
Okay,
or a
Miles.
little horseshoe, right?
Yes, a horseshoe, exactly. So, Miles, you keep calling it a drag line. So, the drag line, what exactly, I think you might have said this earlier, but we've been on here so long, I've already forgot if you did say it. What does that piece of machinery do? Do you know the story
It's for
behind
mining.
it?
So you can see that little square. That's an actually huge bucket. So that tower has cables on it. So they winch it out, put the bucket way out there, and they drag the bucket back.
Okay.
And it's a drag line. So
Okay.
that's what it does. It just kind of digs coal out of the earth, and then they sort through it. And it's old school technology, but there's a lot of them that are still working. I mean, we are in coal country.
We are, for sure. I'm not sure if you actually touched base on that earlier or not, but I don't remember if you did. But, yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know what that was, and people at home that probably are asking the same question of what is a drag line.
Well, I'm going to tell you like I tell my daughter, it's worth a Google.
Google is my best friend sometimes. I look at Google all the time. You know, once we knew we were coming here and racing here, Googling the city and finding out the history behind this whole entire area, you know, Google has it all.
It's a great part of the world up here in northeast Pennsylvania. We're about 90 miles from Philadelphia, New Jersey, about 130 from New York and Baltimore. It's a great place. There's lots of off-road parks. We have AOOA down the road. We're here at Famous Redding Outdoors. There's Rouse Creek and a couple others. There's so much to do up here. Lots of history, a beautiful part of the country. But I'll bet you it gets cold in the winter.
Oh, yes. And actually, talking with the gentleman that is out here doing the podcast that you did the podcast with last night.
The Dirt Drive?
Yes. He is actually sleeping in a tent. And he said, last night I actually got kind of cold out here. And I'm like, I can imagine. I mean, up here where we're at, it's definitely hot during the day, but all the moisture in the air and everything definitely will cool it off at night.
So there's a great shot. So there's a left line and a right line. Here's one of our either or. So it's a great passing opportunity. And then you can see the V that it goes. You have to take a sharp left. So that left line is a little harder to make that turn. On the right side, it's a little bit tougher, but it really sets you up better for that corner. But the left line is a little quicker, a little easier, and that looks like the preferred line for Sergio. And then you're going to kind of see him, but this is a very dense spot. I mean, you can just kind of pick your way. You can see him, but that's how overgrown it is down here. It's really really tight, lots of woods. It's a cool part. And then it'll take a hard left, come down that road you can see. And this is a pretty steep section.
And you cannot tell that by the drone, but yeah,
No.
that's really cool having you out there on the race course, marking race course, knowing exactly what these drivers are going through. Normally I do that. I didn't come in for a couple days after you guys were out doing that, but that's one thing I missed about this race was getting out and going out on race course and seeing the race course, helping mark the race course. But I did get to go to the brewery.
Yeah, I love doing a little bit of everything. But, yeah, being out on course, seeing it come together, seeing the changes, it's really cool. So right now he is going to start dropping down, and he's made it down, and then he'll take a hard right, then a hard left. So there is that Tom Biddle? It is. Tom Biddle still making his way through. Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. Looks like that winch is a little ran out as he's hitting my cone once again. But staying within the reason.
Yeah, his winch definitely is down there. I mean, sometimes they will hook it so it's not dragging because that's actually putting wear on the winch line as well. And you don't want to do that because it just makes it weak. Yep, exactly.
We'll see if he'll be able to drive it or if they're going to plan to winch. This is roughly mile marker number 4.
I was going to say, isn't that Kool-Aid right there?
Yep, that's Kool-Aid, the Yukon launch. And that is Mick Henson. So the white flag will be out for him also. He is a lap down, but he's still pushing. So Mick Henson finishing lap number 1. And it only took him an hour and 46 minutes.
Wow.
That's a long day in the office.
Oh,
is he going to lose it? Oh, look at that's a spare drive shaft he's got bolted in there.
I wonder if he knows his tailgate's down. Remember, I know he had an issue with that. I believe it was that Vision. Oh, it was at Disney. That's right.
Yep. There's our physical race leader, Sergio. He's going to cross the creek right here and then take a right. There's a little angle. Yep, he takes it. They'll go about 150 feet, and they'll take a right down a little rocky section, take a hard left, and then hit the Spider Track backstretch. So Sergio's taking a hard left, and then he'll be hitting the Spider Track backstretch. Oh, and look, he's about to lose his jack, and he does not know that. So there may be a jack on course here in just a little bit.
Miles, we're going to have you step out for just a minute. We do have our unofficial UTV winner right here that's going to step in. So, Miles, you get to take yourself a break here, and we're going to bring in Mr. Hunter Miller. And Hunter Miller had an amazing race today. Hunter, welcome into our booth here at the famous Redding Off-Road, or Outdoors, I should say. What a day you just had. You just had the best day. You started on the pole, you stayed on the pole, finished it the day. You took from the green to the checkers. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I'm a little beat up, but I'm sure everybody was sick of hearing Miles talk, so they're all happy I'm sitting here now.
Well, it's pretty awesome that you had an amazing day out here that you just had. I mean, our first regional race with us out here, coming to a track that we've never been to as well. So how would you compare this race course out here today compared to what you normally race with us out at King of the Hammers?
Yeah, honestly, it was completely different. You know, I look at stuff out here, some of the rocks that I felt like, gosh, I should be able to just walk right up that, and I was struggling with it yesterday.
Yeah.
But you know, once I kind of figured out, you know, the mud in combination with the rocks, it wasn't too bad. You know, there were some obstacles that I was definitely holding my breath to every time I got to it, but and every time I got through them, it was a sigh of relief. But it was an absolute blast, honestly. You know, I've done a lot of woods racing back in the day. I haven't for a lot of years, so it was really nice. I mean, it made me fall in love with it all over again. Made me remember what I liked about it so much.
Right. So like it brought back good memories, right?
Absolutely.
And how you learned to drive. I mean, obviously you're one of the top drivers in not only at King of the Hammers in your class, but also at the side-by-side championship series at Mid-America Outdoors. I mean, you and your brother, and between you and your brother and Kyle Cheney, you guys are all battling it out for points there. So it's really cool to see here. Do you think that you might start coming and racing our regional series with us?
You know what? We'll see.
I mean,
I had so much fun today. I mean, the race was an hour and a half, and it felt like it was 10 minutes. You know, I was having so much fun. I didn't care if I ever got the checkered flag, honestly. So we'll see. I mean, we've got a pretty full schedule every year, but I'd definitely like to make some time and hit quite a few more of these for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you could I mean, pick and choose if you wanted to, just to hit the ones that you can. I know that you are very busy between everything that you do and everything, but it's really cool to have you out here. I know that people have been super excited to, you know, race with you, being a top driver and everything, but it was really cool to have you here. I mean, I was pumped when I saw him. I messaged you because I'm like, are you coming to race?
Yeah, it was kind of
I had no idea.
It was a last-minute deal, you know. Kyle couldn't make it because he had a scheduling conflict with Champ, and so, you know, he asked me to come and fill in for him, and heck yeah, why not? You know, I get to fly in and race and not do any work. Yeah, I'm down.
Right, exactly.
But, I'm glad it worked out. I mean, it was a great time, and I definitely want to say thank you to him and his whole Momentum team for giving me the opportunity to show up and do this. I don't know, maybe it wasn't a good thing for him. We'll be out here battling with him here too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that he was probably biting at the bit, though. He was probably trying to watch as much as he can. I think they probably had their qualifying or practice today, but I'm sure he's biting at the bit, wondering how you were doing, probably getting updates from whomever you would probably have doing that. But yeah, it's definitely cool. I mean, back to back. I mean, last weekend we were at Mid-America. This weekend we're here. What is the next event that, besides Mid-America racing at the end of September, what is your next race that you'll be doing? Are you doing you're doing the Outlaw Series?
No, so my next one will be Mid-America. This
Okay.
is I'm going to have a couple weeks off for once, and that's going to be nice. But after that, I mean, it's time to start prepping for Hammers, you know.
Right.
It's such an undertaking to go out there and actually be prepared for it. So we're fixing to be wide open with Hammers prep. We're going to finish out the Mid-America Series, the short course series, and then we'll have the 12-hour in December. Outside of that, we're going to have a couple of trips out to Johnson Valley for testing and try some new things and see if we can up our game out there a little bit.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward to it. We've got some new stuff we can try, and yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Well, let's talk about this year. This year at King of the Hammers, you probably had the most iconic finish, right? I mean, I don't know if you want to bring this up or not, but I mean, for you guys at home that don't know this, Hunter Miller, you ended up pushing your car across the finish line this year at King of the Hammers and basically collapsing on your back because you were so exhausted. It was a very warm day that happened. What was it that actually ended up happening that made you have to push your car across?
Oh man, that was a bummer. You know, we got out on the short course. Me and Chad are just like, all right, we are home free. We're through everything. We're about to finish this thing off. Right when we got on the short course, the belt blew. And I coasted it as far as I could, and we get out. We're like, do we change it or push? And I get back, and my tool bag was gone. So we didn't have a choice but to push.
Right.
But, you know, luckily we got some help right there at the very end. But yeah, I knew Cody was coming, and I did not want to get beat by him. We've got a good streak going of kicking his butt at Hammers. But, you know, we got it across the finish line. I'm glad it broke there and not, you know, a couple miles before, because I'd have been done.
Right,
you know?
right. I mean, exactly. I mean, losing your tool bag, there's certain tools you need to change your belt, and if you don't have that, you can't do it. So
it's hard to do. I can't do it with these 5 fingers here, that's for sure.
Right. Well, I'm going to let you get going. I know that we are going to have that driver's appreciation dinner here coming up here in just a little bit. We do have our 4600 Spider Track stock class. What do you think about these guys? I mean, they're out here in stock Toyotas and Jeeps running this race.
Yeah, those people are gnarly.
Yes.
I saw some out there pre-running. I'm just like, y'all are way tougher than me. That's for sure.
Exactly. We do have Sergio Pinellas, and we have Sergio and Mick Hinson are the only two that actually have completed. Sergio's actually out on lap number 2, and Mick Hinson just finished his first lap. So it's been a tough race for them. I mean, you guys were struggling out there today in the UTVs with, you know, four-wheel drive a little more horsepower and stuff. So
lightweight, a lot more clearance. Yeah, this is impressive, honestly. The thought of going around that course with, you know, basically a stock vehicle is not something I can even comprehend. So
right.
It's very impressive. You know, like I said, there were a lot of spots that we were struggling with, and UTVs are extremely capable these days. So, yeah, these guys are very impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely very impressive, like you just said. But thank you so much for stopping by, chatting with me. We're going to let you get going. I'll bring Miles back in here in just a minute. We are going to be doing the awards here in just a little bit. We're just waiting for this race to finish up, get everything all finalized. But thank you again, and we'll see you over there at the dinner.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hunter. What a great race Hunter Miller had today out here at Pottsville, Pennsylvania for the famous Reading Rumble out here. It was an amazing race for him. But we do have Sergio that is making his way through Kool-Aid right now. That is our Yukon launch. Sergio is our race leader, and he is just trucking along there. His last lap was a 56-minute lap, and we shall see what this last lap will be. He did get the white flag, so when he comes around, the checkered will come out. But Sergio, his co-driver, his brother, is getting out right now, going to have to winch himself up through this area. This is a area that has been very active today with having to pull winch line, and you can see they already had the winch partially out, which a lot of drivers will do that. That is all about strategy, because the winch line, once you spool it, it's awesome to do, but bringing that winch line back in, it's not super fast. So having that winch line out and ready, not taking the time to spool it all the way back in, that's definitely a key thing to do out here whenever it's time is
of the essence.
Yes, exactly. There you go. Perfect wording.
So Bruno's running up the hill. His brother Sergio chasing him. They're at mile marker number 4 at the Yukon launch Kool-Aid section. They're back to Mick Hinson. You can see the tailgate still flapping away.
And
he's moving.
I didn't notice because I started talking to Hunter, but I'm not sure if the jack completely fell off of Sergio's Jeep or not.
It was almost falling off right when he hopped in the booth. So I'm sure by now it's gone. So there's probably a nice jack out on course. So hopefully if somebody can find that and take it back to Sergio's pits, he would thoroughly appreciate that.
100%. Those jacks are definitely not cheap, and they're amazing jacks that they use out here. But we do see he is having to winch his way up, like you just said, through Kool-Aid. Brother's giving him a nod saying, you're good to go. Let's get this Jeep up here. Let's finish this race. So it is 7:22 actually right now. With Sergio Pinillos, he is in that number 1 spot. John Lachey, he has actually came through. I misspoke. I thought it was just Mick Hinson that has gone out for his second lap, but John Lachey is out also. He's in that number 2 spot in the 46.62. So you can see that they are still trucking along through, winching their way up. And this right here, this area that you're watching, this is where there's a lip at the very end of Kool-Aid. This is the Yukon launch that they are in right now. And it's very steep, and that's where a lot of people have been getting hung up and high-centered. So winching their way up through there is a key thing to do right now just to get through and make sure you're saving your vehicle. And I actually did not see the jack on the back of that Jeep, so he probably did lose that out on race course. So drivers that are out and about, if you find that jack goes back to Sergio, please, and thank you very much. So here we have, they are making sure that everything is all good right there, going to put that winch line back inside the cab of the truck instead of spooling it all the way back in, like I had just said, that saves time is what it does. All right, he has now got through Kool-Aid. He winched his way through. Here he is now going on down, finishing up this area, but that jack is definitely gone that they had on the back of the Jeep whenever they started this lap. But we are going to take a quick break as we did see him get through. So we will be back in just a short moment. So make sure you stay tuned in.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, takes the lead! Dirt late models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Oh, you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to the 2023 Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. There's Mick Henson right behind. Oh, there's Doug Langford is back in the mix. So that means Mick Henson and Doug Langford on the same lap in the same spot. So there's our battle for second and third right now. Doug Langford started on the pole, so he has to finish in front of Mick Henson by a full minute. So this is the battle between third and fourth, sorry.
Well,
so who's going to go on the podium? Is it going to be Mick or Doug? I mean, like I said, Right now, they're within a minute of adjusted time.
Yes, and we do see Mick. He is entering into that Yukon Launch Kool-Aid area right here. We saw him doing a little bit of a struggle earlier, but he is definitely trucking along still. But Mick Hinson, he more than likely will have to get up and winch right here. I don't want to throw, any shade, but I think that, he will have to winch, because right here you need to have that momentum to get you up this section right here. Talking with Hunter Miller about, this class right here, the stock class. It's pretty cool to see them. And, he had the same thing. He had the same thing to say as well. So we do have Mick Hinson there making his way up, probably switching down. He more than likely was already in 4 low, but he's just trying to get that momentum, that traction. But you can see he's sliding down without even, reversing. That his truck was just sliding backwards.
And Mick loves rock crawling, so this is his course all the way. But again, that Toyota took a little bit of a beating. It looks like a little bit of smoke coming out of the right rear. Is that tire smoke or engine? I can't quite tell, but he's going to try to winch himself up. And remember, Doug Langford has to finish in front of Mick Hinson by a full minute. So it's going to be down to the wire to fill out this podium. But, hey, where's John Lachey? He's still in that physical second, but how far up? Is he still moving? Is he stopped? It's anybody's ball game.
Miles, that's actually Doug Langford that has a little bit of smoke coming from his Jeep, because he was moving, and it looked like it was coming from Mick Hinson's Toyota, but it actually was coming from Doug Langford in his Jeep. So here we do see Troy Digby. He is making that line where it is at a good point to winch up Mick Hinson. So here Troy will get back up on that higher ground. He'll be directing Mick through. Mick will be getting that assistance like we were talking about earlier. The winch is helping him get up this obstacle.
But if you still have four-wheel drive, that's all the difference in the world, because trying to pull up this Toyota as dead weight is no easy feat.
Exactly.
So he's still just trying to turn the wheels. He's not really hot rodding up it. He's just trying to keep forward momentum, use the winch, use the tires, and Doug Langford is right behind Mick Hinson.
And you could see Doug Langford's co-driver was already out and flapping around. I wonder if that drive line is still sitting in the back of that truck.
Well, I think it's bolted down. I think that's his spare drive shaft.
Okay,
So
that
it's
would make
bolted
sense
down
if
in
he
the
had
back.
bolted down for sure. But he is almost over that last lip of the obstacle of Kool-Aid here for
But
the Yukon
look
launch.
how dug out that is getting. This is a great little shot of how tore up. So you can see that hanging. That is part of that ratchet strap that is keeping that axle centered on the leaf springs.
Like we said earlier, if you're not finishing a race with ratchet straps, duct tape, and zip ties, are you really racing?
Yeah, I mean, you'll do whatever it takes. You got to adapt and overcome. So Doug's getting ready to winch his way up. Still trying to drive, but Rob Craven is up there ready to hook up and help old Doug winch on out. I believe he was stopped for a little bit, changing a tire, had some issues, but good to see him back moving.
Now
We saw Jeremy Purick with rock crawler suspension a little bit. This is one of his drivers.
Exactly. Now, is that Tom Biddle that's sitting back there waiting patiently to make his way up? I can't quite make it out.
That would be my guess. That would be Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. I think you're right on the money there. And he's in. Joe's already walking up like, well, let's just get where you can. I'll hook the winch up from there.
It almost looks like he has a tow rope in his hand.
It's just a long strap so you can run it down, and that just makes your winch not have to stretch out as far.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it looked like that's what he had in his arm, and I was like, I haven't seen anybody else with one of those in their arms, but we do see Doug Langford right here making his way up. You can see the winch is pulling down the front end of his
front
Jeep.
suspension, yeah. He's letting that 392 just idle along up.
Even though he's getting winched up, the rocks are definitely super slippery for him. His tires are just spinning.
So Doug Langford trying to make his way up and out of the Yukon launch. Kool-Aid section. Still winching up and out. How far back is Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio?
And he just made up that last part of that obstacle. They'll have to take the winch off, and then they'll put that back into their cab. But here we do, I believe that is Tom Biddle. Oh, it is not. That is John Lachey. He's sitting in second place right now.
So
he fell back somewhere.
Well, let's look at let's look at live.ultra4racing.com. It is only Sergio Pinillos and John Lachey out on the lead lap. So that means John Lachey right there is in physical second. So Doug Langford and Tom Biddle are a lap down, and Mick Henson.
And there we are seeing Sergio going through that water section.
That's mile marker number 4. That's bypassing the Brannock boulders right there. That's the Joker section. So mile marker 4. So he's almost halfway through this 10.75 mile loop. But the last 2 miles are pretty gnarly. So we still got another, I'm going to say, a good half hour of racing before we see the checkered flag fly for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
We have all of our racers that are gathering here behind us, Miles. The Racer Appreciation Dinner is tonight, so it's really cool. I love seeing the drivers sit and chit-chat about their day or how their day went.
Telling their war stories.
Exactly, their
or
war
their
stories.
fishing stories.
Oh, man, did you see that line? Which line did you take going up? You know, it's just cool to hear and see, and I know that you sit back and you chit-chat with them a lot more and get, more information that you do, but it's awesome to see these racers out here and chatting about their day or, strategies for tomorrow. I mean, some of these guys don't hold back. They talk about their strategy because it's a long race. I mean, you might have a strategy set down. It might be the same as the other person, but then it will come down to driving style of who can actually drive, a rock section better or drive that line better. Taking it harder, faster might break your vehicle, where taking it slow and steady is the way to go.
So John Lachey and Bryce Litschauer making their way up the Yukon launch. Kool-Aid section. You see the Project X tape that kind of keeps you in the rocks right there. That winch is pulling them in the right direction.
Yes, that winch helping them get on up this. It's definitely a steep area, and this is one of the areas that I keep saying it. I mean, it looks like this area has been the most challenging area of the race course today.
It's pretty tough, and it gets worse and worse each lap. We still have 2 more races yet to come tomorrow on this same exact course. We'll start out with the Everyman Challenge at 11 o'clock on this course. They'll have 37-inch tires. Then it'll be the Unlimited class with up to unlimited. I mean, we've seen some 50-inch tires before, but most everybody will be running on those 40-inch tires.
And that will definitely be key. They won't be getting high-centered out here like we've seen other cars doing today, getting stuck on those rocks. Those larger tires are definitely a bonus out here at this race course. And John Lachey is almost up and over the end of this obstacle. Very close to the end of Kool-Aid at the Yukon launch.
So John Lachey trying to put those Bilstein shocks to work.
Speaking of Bilstein.
Bill Stein, sorry.
Bill Stein. But speaking of that, how awesome is that? Mr. K-Rod got married last weekend.
I saw that.
So cool. I mean,
What
I
made
say
you
that
think of
because
that?
he's a big,
What made you think of Kate?
The shocks.
Oh, okay, yep.
Because that's one of his major sponsors, I believe. I could be wrong. I thought so. But, yeah, that made me think of it.
I can't remember right now. Yeah, he got married up in
Lake Tahoe.
Lake Tahoe area.
Beautiful area up there. And speaking of that, the Rubicon Trail is going on right now. The Jeepers Jamboree, they have the Rubicon Trail going on live this weekend.
So it's still Sergio Pinillos out on his 3rd lap with John Lachey, and then it's a battle between Doug Langford, Tom Biddle, and Mick Henson to fill out that podium for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Who's it going to be? It's going to be down to the wire.
We will know when that checkered flag flies.
But we did see Mick Henson in front of Doug Langford, but how far up or back is Tom Biddle? You can can see the Optima leaderboard in the top left of your screen.
Lindsay, the last car is a gray Toyota 4662.
There's the Spider Trek backstretch. Trying to pick his way through. We started with 8 in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and I think we're down to about 4 or 5 that are still moving. We saw Adam Collin pulled off, Roger King and Cindy Bullock. Well, Cindy Bullock started moving once again, so the attrition's definitely moved in as John Lachey makes it up and over the Yukon launch. Now he's in the tight tree section. Nothing too hard there. It's just tight and technical. There's the little mud runs. You can see the 3 little planes in the middle of your screen. They'll have a little mud run out here sometimes. They had that a few weeks ago.
I was wondering what that, I mean, it looked like it was something organized right there, but I was unsure about that. So that's really cool to know that they do that out here as well.
Yeah, they had Mudfest a few weeks ago. Had a lot of people come in. That was another event where camping was allowed. Now the center screen's back to that drag line. And then straight ahead is the Spider Track backstretch. Way off in the distance. This place is absolutely beautiful here at famous Redding Outdoors in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
There's a nice little water section there to the left. Absolutely beautiful out here.
There's a lot of ponds out here that are they're natural spring fed, so they're really pretty, really cold. There's lots of creek crossings. This place is just, it's amazing. There's I think there's roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles of trails, 5 or 6 different trailheads you can do. So get on famous Redding Outdoors, check it out. You can buy a membership and come out here 365 days a year from dusk till dawn.
Yes, and having Shane over here earlier talking about all the stuff that goes on out here is really cool to hear, you know, some background stories to the famous Redding Outdoors and everything. It's a great place to come out here, and buying your membership, you can come out and you can ride the trails 365 days a year. You can also, if you're not a member, you can also have a tour. You can have somebody take you through the trails. There's a tour guide that will actually run you through these trails, which has a lot of history on the place and the area as well. But we do have, I believe that's probably one of our photographers that's sitting right there. But
and part of the safety crew as well.
Crew, yes, we have them all over the race course. That could possibly be the person that's flying the drones area as well,
you're probably right. He's probably watching himself. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We're waiting for Sergio to come around. Where's John Lachey? This is our second Ultra 4 USA Eastern race. Up next, we'll be heading to Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. Then we'll throw in Disney, Oklahoma. And then we'll finish up the year in Lake Havasu for Legends of the Fall. This is a do-not-miss event with Ultra 4 USA, F1 boat racing, rodeo, National Music Act, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more. What a great season we have had. We are over the halfway mark for Ultra 4 USA. Something new for the 2023 season is all registered racers will receive an Air Evac Live Team free of charge. So while we're waiting for the 4600 Spiner Track Stock Class race to come to an end, there's Doug Lamford, but we're pulling in Corey Willis into the booth. How's it going, buddy?
Man, it's going good. It's always a good time when you're racing.
Absolutely. You started out good, but what did happen?
Man,
we were waiting for you, and then we were waiting for you, and we're still waiting for you.
Well, I think I'm still waiting for it too, man. We Paul Wolf was behind me, and he told me that coming into Kool-Aid, it looked like I had a issue with the axle, so I think we figured out what went on there, so we can solve it. But I mean, the course was awesome. It was a good time.
It's awesome, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, pre-running, absolute blast. So that probably why. So what we think was wrong with the car is maybe I had too much fun pre-running.
I can see that. So you're saying you're listening to Paul Wolf. Are you guys on the same race channel then?
No, that was just talking to him after the race.
Okay, after.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, Paul don't want me on his channel. I'll start talking to him.
Too much.
Try to get in his head. You got to do something to that guy.
So have you been taking care of the Penske truck out there? Is it treating you all right?
Man, that thing, it's a runner, I tell you. It's nothing to play with. It'll burn the fire out of the tires.
So I remember the first morning I saw you coming out of the Holiday Inn. I was like, what are you doing getting the Penske truck? Give me a little lowdown on that. I guess they're out of rental cars?
Yeah, so, I'm not the most organized person. I fly into Lancaster and assume there's going to be some cars there, and they closed at 5. So
there's nothing.
Yeah, me and some of my team started working on it and found the Penske truck. So Uber down there, got me a big sweet box truck, and here we are. We going racing.
Heck yeah. And you are Mr. PPEI. You're one of the Mid-America Outdoor sponsors as well. So kind of give us a rundown on what all you do with that.
Yeah, with PPEI, we do custom tuning and R&D and a lot of diagnostic type stuff. But software calibrating, so like people put a chip in their truck, we develop that software and make trucks and cars and basically anything we can get our hands on go faster.
Heck yeah, so a lot of the diesels, you do the 5-switch and do the tunes for that and all that, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of that, and we actually, while I'm out here, my buddy's taking care of our Pro Mod diesel car. It's out running at another track today, and it impressed us. Yeah, I had to make a converter change.
It's just
a little
part
more
of it.
power.
So there's our physical race leader. I believe that's Torburen. So he's hopefully about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes out from grabbing the checkered flag. But, man, it's been a great day of racing. Are you sticking around tomorrow to watch some racing, or you got to get out of here?
Man, I'd love to, but, we was short course racing last weekend and then ran up
busy.
here. And, yep, so I'll be on a flight in the morning.
All right.
But I wish. I'll be watching the live stream.
Oh, heck yeah. You got to go return the Penske truck and get on home, huh?
That's right.
Well, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming to race with us at Mid-America Short Course out here at Ultra 4 USA. I know you and Jason Watt work tightly together. So basically, he preps your car, and you're just too busy, so you fly in, fly out, huh?
Yeah, for the short course, we kind of handle all that outside of PPI for the Mid-America Series. But out here in Ultra 4, Jason Watt, JW Performance, he takes care of all the cars and does a fantastic job. And he's had some good luck with getting them on the podium.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's got a lot of cars out here, a lot of fast cars, and it's great to see. And I saw you start dabbling last year in Ultra 4, and then you just kind of caught the bug, and I'm glad to see you out here still racing with us. It's always a pleasure, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's a good time, and you can't beat the whole Mid-America Outdoors Ultra 4 and Short Course Series. It's just amazing.
It's a lot of stuff going on.
It's unbelievable. It's awesome. What they're doing for off-road right now is just remarkable.
Yeah, and like I said, you're a motorhead, doing that stuff on this side, and then coming out here on your spare time. If you call this spare time, I mean, you're a busy man. But yeah, everything's going on is just absolutely amazing. So I assume we'll see you up in Crandon.
Yeah, we'll be in Crandon, and we might bring another car too.
Oh, all right.
Yep.
Do a little fun. There's Mick Henson plugging away. That's at mile marker number 4 as he's bypassing the Joker line. He would have been coming back at us, but looks like the tailgate's still hanging on for now.
Them things are tough.
They're pretty wild, aren't they?
They're tough, man.
And there's just a great I mean, how beautiful is this park?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, I took and just went out on the sides and was videoing everything. It's awesome. How many guys they still got on the track?
So we got 8 total. We have a couple that are down. So we're still waiting for Sergio. He should be grabbing the checkered here soon. John Lachey's still moving, but he's still a ways out. And then Doug Langford, Tom Biddle, and Mick Henson are kind of in the mix, trying to round out the top 3. Kind of see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, and I tell you, we didn't. We didn't make it easy on them. We cut it out right before them, so they got a course.
Yeah, I mean, the course is definitely getting beat up because you're in the Pro Mod class, right? So you're running 35-inch tires. These stock cars are running 35-inch tires. It's you guys definitely put a beating on the course out there.
Oh, yeah. We cut them no mercy, but they like it like that. So
100%.
Everybody want it more, and it looks like they're getting it.
Yeah, so obviously you didn't make too many laps today, but during pre-run yesterday, I mean, give us your 2 cents on the course. What would you like to see more of? What did you not like? I loved it because a little bit of everything.
It really was. It was a little bit of everything, and, you didn't have to tear the cars up. We had some bad luck today, but that's racing. But it was a really, really good time, very technical. Take your time, get through it, and then there are some fast sections.
And if you want to let her hang out, do it.
You can let her hang out, man. There was a couple of them I was trying to be mindful of the tire, but I really want to just throw it sideways and dip it in there like short course.
Heck yeah. What was the top speed you hit out there?
Man, I didn't look down, but it sounded and felt probably around 60, 70.
All right,
something like that.
so just I'd say 3/4 pace. You weren't full out.
Oh yeah, no, not out here. You're trying to preserve the cars, preserve the belts, and so do what we can.
Yep. So he's heading down towards that little mud section. These drones have some great shots, and it just shows you how fast this place is. And on the left, you can see that's like a 45-degree angle, just a rock shelf. It's really cool to see in person.
It is. It is beautiful.
And those are 3 lines you don't want to hit. Those are about 3-4 foot deep if you want to do a little mud whomping.
Yeah, I spotted that. And, I didn't want any part. I'm from Louisiana, but I didn't want none of that. We'll stay away from those swamps. That got cleaned out real good right there, too, but it's good suspension through it.
Yeah, we're hoping to see Sergio here in about 15 minutes, right around that 8:05, 8:06 mark, if he can keep his pace going. Was that John Lachey? I couldn't quite tell, passing mile marker number 4. You get bit up on these little flies?
Yeah, they're getting down.
they're getting it.
They're getting it. I promise I'm not over here dancing. I'm just scratching at flies.
Yeah, it's getting us a little bit, but that's just part of being off-road. Have you headed over to the appreciation dinner yet? Got a little pizza and some wings?
I was just over there, and I came over here to visit for a little bit.
Oh, so Pam ruined your dinner, huh?
Man, I didn't get started yet. There's still more time.
We got all night.
Yeah, it looks good.
All in good fun.
It's a great time out here, that's for sure.
So I've been super busy with everything, obviously. How is your short course side going? It seems like you've had some pretty good success this year.
Yeah, we have. We kind of did a crazy and swapped from our 64-inch setups to 72 right in the middle of the season. And
went from skinny to wide, huh?
Yeah, me and that old Cheney guy's kind of been up there trying to battle around on 3rd place. And so last weekend we was able to make up a little time there. But that new setup we have from CT Raceworks is just unbelievable. It's a different car. When we showed up to the last round, we didn't feel like we brought a knife to a gunfight.
Okay, you were ready, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome. We got some more tuning and dialing in to do the setups, and then my brother was able to run with the front pack as well, Jacob Geisendorf, so that was pretty cool.
So give us kind of the rundown. What's the difference between your short course car and an Ultra 4 car? I mean, they're both Can-Ams, but I assume it's suspension, tires, wheels. You want to be a little more height?
Right. Yeah, the short course car, and another thing with it, it's going on sprints, so it goes wide open for 15 minutes. So we got the power dumped to it.
Yeah, you're wide open the whole time.
Yeah, we would tear these cars up if we had that power in these cars. But this car here, we running on 33 to 35-inch tires. The suspension setup's just absolutely completely different because they just got 2 different worlds, and the short course cars sit way lower, 27-inch tires, 28-inch tires.
And not much traction sometimes on some of those tires.
You're always fighting for traction, but that's short course. You got to change the setups on the fly out there pretty quick.
There's Doug Langford. Looks like he's heading into the bottom of Hell's Half Acre. Nope, this is the start of Torburen. That first, right when you start enter the rocks, there's a little rock crawl right here where he's at. That's where we saw Adam Collins stuck there for quite some time. Did you make a full lap on this course today?
Huh. What kind of joke are you trying to make right now?
my
thinking.
brain's fried. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we.
But pre-running, you
we
came
messed
through
up.
this section.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I pre-ran this a few times, and it was awesome.
Yeah, the rocks here are amazing, and the traction was interesting. I thought there'd be more traction, but some of these there's some dirt that gets on these rocks, so you had to fight it.
Yeah, so like King of Hammers, I could put a tire on the rock, and I've got grip for days, hardly no wheel slip, and out here, this is actually, I'm not that experienced in the rocks, so whenever I got on these rocks and I didn't have
Slip
the
and
grip,
slide
it was like
around.
relearning how to drive on rocks. It's not really what I'm from. But it was a really good time, and we ended up getting a setup that works. I just heard it too early.
And like we said, that's all part of the game. I mean,
that's
so,
racing.
some of these guys and gals come out with a pre-runner and a race car just so they don't have that issue, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if Jason had a little bit bigger trailer, maybe I could bring my King of Hammers pre-runner out
tell
here.
him get a bigger trailer.
I know, he just needs a bigger, we'll talk him into it.
Yeah, there you go. I do love when he starts unloading stuff. He's got so much stuff in there, he has to take the shocks off for everything to fit, so they come out looking like a lowrider.
I'm surprised they're not on mini trucking yet. They look like they bagged and body dropped.
So there is Sergio. He is coming out of Hell's Half Acre, so he is probably 3-ish minutes away from coming and grabbing the checkered flag for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class.
Is that some steam coming out?
A little bit of smoke.
Have a little cooling
That's
issue?
not. Oh yeah, he may be overheating.
Oh,
what a tough break there.
That hurts.
Like I said, he is literally, I'm going to say, less than a quarter mile away from the finish right here. Right at a quarter mile, probably. Oh, no. Tough break for Sergio. And he's at a pinch point, so nobody else can nobody else can make it around this spot exactly. So he needs to winch out of the way. But Sergio's still trying to make it happen. We'll see. I don't know exactly what's going on. Did a fan quit? Did he lose coolant? I don't have a clue. Because he's, I assume, running a rear radiator.
Yeah, that's a bad little spot to have an issue.
That's a spectator area. You can see it. There's some elevation change, so that's why they can come right up to the rope right there. But the hood is coming up. Oh, you just want this race to end, and he's almost at the finish and just having a little struggle.
Man, what do you do in this scenario? Just start dumping bottles of water and go for it.
Yeah,
What else do
make
you
it
do?
happen. Oh, tough break.
It's impressive what the 4600s do.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're I mean that's a Jeep that used to drive around, on the streets. It's 35-inch tire, a mechanical steering, stock frame. You can upgrade the axles, obviously.
Right.
The engine has to be in the same year, make, and model. So that's just a 4-liter out of the old TJ.
Well, they showing you just how hard they stretched its legs.
That machine right there that John Schaefer owns, Sergio's driving it with RPM Extreme, has been put through the paces. That may be one of the winningest 4600 cars we've ever had. So obviously you're in the UTV world. Do you have any thought of expanding a little bit, or you just satisfied where you're at?
I like to work my way up the chain with everything and try to do, the way everybody wants to do it, So, yeah, I think so. We'll stay in. I'll probably stay in UTV forever for sure. But
there's nothing wrong with that.
But I mean,
I'm a UTV guy myself. I mean, they're fun. They're fun.
Right. I spend a little too much time on iRacing in the Pro 4s, but I'm not.
Oh,
there
that
yet,
gets
so.
real spendy real quick.
Yeah, so I'm not there yet. So we'll work our way to that, but. In the future, that's where it's going to be at.
Oh, did a little Pro 4 action. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you may be bringing another something to Crandon.
Not that. Not that.
Okay. Maybe Class 11? You don't have to tell me.
I'm gonna bring my short course car too, so I'm gonna run both.
So you're gonna run with Champ and with Ultra 4.
Yeah.
All right, I like your style. You're already there.
We'll come play a little bit.
Yeah.
And see if we can do anything.
See if you can hang with them. Have you been to the big house yet?
I haven't.
Yeah, that place is amazing. It's different, obviously, but it's
Right.
similar to here. I mean, you're in the backwoods a little bit. It's an iconic racetrack. There's nothing. It's the super speedway of short course. It is amazing. And then when we get to dip off in the backs and run through the rocks, it's just adding all that in together. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm super excited. We if any hours on iRacing count for running Crandon, I've got a many. But that's all the Crandon experience I got. But I think I see that track in my sleep.
Yeah, I think we were at Dave's Ranch over Thanksgiving. You guys showed up. We were having a little work week and got on that little iRacing. That was pretty fun, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a good time. It's just, especially with VR, you got muscle memory and everything that comes into play, and it just makes
wild.
everything natural. I use it for training. It's about the only training I can get between rounds, so that's what I use.
Nothing wrong with that. Playing a little video game. So Sergio's about a quarter mile away from the finish, and now he's having some overheating issues. What a tough break, but he's physically leading. How far back is John Lachey? And then there's so John Lachey's the only one that could shake up the top two between Sergio, and then it goes between Doug Langford, Tom Biddle, and Mick Henson for that third spot. It's gonna be interesting to see how this shakes out.
It's going to be interesting to see how they get around here, too, if they're unable to get this machine back running. That's a tight little spot right there.
Well, Corey, I know your buddies are over there probably drinking some beverages, eating some pizza and wings, so I'll let you go hang out with them. But thanks for hopping in the Project X booth with me. Always a pleasure. Good luck the rest of your Mid-America Short Course Series, and we'll see you at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin here in about a month, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see you there. Thank you, guys.
All right, always a pleasure.
Always.
Thanks, Corey Willis with PPEI Tuning. Well, this race isn't ever going to end, and we're having struggles every spot on this course. It has been tough. They wanted hard. They got hard.
So this is Sergio, correct? He's stuck out on course.
Yeah, he's overheating right there about a quarter mile away.
He is that close to needing to finish, and he's having issues. That's such a bummer, needing to come to get that checker flag. Now, how far back have you seen John Lachey at all?
That's what we're speculating. We don't know. Sergio had a pretty good lead, and I haven't seen John Lachey in a while. He was back. We saw him make it through the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid a while back, so he's still got a little ways to go yet. But then there's going to be Doug Langford and Mick Henson. Is Tom Biddle still moving? I don't know. It's still anybody's race. But again, it is only Sergio and John Lachey out on their third lap. The rest of the field is out on their second lap.
All right, we do have some movement out there on race course. That looks like it is John Lachey and Mick Henson actually making their way through. So both of them still moving. I believe Mick Henson is a lap down, but John Lachey is running in that second position. So we shall see if Sergio Pinillas gets his Jeep moving along. But he is so close to coming in and finishing this race right now. But having overheating issues, that's where you want to make sure you don't push it too hard, because you want to save your motor. You don't want to blow up your engine whatsoever. But we do have John Lachey making his way up with Mick Henson behind. I can see that Mick Henson actually ended up getting his tailgate put back up. I heard over from talking to some racers that were over out and about, and Cody St. Clair said that he actually lost his spare tire. He went through an area and it bounced, and it actually opened up the tailgate. So that's why Mick Henson's tailgate was wide open, was because his spare tire bounced and hit it and then fell out.
So there's going to be a lot of spare parts out there, but that is John Lachey, like you just said, with Mick Henson right behind him. So could this be second and third? Did we see Doug Langford? He was still trucking. Where's Tom? We haven't seen Tom Biddle for a little bit. So as of right now, it looks like it's John Lachey should have second place, and then Mick Henson in that third. But look, Sergio did close his hood. So yes, it could be John Lachey. If he passes Sergio, that is the lead. They're both on the lead lap. John Lachey left 30 seconds behind Sergio, so Sergio has to beat John Lachey by 30 seconds. Is it going to happen? I don't know that answer.
Well,
this could be the race.
Exactly, and he's not too far behind, but you can see he just looked like he moved his Jeep just a little bit. But, yeah, John Lachey's not too far behind where Sergio is actually stuck right now.
And Pam, look at this. There isn't anything to hook to with a winch. So if he's stuck, he's stuck, and there isn't much room to go around. Are they going to hook on him and drag him backwards? I don't know.
And then it also, it depends on if one of these boulders are big enough to get the winch line around, and strong enough to hold the Jeep.
I don't think there's anything there. I'm remembering there isn't a big enough rock there that would hold it, I don't think. But obviously they're searching for it.
And that is his brother actually out. You can see him over on that rock. He still has his helmet on as well.
He's walking around trying to find something. I mean, there's a dead tree. If it could get pinched behind a rock, I don't know. But, yeah, John Lachey and Mick Henson are probably 10 minutes behind Sergio. But if Sergio isn't running, he's not going to finish. So, we saw him overheat. What happened? Was it fans? Did he crack a radiator hose? Is it leaking? What happened? Oh, what a tough break.
100%. He ran a great race. I mean, only 2 laps out here because this is a very tough race course as we're seeing right now. I mean, we saw a lot of the UTV drivers earlier on having issues, having to winch up that Yukon Launch Kool-Aid
section. And here is
section.
Doug Langford. We hadn't seen him. He is a lap down, but that is physical.
He's third on
third
timing
right now, yeah. So, but how is he going to make it around? Sergio is blocking the path.
And like you were saying earlier, Miles, where you see the people that are walking around, that actually is a ledge up there, so they're not equal with the racers, so they're actually looking down on them. So that right there, we know he can't go that direction because it's basically a wall of rocks.
That's definitely a pinch point. So we have another trail issue going on right here. And Doug Langford's going to give him a little bump, see if he can get him moved, and he is.
And look at that, though. There is a rock in front of driver side front tire that was stopping him from moving any farther.
So Sergio's still moving under his own power right now.
So we can see Sergio did get moved back just a little bit. So he needed just that little bit of a push is what he just now needed. As we're seeing now, he's moving. He might have just been stuck on that rock that he kind of moved.
But is he going to hurt the engine? Is he overheating it? Doug Langford's right behind him. I would leave my co-driver right there. Oh, he's still crawling in. So Sergio is moving, but Doug Langford's right on his tail. But remember, Sergio is on his third lap. Doug Langford's on his second lap.
But it's all going to come down to how far back is John Lachey. John Lachey running in that number 2 spot. He is on the same lap as Sergio. So if he gets, catches up to him, I mean, anything can happen right here with Sergio having issues.
So right now it looks like Sergio should win the race, but he's still having issues. And Doug's trying to give him a little love tap, get him out of the way.
It almost looks like he does not have four-wheel drive, but here he did make it around. Awesome to see him get going. That it was a great job by Doug Langford, giving him that little bit of a push. Doug Langford is in that. He has the 392 Hemi in there, so he has that little bit of extra horsepower.
So here is Sergio Pinellas heading towards the race line start-finish. We are 1 minute away from the checkered flag flying for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Sergio may win back-to-back races. He's fresh off his win at Visions. He looks like he's going to win here at the famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And the checkered flag is out for Sergio. Unofficial first place, Sergio Pinellas.
Oh,
and the
at
hood comes up at the finish line. You can't plan that any better.
Oh, my
they
goodness.
got to be laughing good right there.
That is
Oh,
awesome that
that
he
was
comes across that
fantastic.
finish line and bam, there goes my hood. Oh my gosh.
Wow. So
And here
Doug,
we do have Doug Langford.
Yep.
He is still moving along here, but like you said, Miles, he was a lap down. So
I believe he'll be in third place. How far back is John Lachey or Mick Henson?
So Sergio's last lap was just now 1 hour and 1 minute. Wow, that was a very long lap for him. I'm sure he's ready to get out of that race truck and be done, but what a celebration it'll be just to complete it. And also, I mean, if it becomes official, he is the one at Visions. Now he's winning here. I don't think John's going to get that Jeep back anytime soon.
He's got a good thing going right now. And I just love the hood flying up at that final second. So let's go through this again. Let's talk it through it. So Sergio just finished lap number 3.
Yes.
John Lachey is the only other one that can finish lap number 3. Doug Langford just got the checkers on lap number 2. So I think it is, if John Lachey can finish this race, he's got second place, I think. I don't think there's any way Mick Henson can ruffle this up. Nope, it's not. So Doug Langford should get third place, and John Lachey, even though he's still out on course, he is out on lap number 3. So unofficially, it is Sergio Pinillas, John Lachey in second, and Doug Langford in third place unofficially.
The only way that anything could have probably got shaken up is if Mick Henson was just a little bit farther on race course and, bumping Doug Langford out because they were on the same lap. Doug Langford did have the pole. He had the fastest lap during qualifying, but finishing third right now unofficially in the 4600 Spider Track stock class has got to feel pretty good because this has been one tough race course out here this weekend. But unofficially right now, Sergio Pinellas in that number 1 spot, John Lachey in second, and Doug Langford in that third position.
And we still have a great day of racing yet to come tomorrow. At 10 a.m. we kick off the youth racing. And then at 11 a.m. we'll kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Another hour and a half race until the white flag comes out. And then at 2 p.m., we will kick off the 4400 Unlimited race. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And then don't go anywhere. If you're here in the area, Dark Water Racing will be racing on Sunday. They kick off at 8 a.m., and they'll be racing, I think they'll be racing till 5 or 6 in the evening, so still lots of racing. I know some of our Ultra 4 competitors are going to stay back and check that out. Great shot of the Ultra 4 camping area. On the left is the Amsoil Hot Pits, but obviously where all the campers are is where we've been camping all weekend long. Coming in the center of your screen is the Ultra 4 USA merchandise trailer.
Yes, and we do have all of our racers back here getting their driver appreciation dinner going on right now. They have a dinner going that we'll make it over to here at some point, Miles. It's been a great day. We've been getting fed, and we have people walking by asking us if we want water. I know you and I greatly appreciate everybody's help over here to us.
It's a big old family over here. Yeah, Vito's Coal-Fired Pizza brought pizza and wings for the driver's appreciation dinner. Primo Hoagies have been here all day, feeding a lot of people. There's a lot of great restaurants in this area. And where else can you get food delivered to you here on site? There's a Walmart, there's a Home Depot, there's a Holiday Inn Express, all within 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually to have all of this within arm's reach for us. We're used to being out, where there's not stuff that's super close to. Exactly. I mean, Montana, the closest drive was 45 minutes, to town for us, but we love racing at those places. It's a lot of fun. Not complaining about it at all, but it's also pretty awesome to be in an area where we can just go right down the street and get something.
Absolutely.
You see Gus Fisher there with the checkered flag, just waiting for our last bit of finishers to come through. Thank you so much to Gus with all of your hard work that you do here with Ultra 4 USA and also at Mid-America Outdoors.
And the entire team. We've got a great group. Angels in the merchandise. We have Caleb and Bailey, Weaver Fisher. So it sounds like Erica Allreed is down there with our unofficial race winner for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. What a great race. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Miles. Joining me is Sergio Pinillos. Sergio, backing up your win at Visions with another win here today at the famous Reading Rumble. This one was not easy, but you seem to manage to navigate all of the chaos and obstacles with ease. So what were the key elements in putting this one together? Because I know it must not have been easy.
I don't know about navigating with ease. As you can tell, the Jeep has a couple new dents. Sorry, John. I guess that wasn't in the rental agreement. So, my bad. A couple of trees came close. It was tough. It was an awesome course. I mean, we really, really had to drive. My co-driver, my brother, first time joining in, and I'm sorry. That's your first experience. He got out of the car at least 10 times to winch. I'm glad that I have a Warn winch in front of my Jeep. I work for Warn, so that's amazing to be using my product out there. But other than that, I mean, it was a nice race. We were able to just keep on moving at a good pace. Right on the last rock of the trail, pretty much, about 400 yards that way, it just died on the last lap. She overheated it, and I thought that was the end. The front was making all kinds of noises. We tried to winch, and it wasn't pulling. It was pulling it right into a rock face. We were just trying to figure out how to make it or push it at least into the finish line. And then Miracle Doug came out of nowhere my teammate, he had a flat or something happened, and we stopped at pits, picked up a jack for him, dropped him off. He got it fixed, and he caught up to us when we were parked there, and he just gave me a push like he just wanted me out of there. But he got me out of there, and we were able to, I think it was running at 270, 275, so I just pinned it, and I said, it's all one shot to the finish line. And I'm glad we're here. I'm glad it's over, but it was awesome. It was fun.
It was definitely an awesome race to witness, and we're glad you were able to cross that finish line because, like you said, for a while, we didn't know if you would be able to. But, Sergio, what a drive. Congratulations to you and your brother. This one was very hard fought.
Thank you. Yeah, this one we earned it. It was a lot of work, but that was awesome. It was awesome to have a course that we actually had to drive, not just keep it in between the trees, but actually drive through the rocks, so that was great. That was awesome, and I want to thank all my sponsors, BFG, Raceline, Rockcrawler. They're actually out here. They helped me change the steering. That was a little questionable, I should say. John at RPM Extreme, he keeps letting me take this Jeep out and beating the crap out of it, and he's not even here to enjoy it. And, I kind of feel bad, but I like it because I get to drive, not just navigate for him. But, again, all my sponsors, Savio Off-Road built this Jeep 9 years ago, and it's been doing KOH after KOH and season after season. How is it still going? We don't know, but it's still going. So ADS shocks. Who else we have? Anorak, Curry with the axles. It's just too many, but I know I'm tired. But thank you to all my sponsors that make this possible, and this was a win. This was great.
I'm sure he'll be okay with this rental agreement after you keep on putting it up on top. But Sergio, again, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in our next round.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric, and congratulations to unofficially winning the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class goes to Sergio Pinillos. And we saw Mick Henson come through, unofficial 4th place in the little Toyota that could.
It's really awesome to see that we have had 4 of our racers, so half of the field has finished out here today at the famous Reading Outdoors. It's been an amazing race out here. We will be tidying things up here at some point. We still have awards to do. We still have all kinds of stuff going on. We have our drivers back here with the appreciation dinner. Miles, it's been great.
And Pam, look at this. The heads-up loop. John Lachey just crossed, getting the checkered flag. So unofficial is locked down. Sergio winning. Then it's John Lachey. Then 3rd place, Doug Langford. Unofficial for the Optima leaderboard.
What a great race by these 3 drivers. It's been a great day out here. It's been a great day out here with you, Miles, as normal, as usual. It's been fun. I've had a blast. I can't wait for tomorrow.
It's going to be wild. We still have some hardware to hand out sometime this weekend. And then, tomorrow at 10 a.m. we'll kick off with the Ultra 4 Youth Race presented by JT Customs at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And then at 11 a.m. we'll kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then the main event, the 4400 Unlimited class will be taking off, presented by Good Boy Vodka. There's John Lachey. It looks like he's pretty stoked to be here and off of that racetrack. What a long, brutal course. So it's only Sergio Pinillos and John Lachey that completed 3 laps in the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
It's got to feel good to complete those 3 laps as well. It's great. You can see his face is a little bit dirty as well. He's gone through some of the water. But, yeah, completing 3 laps in this stock class has to be feeling a good feeling for sure, because it was such a tough race out there for them.
Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. It looks like we are winding down for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We've been live for 12 hours. So here's our unofficial Good Boy Vodka results. In first place is Sergio Pinillas.
And in that number 2 position, John Lachey.
And that third goes to Doug Langford.
And then our 4th finisher, the 4619 of Mick Henson.
In 5th place, the 4653 of Tom Biddle.
So we have in that 6th position, did not end up finishing the race, in the 4642, Adam Collin.
And then 624 is Roger King.
And in the 4040, we did see them get moving again, but obviously they have not came through here. So Cindy Bullock in that 8th and final position.
So it sounds like we have Erica Allred down with John Lachey. Have a quick little chat and see what's going on. Erica, let's hear what he's got to say.
Thanks, Miles. Down here with John Lachey. You just got off the course, and you told me that this one was absolutely brutal. So are you happy with what you got out of yourself in your truck today, or were you just fighting to make it to the end?
No, absolutely. This is the first time we ever finished a race in our 3rd race ever. My team did a great job. We learned from our mistakes from all of our other races, and, studied, made it better, and it showed today, so it was good. Very happy.
The studying definitely paid off, as you were the only other one to complete 3 laps with Sergio. So was it, I mean, this one really demanded a lot of you as a driver. So for this to be your first race that you finished has to speak volumes for what the work that you and your team put in.
Absolutely. I knew that it was going to be a tough race, and we just had to be there at the end. So we tried not to push it too hard, and Cody was there by me to make sure I wasn't on the gas the whole time. And he did a great job winching, helping me and everything, and it was awesome.
Well, John, congratulations. What a way to finish your first race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, and congratulations for your unofficial second, John Lachey. You absolutely earned that one. And for your 3rd race with us here at Ultra 4 USA, that's got to be a good feeling.
And yes, we can see right there the Amsoil Hot Pits. They have winded down. Tomorrow is going to be a full area for sure. And we are now, that's coming over into our Mid-America Outdoors and our Ultra 4 USA merchandise trailer. That's where all of the drivers are over here gathered, having their dinner. That is awesome that we do. I love that there is a driver appreciation dinner to get everybody together, everybody chatting. Like we were saying earlier, Miles, I mean, it's awesome to sit there and listen to them telling their stories about their day, or, maybe what's going on tomorrow.
Reminiscing.
Reminiscing.
Yep.
There you go.
So, again, thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette for putting on this. It's been a great shot. Thanks again for them for putting this together with Vita's Coal-Fired Pizza. Sounds like Erica Allred's down there with Doug Langford. We saw him bump Sergio there at the end, so let's see what happened down there. Erica, take it away.
Thanks again, Miles. Like you said, Doug Langford, unofficially our 2nd place finisher, or maybe 3rd. We'll see how it all ends up.
Yeah, we'll see.
But Doug, you described this race as war. So take me through what it felt like going through all of these obstacles from the driver's seat.
Yeah, man, what a race. What a course. It was absolutely war. We were screaming the first lap. We had a little bit of a hang up there on the Joker line and lost the lead there to Sergio, and we're battling back. It was great back and forth between us two. It was a great race. Had a lot of fun, but we lost the tire 2nd lap around right before Kool-Aid, and our jack decided to not jack. So we had to get really creative. Thanks to Sergio, 4688, they ended up bringing us a jack from pit. We returned the favor later by bumping him a few times to get him over the rock so we could save our 3rd place finish. But I got to thank my co-driver Rob Craven. He put in work today. Absolutely put in work. As a former co-driver, I can respect that. And just, I want to thank all the companies that allow us to come racing. Rock Crawler Suspension, Jeremy Purick, the owner of Rock Crawler Suspension, was here running pits today, running our comms, keeping us cool, keeping us calm out there. Next Venture Motorsports, with all our armor, we absolutely abused every square inch of that armor. There's nothing left on that car that has not been touched. Tyree lights, it's dark out now. We needed them. So grateful to have those on there. Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, just so many people that just allow us to be out here and do this. Super thankful to them. We couldn't do it without them.
It's definitely a team effort out there today, given all of the elements with all of the co-drivers and other drivers. Congratulations on finishing this one, because that was no easy feat.
Thank you, Erica. And again, congratulations to our unofficial finisher for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. Doug Langford, John Lachey, top of the box, Sergio Pinellas. It's been absolutely amazing, Pam.
It has been an amazing day, Miles, and we get to do this all over again tomorrow. But the drivers right now, they're all over there. They have gone through so much today. They have gone through so much perseverance to get through tomorrow's Saturday schedule. Don't forget, at 10 a.m., we will be going live with our Ultra 4 USA Youth Class, the future of our sport. 11:30, we will be roughly going for our EMC class as well. And then at 2 o'clock, our big boys of the 4400, presented by Good Boy Vodka.
So be sure to tune in tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in to Ultra 4 USA for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X. From the entire broadcast crew at AOE TV and Speedsport.tv, I am Miles Hasquis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. Thank you, and we will see you in the morning.